Brian, there are all kinds of ways to cheer for someone. Some people cheer loudly. They celebrate every accomplishment with excitement and applause. Others cheer in a quieter way. You are the quiet kind. You have always understood that my mind is rarely still. You have never tried to change that. You gave me the space to be creative. You gave me the freedom to explore. You understood that creativity doesn't always happen on a schedule, and that's the greatest act of support. You mastered something that I think is rare. You found a way to let me know you were cheering for me while graciously stepping back so I could do what I was created to do. This book took many hours, hours of writing, thinking, rewriting, questioning, listening, and beginning again. Through all of it, you quietly stood in my corner. For that, I thank you. You are more than my husband. You are my muse. You inspire me. I have watched your patience, class, dignity, and quiet strength. Those qualities have encouraged me more times than you probably realize. So I dedicate this book to you. Thank you for your peaceful support. Thank you for your quiet strength. Thank you for always creating space for my dreams to soar. With all my love, I am and will always be your little mama. No meaningful journey is ever traveled alone. Although this book carries my name, it also carries the fingerprints of the people who have loved me, encouraged, and inspired me. To my daughters and sons, thank you for allowing me the privilege of watching your lives unfold. You have taught me far more than I could ever teach you. Many of the thoughts in these pages were born from watching you grow. You are among my greatest teachers, and I am incredibly proud of each of you. To my husband, Brian, thank you for being my quiet cheerleader. You gave me the space to think, to write, to question, and to create. Your peaceful support is woven throughout every page of this book. To my dear friend Robin, thank you for your friendship, your encouragement, and for walking beside me through this journey. Your presence has been a gift, and I am grateful to have shared this season with you. To my grandmother, Bessie Beaver, thank you for a legacy that continues to shape my life. Your wisdom still speaks to me. More than once while writing this book, I could almost hear you reminding me to tell my truth my way. I hope I have honored that lesson. To my mother, Melody, thank you for showing me the beauty of creativity and the power of using your gifts. Through your music, your strength, and the life you have lived, you showed me that art has a way of reaching places words alone cannot. Thank you for encouraging me, believing in me, and reminding me that our gifts are meant to be shared. Your influence echoes throughout these pages, and I hope this book honors the creative spirit that has always been part of our family. To my daddy, your influence resides in these pages more than you probably know. To Christina, thank you for one simple observation that changed everything. You told me my songs were my journal. Those words caused me to stop, think, and pivot. Without realizing it, you helped transform a collection of songs into the book you now hold in your hands. To Brenda Summers, thank you for being a remarkable role model during my childhood. Children are always watching, and I was no exception. The example you set stayed with me, and I remain grateful for the influence you had on my life. To Byron Singleton, thank you for your encouragement. Sometimes a few sincere words arrive at exactly the right moment. When you called me gifted, your words meant far more than you probably realized. Thank you for reminding me to keep believing in what I was creating. To my family and friends, thank you for your patience, your support, your prayers, your conversations, and your love. Whether you encouraged me with words, listened to an idea, read a page, shared a memory, or simply believed in me, you became part of this journey. Finally, I thank God for the gift of words, for the gift of music, for the gift of observation, for the people placed in my life, and for the opportunity to spend my time doing work that I believe matters. To everyone who helped shape this journey, thank you for helping me lean in. I didn't set out to write a book. I set out to write descriptions of my songs. The original idea was simple. I wanted people to know where the songs came from, what inspired them, what they were responding to, and what I hoped they might accomplish. But somewhere along the way, something unexpected happened. The songs began talking to one another. What started as individual pieces slowly revealed a much larger conversation. Before I knew it, that conversation had become this book. I see this book as a voice, just one voice in a world filled with many voices. It is not the voice of an expert. It is not the voice of someone who has spent a lifetime studying human behavior or human nature. It is the voice of someone living an ordinary life who is deeply affected by the extraordinary things happening around her. It is the voice of a Black woman who feels the impact of what is happening in her community, in her country, and in the lives of the people she loves. These pages are simply my perspective. They are my observations, my questions, my concerns, my hopes, and at times my frustrations. They are my attempt to make sense of the world I see and the ways it touches our lives. This book had to be written. I have written fiction and I love creating stories born from imagination. This is different. This book is rooted in the world we are living in today. It grew out of real experiences, real conversations, real observations, and a genuine love for people, especially Black communities and Black families, whose stories, struggles, resilience, and everyday victories deserve to be seen and remembered. The songs could each tell part of the story. They could not tell the whole story by themselves. Each song explored one piece of a much larger picture. One reflected on purpose, another wrestled with exhaustion, another celebrated love. Another questioned injustice. Each one stood on its own, but together they revealed something much bigger than I could see when I first began writing them. This book became the place where those pieces could come together. If the songs dissected the issues, this book sewed them back together. It allowed me to step back and see the larger picture, and I hope it gives you the opportunity to do the same. One thing I want you to know before you begin reading is that the songs included in this book were chosen deliberately. None of them are here by accident. Each song was given a specific job to do. Some were written to reach one person who needed to know they were not alone. Others were written to encourage conversation, challenge assumptions, offer empathy, inspire hope, or simply give voice to feelings that are often difficult to explain. Every song entered this book with a purpose long before it ever became part of these pages. This book became an opportunity to take those songs one step further. It allowed me to say, this is where this song came from. This is what gave it life. This is what was happening around me, within me, and around my community that caused these lyrics to exist. In many ways, these pages tell the birth story of each song. Not the technical process of writing lyrics or composing music, but the experiences, observations, questions, and emotions that brought each song into existence. Every chapter offers the backstory behind a piece of music that was written to accomplish something beyond being heard. The songs carry the message. The book tells the story of why that message mattered. Together, they become a larger conversation than either could have been on its own. This book does not ask you to agree with every perspective. It simply invites you into a conversation. If somewhere in these pages you recognize your own experiences, your own questions, your own hopes, or your own concerns, then perhaps we have found something we share. If even one song helps someone feel seen, if one story starts an honest conversation, if one perspective helps someone understand another human being a little better, then each song will have done exactly the job it was created to do. That is why these songs are here. That is why this book exists. Welcome to the conversation. The introduction, so lean in. Have you ever met a friend for brunch at a neighborhood coffee shop? Can you picture it? You're sitting across the table from someone whose company you enjoy. Maybe there's a latte, a caramel macchiato, a cup of tea, or my favorite, a honey citrus mint tea. There's a donut, a scone, or something sweet sitting between you. Outside, it might be a warm spring morning or a cool winter day. It really doesn't matter. It's peaceful, it's comfortable, it's a place where conversations happen naturally. That's how I hope you experience this book. The topics we are about to discuss are not always easy. Some are deeply personal. Others examine the things happening in our communities, our country, and our everyday lives. Some pages may make you smile, others may make you uncomfortable. A few may even challenge the way you think. But I never wanted this book to feel frantic. I never wanted it to feel like people shouting over one another. I wanted it to feel like two people sitting across a table with a warm cup of coffee, taking the time to listen, reflect, and to understand. That is why you'll find coffee breaks throughout this book. They are invitations to pause, to breathe, to reflect, to have the kind of conversations we don't always make time for anymore. I believe we can talk about difficult subjects without losing our humanity. We can disagree without losing our respect for one another. We can acknowledge pain without surrendering our peace. That is the spirit in which this book was written. One thing I hope you'll notice as you read these pages is the blend. I thought about that a great deal while writing this book. Much like a good cup of coffee, the blend matters. If it's too strong, it can overwhelm you. If it's too light, it can leave you wanting more. I wanted this book to have the right balance. Some conversations are heavy, they have to be. We cannot have honest discussions about education, healthcare, mental health care, jobs, politics, money, or injustice without acknowledging that these subjects affect real people in real ways. But I also knew I couldn't leave you there. I wanted this book to make room for family, friendship, love, memories, laughter, and the simple moments that remind us why we continue to care in the first place. Sometimes we laugh at ourselves. Sometimes we celebrate people whose names may never appear in history books, but whose lives changed the people around them forever. Those people matter. Those stories deserve a place at the table. It was important to me to weave snippets of peace throughout this journey, because I never wanted these pages to leave you feeling hopeless. The world can feel overwhelming enough on its own. I didn't want to add to that weight. I wanted to sit across from you and say, this is what I see. But I also wanted us to ask another question. Where can we make progress? Not everything can be fixed overnight. Not every disagreement will disappear. Not every injustice will be resolved in our lifetime. But progress has always begun with ordinary people willing to care enough to have the conversation. I also wanted us to remember what is already good, to remember the people who came before us, to recognize those quiet gems who have been beside us all along, the people who may never become famous but whose lives, character, kindness, courage, and determination have made our communities stronger. They deserve to be remembered. They deserve to be talked about. They deserve a place in our history. As you move through these pages, you'll notice something else. Every now and then, I'm going to ask something of you. Not because I think I have all the answers, but because I believe some conversations should move us beyond agreement and into action. There are moments in this book that are a call to do something, a call to pay attention, a call to encourage someone, a call to preserve something worth keeping, a call to become part of the solution instead of simply describing the problem. I also wanted to celebrate the people who are already doing the work, the people who care, the people who show compassion when no one is watching, the people who quietly strengthen families, neighborhoods, classrooms, organizations, and communities without expecting applause. When I wrote about Front Porch Peace, I wasn't simply writing about a porch. I was writing about a way of living, about the adults who watched over us, the neighbors who corrected us, the people who invested in us before we understood what they were giving us. Those people deserve their flowers. Writing about my family became one of the warmest parts of this journey. They were deeply influential in my life, and I suspect many of you have people like that in yours. Maybe it was a grandmother, an aunt, an uncle, a cousin. Someone whose wisdom, humor, strength, or love quietly shaped the person you became. Those people matter, their stories matter. You'll also notice that not every page is a celebration. Some conversations are cautionary. You'll meet gatekeepers, you'll meet clowns. You'll meet ideas and behaviors that remind us to stay alert, think critically, and protect what matters. But even those conversations were never written to leave us discouraged. They were written with energy, because I believe it takes energy to confront difficult things. It takes hope to keep moving. It takes courage to believe that progress is possible. Throughout this book, you'll notice that I often use phrases like my perspective, my opinion, and my observation. That is intentional. I am not writing as an expert. I am writing as one person, one woman, one voice, one set of experiences, one point of view. I wanted this book to be relatable. You'll find my imperfections here, because I believe one of the greatest gifts we can give ourselves is the willingness to take an honest inventory of who we are. In my opinion, that willingness is one of the core ingredients of growth. We cannot improve what we refuse to examine. Throughout these pages, I offer perspectives, not demands, observations, not declarations, questions, not ultimatums. My hope is not that you adopt every opinion I have. My hope is that something here encourages you to think, to reflect, to ask your own questions, and perhaps to have conversations with the people you love. One thing you won't find in this book is absolutes. Life has taught me to be careful with them. People are too complex. Communities are too complex. The world is too complex. Learning requires humility. It requires the willingness to hear another perspective, to consider another experience, and sometimes to discover that our own understanding has grown because we were willing to listen. That is the spirit in which these songs were written. That is the spirit in which this book was written. It has been an honor to write it, more than anything. I hope these pages become useful. I hope they encourage conversations that matter. I hope they remind someone they are not alone. I strive to inspire someone to celebrate what is good, while working to improve what is not. And maybe 100 years from now, someone will stumble across this book while trying to understand what it felt like to live during these times. They won't find every answer, they won't find the final word, they'll simply find one woman's perspective, and maybe that will be enough.
I know I'm not the only one. Something been changing quietly, not around me, inside me. Can you feel it? Yeah. Everybody watching headlines, counting everything that's gone wrong, looking at the world around us, wondering how we're gonna hold on. But while I was watching all the breaking, something else was taking shape. Didn't happen all at once, just little moves day after day. Didn't even recognize it till one morning I looked inside and realized I wasn't standing where I used to stand. What is the good trying to emerge? What has this season been quietly giving birth to? Maybe the shift was never out there, maybe it's been happening in here. Who else feels it? Tell me I'm not alone. Like your purpose getting louder, calling you back home. Whoa. Who else feels it? Something settling deep, not comfort, not certainty, just resolve underneath. Oh, who else feels it? Like your vision getting clear. If you hear what I hear, lean in. Your next move is here. Nobody sent a memo, nobody called a meeting, yet somehow conversations changed. Started reaching for deeper meaning. Things that used to hold my attention don't hold me anymore. I just feel a strategic shift. Lean in, feel it, embrace it. History is now like before. Every generation steps into their place. It's our time. Look, what do you feel? It's subtle, don't miss it. What do you see? Something has already begun before the movement. There's positioning before the harvest. The ground shifts. Stop asking, why is this happening to me? Started asking, what is this teaching me? What is the good? Try to emerge. Who else feels it? Tell me you know it's real. Like your heart been getting stronger without losing how you feel. Who else feels it? Something rising slow, not above anybody, just deeper than I've ever known. Lean in, don't ignore it. There's another level waiting to be explored. My grandmother handed me books, didn't know. She was handing me vision, life handed me pain, didn't know. It was handing me resolve, now I understand. We don't just receive tools, sometimes we become one. I am made of something good, and life has been teaching me how to use it. Who else feels it? I know I'm not alone. Something been aligning us before the next move comes. Who else feels it? Don't be afraid to grow if you feel it. Lean in, lean in. If you hear it, trust it, trust it. If your purpose getting louder, louder, no fear, run toward your purpose. Lean in, this is the shift. It's our move now, don't make it easy, make it matter. Use your mind, your heart, your discipline, your resolve. Cause while you were looking for the next tool, you became one. And somewhere, someone you haven't even met yet will feel the shift that you left in the road. The shift in you, in them now. Tomorrow, do you feel the shift we are climbing?
Lean in, can you hear the shift? I never set out to write this book. Honestly, it wasn't even on my radar. All I wanted to do was write a few paragraphs about each song, where it came from, what I was thinking, and what inspired me to write it. That was the plan. Somewhere along the way, the songs had other ideas. I've always considered myself a fiction writer. That's my comfort zone. I love creating unforgettable characters, building worlds, throwing people into impossible situations, and watching them find their way through. I've always been fascinated by people. I watch them, I listen to them, I wonder why they do what they do. Then sooner or later, pieces of those observations find their way into my stories. I never imagined these songs would bring me back to writing about something much more personal. I wrote the songs because I wanted to say something about us, our struggles, our victories, our questions, our resilience, and the things we carry from one generation to the next. I've always admired artists, writers, musicians, and thinkers who understood that creativity isn't just entertainment. Sometimes it tells the truth. Sometimes it preserves history. Sometimes it challenges the way we think. Sometimes it reminds people to keep going. That's always been the kind of work I wanted to create. What I didn't expect was for the songs to start talking back to me. Somewhere along the way, I realized I wasn't just writing about the world around me. I was writing about myself too. The questions I kept asking everyone else slowly found their way back home. I wasn't standing outside the conversation looking in. I was part of it all along. Maybe that's why the title Lean In means so much to me. Growth doesn't happen somewhere off by yourself. It happens while you're living your life. It happens through history, family, community, mistakes, victories, conversations, and those quiet moments when something finally clicks and you realize life has been trying to teach you something all along. The process couldn't have been simpler. I'd play one of my songs, sit quietly, and ask myself one question: what does this song teach me now? That was it. There was no outline, no book proposal, and no grand plan. Just a song, a notebook, and a question. Then something unexpected happened. The songs became keys. One by one, they began unlocking memories, lessons, relationships, mistakes, victories, and questions I thought I had already answered. Before long, I realized I wasn't simply listening to music anymore. I was opening doors. What I found on the other side wasn't always comfortable. Some doors opened to joy, others opened to pride, gratitude, and peace. A few opened to disappointment, blind spots, and truths I wasn't quite ready to face. That's life. If we're paying attention, it has a way of introducing us to ourselves over and over again. As I listened, I also couldn't ignore the world around me. I saw echoes of history in today's headlines. I saw familiar struggles wearing different clothes. I found myself thinking about Emmett Till, Black Wall Street, and all the moments in history that continue to shape the conversations we're still having today. I don't pretend to have every answer. I'm simply adding my voice to a conversation that matters. These pages aren't meant to end the discussion. My hope is that they encourage us to keep having it. Lean In, the shift is happening, the song Lean In, and this book moved me in ways I never saw coming. There's something about this song that feels like sitting across from a friend in a coffee shop. Nobody's trying to impress anybody. Nobody's trying to sound smarter than they are. It's just an honest conversation. Every time I hear the words lean in, I hear purpose. Not loud, flashy purpose, just the quiet kind that keeps showing up until you finally pay attention. The lyrics feel honest, the vocals feel honest. Nothing about it feels forced. That's what Lean In became for me. It didn't demand my attention, it earned it. Before I knew it, I was listening differently. Not just to the song, but to myself. The message is so quiet that I honestly think I could have missed it if I had been busy looking for something louder. I found myself doing exactly what the title says. I leaned in. You know how somebody starts telling you a story, and without even thinking about it, you move a little closer because you don't want to miss a word. That's what happened to me. The music wasn't pulling me in, something inside me was. The more I listened, the more I realized this song wasn't just something I had written. It had something to say to me. It made me stop looking at everybody else for a minute and look at myself. It reminded me that I'm still growing. I still have things to learn, places to go, and work left to do. Most of my songs started because I went looking for an idea. I chased them, I wrestled with them, I built them piece by piece. Lean In wasn't like that. I wasn't looking for this song at all. Somehow the one I wasn't searching for became the one I needed the most. Maybe that's why it caught me off guard. It didn't show up making a lot of noise. It quietly held up a mirror, and what I saw changed me. Then one day I was listening to Lean In, The Shift Is Happening, and something hit me. Life has always felt like school to me. I don't know if everybody sees it that way, but I do. Every season teaches us something. Every mistake teaches us something. Every victory teaches us something. Some lessons come easy. Some you have to repeat because you weren't ready the first time. But I've never felt like I was just living life. I've always felt like I was being prepared for something. That's why the video means so much to me. The runner isn't just racing, she's learning. Every hurdle stands for something that shapes who she becomes. Alignment, brilliance, strength, challenges, footprints. But the first hurdle doesn't have a name because nobody starts in the same place. One person's first hurdle is poverty, someone else's is grief. For somebody else it's rejection, fear, or believing they're not enough. We all have a first hurdle, we just don't all have the same one. As I listened again, I realized something about my own life. I haven't been wandering around all these years wondering what comes next. I've been in class. Every setback, every success, every disappointment, every victory, every lesson, they weren't random. They were preparing me for this moment. A moment filled with uncertainty, division, and chaos. Then I realized something else. My preparation was never about becoming physically stronger. My greatest strength isn't my fists, it's my mind. It's the way I think, the way I write, and the way I connect ideas. If this song has taught me anything, it's this. Sometimes we think life has put us on hold, when the truth is we've been learning all along. We've been in class the whole time. Exhausted, but not nearly finished. When exhausted ended, the first thought that came to mind was simple: the reset. I remember exactly where this song came from. It wasn't born while I was writing lyrics or working on the music. It started at work. I can still picture myself sitting at my desk, trying to get through 1 minute and then the next. I wasn't struggling to do my job. I've always known how to do my job. What I was struggling with was carrying everything that came with it. I was exhausted, but not the kind of exhausted that comes from physical labor. This was different. I was mentally and emotionally drained from the constant grind of dealing with people who had agendas that were in total conflict with my values. Moral and just about everything I have been raised to believe. It wasn't one event that got me there. It was the constant weight of caring, solving problems, paying attention, making decisions, and trying to help people without ever really setting any of it down. By the time I wrote Exhausted, I had already been writing songs for a while. I was making videos encouraging people to vote, support Black-owned businesses, and become more involved in their communities. I was writing about government decisions that I believed were hurting Black and Hispanic communities. And I spent a lot of time thinking about children and the kind of world they would inherit. Whether I was writing novels, songs, or speaking publicly, I kept coming back to the same idea. I wanted to encourage people not to give up. I wasn't trying to be the loudest voice in the room. I simply wanted to add mine to a chorus that has been singing for generations. For many years, I loved my job because I worked alongside people who genuinely cared about improving the lives of individuals living with mental illness and substance use disorders. One of those people was a psychiatrist named Dr. Feiner. I still picture him looking a little like Albert Einstein, but what has stayed with me all these years isn't what he looked like. It's the way he looked at people. One day he asked me, "How hard would you work to get something you really wanted?" I answered, "Very hard." Then he looked at me and said, "Be careful about thinking you're so different from someone who wants drugs." I immediately replied, "I wouldn't lie or steal to get what I want." Without hesitation, he answered, "That depends on how badly you believe you need it." I've never forgotten that conversation because it changed the way I looked at people. Dr. Feiner taught me that you can be direct without being cruel, set boundaries without humiliating someone, and hold people accountable without stripping away their dignity. He never rushed to label people as manipulative. Instead, he wanted to understand what pain, fear, or desperation had brought them to that point. Kindness wasn't something he turned on when it was convenient. It was simply who he was, and that lesson has stayed with me ever since. To this day, I keep reminders in my office that kindness matters. Whenever I interview someone for my department, I tell them the same thing. If you want to work here, kindness and compassion aren't optional. You can teach policies, you can teach procedures, you can even teach technical skills. Caring about people is different. That's something I expect before someone ever walks through the door. For nearly 3 decades of my career, I honestly believed I worked in an environment where those values mattered as much as I believed they did. Today, I'm not as certain. Maybe the workplace changed, maybe I changed, or maybe I'm finally noticing things that were always there. What I do know is that I hear words like revenue, productivity, and efficiency far more often than I hear kindness and compassion. And sometimes it feels like humanity is competing for space in conversations that are supposed to be about helping people. That realization has exhausted me more than any workload ever could. I'll never believe kindness has become outdated, and I'll never accept the idea that compassion is inefficient. I refuse to believe that treating people like human beings should ever become secondary to numbers on a spreadsheet. Now, don't get me wrong. I understand the importance of managing public funding wisely, and waste is never a good thing. Providing services requires funding. I have come to realize that the root of my discontent is when there is no balance. When the honor of providing much-needed quality services take a backseat to the almighty dollar. At the same time, life outside of work wasn't slowing down. I was writing songs while watching children die, communities grieve, and history repeat itself in ways I never imagined I would witness. I stayed informed because I believed it mattered, but staying informed also meant my guard was always up. I was constantly watching, thinking, connecting dots, preparing for difficult conversations, and wondering what would happen next. After a while, I realized I wasn't just physically tired. I was mentally, emotionally, and spiritually exhausted. Eventually, I stopped fighting the word exhausted and simply accepted it. The truth is, if you care deeply, refuse to become numb, and insist on seeing people even when it's painful, exhaustion isn't unusual. It's part of caring. The mistake is believing that because you're exhausted, you're finished. I don't believe that for 1 second. When I reach that point, I never tell myself I'm done. I tell myself it's time for a reset, because stepping back isn't the same thing as walking away. Stepping back means I'll be back. It means I'm giving myself enough space to recover so I can continue doing the work that matters. For me, the reset is writing. Writing reminds me why I started in the first place. It gives my anger somewhere to go besides my heart, and it gives my grief somewhere to exist besides my body. It helps me step away from the noise long enough to hear my own thoughts again. Your reset may look completely different. It might be gardening, fishing, praying, reading, painting, listening to music, laughing with your family, or sitting quietly with your own thoughts. What matters isn't what restores you. What matters is finding it before exhaustion convinces you that quitting is your only option. If you're planning to stay in this fight for the long haul, then restoration has to become part of the journey. Give yourself permission to sit down when you need to, catch your breath, remember who you are, and reconnect with the things that bring you joy. Eventually, you'll hear it again. You'll hear the work calling you back, the peoples you love reminding you why they matter, and your purpose quietly asking you to continue. That's what exhausted taught me. Exhaustion isn't the end of the journey. Sometimes it's simply life reminding us that even the people committed to the fight have to take care of themselves in order to doing the work of fighting forward.
Okay, women, are you with me? This is for our men. Let's get this right. We see you. We see you. Who's been locked in? The ones who never asked for recognition. Never needed a spotlight, just kept showing up. I've been watching for a long time, and today I just wanted you to know we see you. I've been watching brothers who's just locked in, up before the sun, already thinking about how they're gonna make a way, carrying responsibilities most folks will never know about, trying to stretch one paycheck into groceries, school clothes, ball uniforms, dance shoes, and somehow still finding enough to smile at the people waiting at home. They don't spend their lives making excuses. They spend their lives making a way, coming home tired, still asking everybody good, brother. Oh, how I respect that kind of man. I've been watching. We see you locked in, not chasing attention, not chasing applause, just locked in on your family, on your purpose, on tomorrow. And we've noticed, I've watched fathers go back to school, books open long after the babies were asleep, studying at kitchen tables, not trying to impress anybody, just wanting their children to believe anything is possible. I've watched brothers walk away from old lives, lay old habits down, swallow pride, ask for help, start over, because one little voice started calling them Daddy. Now that's strength, that's growth, that's love, that's a man. Locked in, I've been watching. I see your determination, I see your discipline, I see your quiet sacrifices. You don't have to tell your story, your life has been telling it all along. I've seen fathers raise children alone. I've seen stepfathers love children like they share the same blood. I've seen grandfathers become young again because little hands needed theirs. I've seen coaches stay after practice, mentors open doors, uncles stand in the gap. Love has never been measured by biology alone. Sometimes love looks like the man who simply refused to walk away. People see headlines, I've seen lies. I've seen fathers kiss scraped knees. I've seen fathers braid little girls' hair. I've seen fathers pray when nobody was looking. I've seen fathers work through pain so their children wouldn't have to carry it. I've seen men become better men simply because somebody was depending on them. That's what I've seen. I've been watching, and I hope you hear this today. Not because you asked for it, but because you've earned it. We see the early mornings, we see the long nights, we see the promises you kept, we see the dreams you put on hold, we see the example you became, we see the love you built one day, one decision, one sacrifice at a time. Brother, oh how I respect that kind of man. Oh how I respect that. To every father, every stepfather, every grandfather, every uncle, every coach, every mentor, every man who chose responsibility when walking away would have been easier. Thank you. Your love was never invisible. We've been watching, we see you, we appreciate you, we honor you. You've been locked in, locked in, locked in. We see you. I've been watching you. I've been watching you, watching you, watching you, carrying responsibilities, and oh God, I respect that kind of man. We see you, we see you, we see you, we see you.
Writing Locked In wasn't my idea, it was my husband's. He wanted a Father's Day song because he has always believed fathers don't get enough credit. He talks about that a lot, so when I sat down to listen to Locked In, I thought I was simply revisiting a song I had written for Father's Day. I had no idea it was about to take me somewhere completely different. As I listened, I found myself surprised by my own lyrics. That happens to me sometimes. I'll write a song, put it away, and when I come back to it later, it's almost like I'm hearing it for the first time. Somewhere in the writing process, things come out that I didn't even realize I was carrying. The song ends up telling me something I hadn't fully admitted to myself. Locked In did exactly that. The first person I thought about was my dad. He came from a different generation, and the men of his generation often loved differently than fathers do today. They weren't always the kind of men who hugged you every 5 minutes or sat you down for long conversations. A lot of them believed love looked like hustling to pay the bills, making sure their family survived. My father wasn't an educated man, but he was an intelligent man. I heard stories of how he started out picking cotton because that's the life he had been born into, but he believed there had to be something better. He left those fields and made choices that I know he would never have wanted me to make. Looking back now, I also understand those choices didn't happen in a vacuum. They were shaped by the world he was trying to survive. His love wasn't always easy for me to recognize then, but it's easy for me to recognize now. As I listened to the song, I kept hearing one line in my head: "We see you." If I could have one more conversation with my father, that's probably what I'd tell him. I'd tell him that I saw him trying. I'd tell him that I understand now, and I'd tell him that I never doubted he loved us. He loved us the best way he knew how. Then my thoughts moved to my husband, Brian. In a lot of ways, he reminds me of my father. They're both providers. They both believe taking care of the people they love isn't something that deserves applause. It's simply what a man is supposed to do. But Brian also belongs to a different generation. He'll tell you he loves you, he'll hug you, he'll explain why something matters. He still loves through sacrifice, but he doesn't hide the heart behind the sacrifice. I love that about him. Then I started thinking about the fathers I see today, and honestly, I think they're moving the ball even farther down the field. I see fathers leaving work early to make parent conferences, football games, dance recitals, and school programs. I see fathers who know the teachers by name. I see fathers fighting for custody, and sometimes they win. I see single fathers doing things that people once acted like only mothers could do. I know there are stories about fathers who walk away, and those stories deserve attention. But there are also a whole lot of fathers quietly showing up every single day, and I don't think we talk about them nearly enough. When I look across these generations, my father's generation, Brian's generation, and the young fathers raising children today, I don't see decline. I see growth. I see men becoming more comfortable expressing love without giving up their strength. I see fathers who are still providing while also becoming more emotionally present. That doesn't take away from the sacrifices of the generations before them. In fact, I see the new fathers of this generation building on the gains of the fathers before them. The song also made me realize something else. As children, we usually see our father only as our father. We don't think much about the child he used to be or what happened to him before we ever came along. We don't know what shaped him, what hurt him, what scared him, or what dreams he had to leave behind. We meet him in the middle of his story and expect him to already know how to be our dad. As I've gotten older, I've learned to wonder about the chapters that came before me. One question stayed with me long after the song ended, and I still don't have an answer. What separates the father who walks away from the father who stays? I honestly don't know. Two men can grow up with similar hardships and make completely different decisions. One leaves, one stays, one disconnects. One locks in. I don't know what creates that difference, but I think it's worth trying to understand, because when a father chooses to stay, to keep showing up, loving, providing, and trying, even imperfectly, that choice changes lives. The more I thought about it, the more I realized this song isn't only about fathers. It's about the men who decide a child is worth investing in. I thought about grandfathers whose quiet wisdom holds families together, uncles who become second fathers, older brothers who step into responsibilities they never expected, coaches who see potential before a child sees it in themselves, teachers who refuse to give up, pastors, neighbors, mentors, and family friends who simply keep showing up. I think about my brother, Joseph, the uncle who took out time from his busy schedule to take my kids to the movies every week, and who bought coats for Christmas or school supplies just before the first day of school. Or my brother, the kids call Uncle V, who mirrored my dad in all the ways that count. None of these men have to do what they do, but they do. Children don't usually remember every conversation they had growing up. They remember who showed up. They remember who came to the game, who asked how school was going, who expected something from them, who believed in them, and who stayed. That's what locked in means to me. It's bigger than biology. It's about commitment. It's about deciding that someone matters enough to keep showing up. I also think we need to get better at recognizing those men. We spend a lot of time talking about the fathers who leave, and we should. But maybe we should spend just as much time talking about the fathers who stay. The men who quietly carry responsibility year after year without asking for recognition. That's who Locked In celebrates. It's a song for the good men who keep showing up, keep sacrificing, keep growing, and keep loving. Sometimes the most meaningful thing we can say to someone is simply, "We see you. Still your mother, still my girl." Like a lot of daughters, I didn't really understand what I had growing up. I loved my mother, but I also took her for granted. It took me years to realize she wasn't just gifted. She was the gift. I've written 9 songs inspired by her, Little girl with big notes, she loves the sound, the gift, still your mother. Still my girl before this evening ends, still my boys, 1943, Aunt Mary. Which honors the woman who raised my mother, and porch light still on. They may sound like separate songs, but to me they are all chapters of the same story. They are my way of saying thank you to a woman who spent most of her life making sure her children had what they needed before she ever thought about herself. I already know that one day, when she's no longer here, those songs will become some of my most treasured possessions because they'll let me hear her all over again. My mother is 83 and I'm almost 63. Think about that for a minute. After all these years, I'm still her girl. I still get to call her. I still get to hear her laugh. I still get to play my music for her and wait to see if she smiles when the horns come in at just the right place. She still critiques my songs, and believe me, she will let me know what she thinks. Somewhere along the way, I realized those moments aren't ordinary. They're a gift, and I don't take them for granted anymore. What's funny is that my mother and I are about as different as two people can be. She's quiet, I'm loud, she's an introvert, I'm an extrovert. She wears her emotions on her sleeves, and I wouldn't waste 5 minutes focusing on feelings. I like facts, she's non-confrontational, and I'm the exact opposite. We really are night and day, but somehow we've always fit together. Over the years, I've learned that love doesn't require people to be alike. One thing still makes me smile. I honestly don't think my mother sees herself the way I see her. Every time I write another song about her, she almost seems surprised, like she's wondering who I'm talking about. I think that's because she came from a generation that wasn't raised to look for applause. She was taught to work hard, take care of her family, honor her responsibilities, and keep moving. Recognition wasn't the goal. Doing what needed to be done was. I think that's true for a lot of people from her generation. There was a seriousness about them because there had to be. Many of them were born in the 1940s and lived through Jim Crow, segregation, the civil rights movement, limited opportunities, and long days of hard work. They weren't dreaming about becoming famous. They were trying to build a better life for their children than the one they had inherited. I can still hear my mother saying, "Every one of mine is going to get their high school diploma." She didn't say it like she was making a wish. She said it like she was announcing a plan. Education mattered in our house. Character mattered. Responsibility mattered. Like so many Black mothers of her generation, she worked herself tired trying to give her children opportunities she never had. When I was growing up, I didn't see many examples of Black women being celebrated for simply being extraordinary mothers. In my own world, there was my mother and there was Miss Brenda Summers, one of the few professional Black women I knew. The women around me worked hard, came home tired, cooked dinner, made sure we had clothes for school, and somehow kept everything moving. Looking back now, I realize they had dreams of their own. They had talents, gifts, ambitions, and places they wanted to go. Life just demanded so much from them that those dreams often had to wait. My mother wasn't a famous singer, but she was a remarkable one. I grew up in a house with a woman who loved jazz with her whole heart, and I had no idea how special that was until I became an adult. Even today, she'll hear something in a song that the rest of us completely miss. She still loves the sound. I smile every time she starts talking, comparing Dakota Staton to Billie Holiday, because I already know where the conversation is headed. The older I get, the more I realize my mother wasn't the only gift I was given. The neighborhood was a gift too. I grew up when the village wasn't just something people talked about, it actually existed. When the streetlights came on, you knew it was time to get home. If Miss Brenda caught you doing something you had no business doing, she didn't wait for your mother to handle it. She handled it herself. Grandma Dorothy expected you to behave just as much as your own family did because, in many ways, all the children belonged to them. Back then, I thought those women were strict. Today, I think they were beautiful. They loved us enough to correct us. They expected something from us, and because they did, we expected something from ourselves. When life gets hard now, I know exactly where my backbone came from. It came from watching women who got up every day, handled whatever life handed them, and kept going anyway. They didn't just tell us how to live, they showed us. That's why I keep writing these songs. My mother never asked me to write them, she earned them. Every song is another way of shining a light on someone who spent most of her life making sure everybody else could shine. One of the greatest gifts our generation has is the ability to honor our parents while they're still here. We have books, music, podcasts, videos, and cameras. We can tell their stories while they can still hear us tell them. So many people from my mother's generation never had that opportunity. Their greatness stayed inside living rooms, churches, neighborhoods, and family gatherings. It wasn't because they weren't extraordinary. It was because life demanded something different from them. Every chance I get, I want people to know my mother existed. I want them to know she sang beautifully, loved deeply, worked hard, and quietly shaped the lives around her. I want people to see the kind of woman she is because women like her deserve to be remembered. They deserve to be celebrated for more than what they sacrificed. They deserve to be recognized for the beauty, strength, wisdom, talent, and grace they carried every single day. When I think about my mother, the first word that comes to mind is grace. Grace wrapped in discipline, grace wrapped in music, grace wrapped in quiet strength, grace wrapped in love. If I could, I'd write her a song every day for the rest of my life. Not because 9 songs aren't enough, they aren't, but because no amount of music could ever fully thank the woman who helped make me who I am. My mother didn't just sing beautiful songs, she became one of the most beautiful melodies of my life. Every time I write about her, I'm simply inviting the world to hear what I've been listening to all along. It's a proven fact, we know love. When I finished writing We Know Love, the first thought that came to mind was this: never define love. Better yet, don't even try to describe it. The more I thought about that, the more it made sense to me. We didn't create love. It was here before we got here, and it'll be here long after we're gone. Love simply exists. It belongs to humanity. There's no reason for me to prove that Black people know how to love. I don't share my understanding of love to convince anybody of anything. This society has spent far too much time trying to treat us as though we're something other than fully human. Shame on them. The truth is, we're human, and love comes with that. Love doesn't have one face, one culture, one language, or one way of showing itself. It's different from family to family and from culture to culture, and that's exactly how it should be. Sometimes love is loud, sometimes it's quiet. Sometimes it asks you to sacrifice, and sometimes it fills a room with joy. None of those expressions are more authentic than another, they're simply different. If people could look at one another without bias, prejudice, or bigotry, I think they'd see what has always been there. Love isn't extraordinary because certain people are allowed to claim it. It's extraordinary because it belongs to all of us. People may try to define it, package it, or assign it to one group, but they don't have that power. Love has always been bigger than that. That's what this song is all about. I don't need to defend Black people's capacity to love. I don't need to explain it, prove it, or justify it. Love doesn't need permission to exist. It simply does, and so do we. Backbone of steel, and no, you can't break me. The first thing I think about when I hear Backbone of Steel is this: I've rarely seen a fight won in the first round. Every time I hear that song, I go right back to the 7th grade. I was less than 5 feet tall and tiny for my age. I had long hair, and for some reason that seemed to matter to everybody except me. In the neighborhood where I grew up, people made a big deal out of long hair, especially if your hair wasn't as coarse as someone else's. Looking back, I think the whole thing was ridiculous. Personally, I was so tender-headed I hated every strand on my head. Some girls assumed that if you had long hair, you thought you were better than they were. One day, a 9th grade girl who was much bigger than me decided I was going to be her next target. She didn't like girls who were light-skinned or girls with long hair. Ironically, I only fit one of those descriptions because I wasn't light-skinned or dark-skinned. None of that mattered to her. She announced she was going to beat me up after school, and to say I was scared would be an understatement. When school let out, I ran. Before I knew it, a crowd was running behind me because everybody wanted to see the fight. Then I heard my grandmother's voice in my head saying, "We don't run, stop and turn your ass around." In the neighborhood where I grew up, running from a fight usually created a bigger problem when you got home, so I stopped. I turned around and hoped my grandmother knew what she was talking about. She'd say, "Beat the biggest ass and the rest will fall." Back then, fights were different. You showed up with your hands, not guns or knives. Standing there, I figured I had 2 choices. I could keep running, which I already knew was a terrible idea, or I could face the biggest bully in school. I took a deep breath, turned around, and threw the first punch before she could hit me. Then she proceeded to beat my ass like I was a rag doll. I lost that fight, and I lost it badly. But something happened that day that mattered a whole lot more than winning. I wasn't afraid anymore. Somewhere between throwing that first punch and walking away bruised, the fear disappeared, so I made an announcement of my own. I told her, every time you see me, we're going to fight. My mother wanted my older cousins to handle it, and I understood why, but I knew this wasn't their fight. It was mine. The very next day, after my mother met with the principal, I walked into that girl's classroom and slapped her as hard as I could. She beat me up again. The following day, after everybody told me to let it go, I kicked her into her locker. Was I wrong? Absolutely, but something else was happening. She was starting to see me differently. She realized something I had just figured out about myself. She could beat me up, but she couldn't break me. Eventually, we stopped fighting. As a matter of fact, she started respecting me and announcing that if someone wanted to fight me, they would have to fight her too. Looking back now, I realize my persistence had very little to do with wanting to win a fight. It had everything to do with refusing to surrender my dignity. That's what Backbone of Steel means to me. Most victories aren't won in the first round. Sometimes the victory comes the moment fear loses its hold on you. Sometimes it comes because you simply refuse to stay down. I think that's true about people, communities, and justice. Life is going to knock us down more than once, but the real question has never been whether we'll fall. The real question is whether we'll get back up and keep moving. As I got older, I realized the fights changed. When I was a little girl, fights left bruises, cuts, and bloody noses that everybody could see. As an adult, the deepest wounds became invisible. People challenge your confidence, your character, your integrity, your worth, and your purpose. Those battles leave scars too, even if nobody else can see them. That's why knowing who you are is so important. In fact, I'd go even further than that. I think it's essential. You can't stand up to injustice if you don't know what you're standing on. If you don't know who you are, it's much easier for someone else to tell you who you are. That realization also changed the way I think about history. When I say we need to teach history, I'm not talking only about 400 years ago. I'm talking about 20 years ago, 40 years ago, and 50 years ago too. Once those moments pass, they become history. My father and grandmother is history. Their lives are part of that story, not because they were famous, but because they lived during a time when knowing who you were wasn't just a matter of pride. Sometimes it was a matter of survival. They handed that understanding to me, and now I understand why. Life may knock you down, it may bend you. There will be moments when you feel bruised, exhausted, or even partially broken. But no one can completely break you unless you give away the knowledge of who you are. We heal, grow, and mend. Sometimes we come back even stronger than before because of what we've been through. That's why I wrote Backbone of Steel. Strength isn't something you're born with. It's something that's forged every time life tries to convince you that you're not strong enough to stand, and you decide to stand anyway. It's definitely time for a coffee break. The more these songs are explored, the clearer it becomes why they were written the way they were. My goal has never been to convince anyone to think exactly the way I do, because I don't believe that's the point. I hope people relate to what they read, but in their own way. They don't have to see exactly what I see. What matters is finding the parts that resonate with them. That's the journey I hope we take together. Whether it's through a song, a story, or a conversation, I think the best discoveries happen when we all bring our own experiences to the table. Learning has always meant more to me when it's shared. The conversations that stay with us are usually the ones where people ask questions, challenge assumptions, offer different perspectives, and leave seeing something they didn't see before. That's the kind of writing I want to create. I don't want to tell people what to think or hand them conclusions. I'd rather put an idea on the table and let it breathe. Let people question it, challenge it, nurture it, wrestle with it, and measure it against their own experiences. Ideas have always reminded me of seeds. You can't make a seed grow just because you want it to. All you can do is create the right conditions and trust the process. That's what I hope these songs, stories, and reflections become. If by the time our conversation is over, we've both discovered something we didn't know before, then they've done exactly what I hoped they would. Sometimes we just need some fresh air. I wrote this song for my daughter, Jessica. There were times when raising my children felt like I was trying to teach in a pocket of thick clouds. I loved my children with everything in me, but there were moments when I couldn't see what was right in front of me. That's why I wrote this song for my daughter Tur. You know how it is. Before our children are even old enough to tell us who they are, we've already started imagining it. We picture the kind of person they're going to become, what they'll enjoy, how they're going to think, and what they'll value. We don't mean any harm by it. We love them, and because we love them, we start dreaming for them. Then Jessica came along. That child taught me something I'll carry with me for the rest of my life. She taught me another meaning of the phrase, so what? She never had to say those words because she lived them. I'm different, so what? I don't like what you like, so what? I think differently, so what? My gifts are different, so what? My dreams don't look like the dreams you had for me, so what? I had to learn that every child comes into this world with their own identity. They were never meant to spend their life trying to fit into the picture we painted for them. Jessica taught me that nobody owns that, not parents, not schools, not society, not culture, not even the people who love them the most. Our job isn't to make our children become us. Our job is to figure out who they already are, protect that, and celebrate it. For me, fresh air became a way to finally say that out loud without changing who I am. Jessica became fresh air for me. She taught me that love isn't asking somebody to become the person I imagined. Love is having enough courage to celebrate the person they already are. I really believe one of the greatest gifts we can give another human being is the freedom to become fully themselves. There was another lesson Jessica taught me, but it took me years to get there. My mother used to stay on me because I'd get impatient when people didn't catch on as quickly as I did. Well, I carried some of that into motherhood. I wanted Jessica to think the way I thought, understand things the way I understood them, and get where I had already gotten. When I think about that now, I just smile because one of the things I love most about her is the very thing I was trying to change. There isn't just one kind of intelligence. There are so many different ways to be brilliant. If I'm going to call myself smart, then I also have to learn to appreciate intelligence that doesn't look like mine. Otherwise, maybe I'm not as smart as I thought I was. Jessica didn't become more like me. I became better because of her. Looking back now, I can see I was slowly crushing her spirit, and that's hard for me to admit. I don't say that because I'm beating myself up. I say it because I have a feeling I'm not the only parent who's ever done it. We love our children so much that sometimes we're so busy trying to shape them that we forget to stop and really see them. I've never needed to pretend I was a perfect mother. I wasn't. I was a mother who loved her children enough to learn from them. I'm not trying to protect my image. I'm trying to tell the truth because the truth might help somebody else. Jessica taught me that intelligence doesn't come in one form, neither does purpose, neither does success. The biggest change wasn't in Jessica, it was in me. I stopped asking myself, why isn't she more like me? And started asking, who is she? That one question changed everything. It changed the way I see my daughter, the way I see other people, and honestly, the way I see myself. What I couldn't see back then was that I had confused being her mother with owning her. I didn't own her. I never did. She was entrusted to me. For years, I dreamed about putting an honor roll bumper sticker on my car. It almost makes me laugh now because it seemed so important then. I remember how hard it was for me to celebrate a C, not because Jessica wasn't trying, but because I was still measuring her with my ruler instead of hers. Then one day it finally hit me. She wasn't analytical the way I was. She was creative. She saw the world differently. She solved problems differently. She experienced life differently. The problem was never that she lacked intelligence. The problem was that I only knew how to recognize one kind of intelligence, so I had to learn to step back. When I finally did, Jessica stepped forward. She showed me a kind of brilliance I had never fully appreciated, not because it wasn't there, but because I didn't know how to see it. I never got that on a roll bumper sticker, and you know what? I'm perfectly fine with that. I'd rather celebrate a daughter who had the courage to become herself than a report card that made me feel good about myself. She didn't become the daughter I imagined. She became the daughter I needed. She taught me that brilliance has a whole lot of different faces, and sometimes the greatest lesson a parent will ever learn comes from the child they were underestimating. I wrote Fresh Air because one day she may need to hear what I couldn't quite put into words while she was growing up. We're still as different as night and day, and I wouldn't change that for anything. I also wrote this for every parent who's ever asked, what more can I do to help my child succeed? That's a good question, but every now and then I wonder if there's another question hiding underneath it. What would my child's success say about me? Jessica will always be one of my greatest teachers. I thought I wrote Fresh Air for her, but somewhere along the way I realized I wrote it for both of us. My baby girl's a small package wrapped in a gigantic heart. You know, when I think about this song, it hits me that I totally messed up in two different ways with my daughters, each one a lesson in its own right. And honestly, these songs aren't about patting myself on the back for being a good mom. If anything, they remind me of my slip-ups and the growth that came with them. Here's the thing, when people see you as a good person, they jump in to defend you, but I don't need that. My love for my daughters is undeniable. They know it, I know it. What really matters is whether I'm open to learning how to love them even better. These days, I'm not focused on proving I did it right. Instead, I'm all about figuring out how to be a better mom. Jessica taught me my first big lesson. She was super dependent on me when she was little, and at some point, I started measuring her intelligence with my own standards. I genuinely thought I was being helpful, but I was really just judging her through my own lens. If she didn't think or learn the way I did, I freaked out, thinking something was off. But here's the kicker: there was nothing wrong with Jessica. She schooled me on the fact that every kid comes into this world with their own perspective, and just because it's not mine doesn't make it wrong. Then there's Mel. From day one, I was all about instilling independence in her. I can still picture her trying to reach her bottle as a baby. My instinct was to just hand it to her, but I forced myself to wait and let her figure it out. Once she did, she never looked back, never waiting for someone else to hand her what she could get on her own. That's my Mel, small but mighty and fiercely independent. Fast forward a few years, and when she had her first child at 19, I thought my job was to step in and support her. It felt like the right thing to do, but looking back, it's clear I wasn't really helping her step into the mom she needed to be. I was trying hard to be the grandma I remembered instead of the one she actually needed. I was all in, taking Sydney to school, picking up Cohen, joining the PTA, becoming a familiar face to the teachers. I bought them clothes, organized activities, and if issues came up, I'd handle them before Mel could even take a shot at it. Eventually, my grandkids started asking me for permission instead of turning to their mom, and I was blind to it. I convinced myself I was being helpful, but looking back, I see I was just taking up space that wasn't mine to occupy. One day, Mel hit me with something that really made me pause. She said, "You take up so much space that I can't breathe." Oof, that stung a bit, but I knew it wasn't about questioning my love for her. It was more like she was asking me to step back and let her be the mom she wanted to be. She needed that freedom to make her own choices, tackle her own challenges, and connect with her kids without me hovering over everything. Then she dropped another truth bomb. Your relationship with your grandmother is your memory. You can't rewrite the story. And honestly, she was spot on. I wasn't trying to be the grandmother my grandkids needed. I was stuck trying to recreate the grandma I remembered. Totally different vibes there. Mel gave me one of the best gifts a daughter can offer. She looked me in the eye and said, "Just watch me." She wasn't asking for help with every single little thing. No, she wanted me to trust her to figure it out and become the amazing mother I knew she could be, even if she had to find her own way there. That chat really shifted my perspective. It didn't happen all at once, but gradually when my grandkids would say, "Granny, take me to school," I'd smile and say, "Nah, your mama's got this." If they asked me for permission, I'd just say, "Go check with your mama." It may seem small, but it was huge. I was giving Mel back her space, and as I stepped back, I saw her step up with confidence. Now I get to kick back and enjoy being Granny, and honestly, it's a blast. I don't have those parenting responsibilities weighing on me anymore. I can spoil my grandkids a bit, cheer them on, and then send them back to their mom. It's such a freeing feeling to know exactly what my role is, and to enjoy it without trying to hold onto something that's not mine anymore. And Mel, she's an awesome mom. I don't stress about the future with Brian and me getting older because I know the kind of woman she is. If we ever need help down the line, I'm sure she'll make sure we're well taken care of. Good food, doctor's visits, you name it. People are naturally drawn to her when they need some wisdom or a pick-me-up because that's just her. She truly believes in family and tradition and genuinely cares about others. My little girl may be small, but her heart is massive. When I think of both my daughters, I realize each of them taught me something vital. Jessica taught me not to expect someone to become a mini-me. Mel showed me how to trust someone to grow into their own person. The older I get, the more I see these aren't just lessons for parenting. They're life lessons for relationships of all kinds. Sometimes we try to mold others because we think we're helping. Other times, we step in because we don't believe they can handle things on their own. My daughters helped me see that both approaches can actually hold someone back from becoming who they're meant to be. Thanks to them, I've become a different type of mother than I started out being. Nowadays, I feel good about the mom I am, not because I got it all right, but because I'm still open to growth. Being a good person means being teachable. I'll mess up and learn from it along the way. That's really what my baby girl taught me. Now, when I hear that song, it hits differently. It's not just a daughter telling me I was a good mom, it's her believing I could be an even better one. I took a step back, she stepped up, and in that space, we both found a way to grow. Got my espresso in hand, pulling up a chair, let's chat. You know what? We all love to talk about our wins, right? Degrees, jobs, awards, yeah, they're cool and all. But there's so much more to the story than just the trophies we've collected. Let's get real for a second. It's those mistakes, the missteps, the lessons learned the hard way that shape us just as much, if not more. I've done some pretty amazing things in my life, and yeah, I'm proud of them. But I'm just as proud of what I learned from my failures. Mistakes are not just bumps in the road, they're part of the journey. If we're only celebrating the highs and ignoring the lows, we're missing the full picture. Honestly, the lessons from my mistakes often hit harder than the glory of my achievements. Why would I hide the toughest parts of my journey? That wouldn't be real. If I did, my story would just be another performance, scripted and hollow. I think about what people will uncover in 100 years, and I want to leave them something genuine. I want them to see all sides, the wins and the losses, the highs and lows. Life isn't about pretending everything's perfect. It's about embracing the messiness that comes with it. Some folks look up to me, and that's why every word I put down matters. I don't just want to write about the good stuff. Whether I'm crafting a song or a story, those mistakes and doubts are part of the ride. The real deal isn't whether we'll mess up, it's what we do when we own up to it. You can take responsibility for your mistakes without letting them define you. Saying I did that is different from saying that's all I am. Like I mentioned earlier, that song Lean In hit me harder than anything else I've written. It's personal, my first hurdle. It hit when I was just 11. I stole from my mom bigger than just a few bucks. In fact, I stole half of her mortgage payment. Some of you might remember when your parents would hide money in the room instead of putting it in a bank. As you can see, I messed up in a big way. Even though I knew I was wrong, self-preservation had kicked in and there was no turning back. It's wild how easy it is to pass the blame. That's a reality I had to face. So here we are talking about the real stuff. Let's keep it authentic and embrace our journey, flaws and all. I gotta give a huge shout out to my mom. Black mothers have an instinct that can't be explained. That day we had kids in the house, so naturally my mom thought maybe the kid down the street stole her money, and who was I to tell her different? Well, it wasn't long before she knew that hadn't happened. I still don't know how she knew it was me and not one of my brothers. Till this day when I ask her, she simply says, "Girl, I know my kids." I can still see the look on her face when she zeroed in on me. "Tammy, what happened to my money?" Well, my mother marched me back to Horatio's house, that was his name, and made me announce that I was the thief that allowed someone else to take the blame. I won't say how Horatio glared at me. I think you can probably figure that out on your own. My next move had to be to burst into tears. Well, she wasn't about to let me wallow in my tears. Instead, she made me confront the truth about what I did. You know, one of the most difficult things you can experience is not wanting to see your own face. I learned something important when that happened. I learned that people are capable of all sorts of things, good and bad. I had to own it. I stole, I lied, and I let someone else take the blame. What still amazes me is how willing I was to allow someone else to be blamed for what I did. Well, my mother was having none of that nonsense. She didn't sugarcoat anything. She called what I did cowardly and quickest way to lose all trust. Oh, she met me where I was, and I mean that in every sense of the word, and I have no doubt you know what I mean. At the time, I thought it was tough and way too hard, but honestly, it was exactly what I needed. There were no excuses allowed in her book. As much as I resented it back then, she was teaching me accountability. For weeks, I felt like a labeled criminal, and it sucked. But that experience changed everything. I realized I wasn't destined to be a thief. Looking back, that was pure love from my mom. I learned that while I made a mistake, it didn't define me. Good people can mess up, and if we forget that, we risk becoming something we don't want to be. My songs highlight how easy it is to convince ourselves we're above making mistakes. When we stop checking in with ourselves, that's when growth halts. I'm not perfect, but I consider myself good, and that's what matters. Being good isn't a final destination, it's a journey. I'll keep making mistakes because that's part of being human, and it keeps me on my toes, reminding me I'm alive and learning from everyone and everything around me. If my words and songs are stumbled upon in 100 years, I hope people see that my story was worth telling. I'm not famous, but I think I'm exceptional in my own way. It's all subjective, right? But what I know for sure is that I'm real. I'm present, I see what's around me, and I feel deeply. Each song, each story, every little reflection is my way of figuring out what this moment wants to teach me and how I can share that with others. This book captures some of those lessons, and honestly, that's good enough for now.
Again, we're back here again. Another candle in the dark tonight. Another family trying to hold on tight. Another headline flashing across the screen. Another wound we never let heal clean. Everybody talking about what went wrong. Everybody got an opinion strong. Everybody pointing somewhere else, while the mirror sits on the shelf. And every time I hear somebody say, how did we get here? I find myself asking, how many are enough? Tell me how many more? How many tears gotta hit the floor? How many dreams gotta disappear? How many warnings before we hear? How many are enough before every one of us get up? You know this, we are the consequence. We are the consequence. We are the consequence of what we refuse to be. Some say the system was built this way. Some say the game was fixed from day one. Maybe so, but tell me this, what happens when not enough of us show up? We hand away our voice, we surrender our choice. And some of us act surprised when somebody else decides what our future's gonna be. We know our schools matter, we know our courts matter, we know our laws matter, we know our communities matter. So why do we keep acting like participation doesn't matter? How many are enough? Tell me how many more? How many mothers crying at the door? How many chances are we gonna give? Reality is slapping us in the face. How many are enough? We know this, we are the consequence. We are the consequence. Of everything we leave under. Private prisons counting occupied beds, profiting while hope hangs by a thread. Courtrooms shaping futures every day, long before the cameras look their way. Policies written in quiet rooms, budgets deciding who wins and loses. And somehow some folks still say it doesn't affect me, until it knocks on their front door. Then suddenly it's personal. No, I'm not saying every wound is our fault. No, I'm not saying every battle could have been won, but I am saying we are too damn smart for this. We are fighters. Time out for excuses. Show up. We know the stakes are high. Why do we keep sitting out the game? We know our children are watching. Why do we keep teaching them?
The consequence that doesn't have to be. When I wrapped up the lyrics for The Consequence, it hit me like a battle cry, just yelling into the void, hoping someone hears me out there. Not for pity party, but because I'm just trying to make a stand. I pray you can feel me and where I am with this song. I wrote this song when I was feeling pretty fed up. It's tough to watch how Black folks are always painted in these harsh and sometimes deadly headlines on social media, news sites, you name it. Different names, different stories, but the same heartbreaking vibes. Just when I think we're making strides, boom, another name hits the news. Another family shattered. Another round of debates and another community left picking up the pieces. This cycle needs to stop. Then there's this quiet struggle we deal with, trying not to become numb to it all, fighting to ensure our grief doesn't just blend into the background noise. It's hard not to let anger morph into hate. Trust me, I feel that, and some days it feels like climbing a mountain. I've got a small grandkid, a 17-year-old son, and a 19-year-old granddaughter. So when I hear about a 1-year-old getting caught up in violence over something as ridiculous as stolen diapers, it tears me apart. I can't help but see my own little ones in that story. When I read about a 14-year-old getting shot, I picture my son running down that same block. And thinking about a 19-year-old fighting for their life hits too close to home. This isn't just another news story, it cuts deep. Honestly, we don't need to sugarcoat anything. Sometimes people just need to hear a loud, hell no, this is some bullshit. They need to know they're not alone in their pain. They deserve to have that reminder that someone else is still in this fight with them. What always messes with my head is this constant question: why do we keep playing the same sad song? I look back at my old tracks. Where y'all at? Just a few, Make It Make Sense, Backbone of Steel, Exhausted. And now The Consequence. Different titles, but the same message. Show up, stick together, don't just fade away, let's fight back. I often wonder why I feel compelled to keep writing songs that ask for action. Why do I have to keep shouting, where are you all at? We shouldn't be the consequence referred to in this song, not as individuals, families, or a whole culture. So many of us are out here supporting each other, yet we still see our people fall into the trap of injustice, and that's a hard pill to swallow. Let's be clear, I'm writing about the reality I know, the history that shaped me, and the community that raised me. I don't pretend to speak for everyone. Every place has its own story, its own struggles, and the brave souls who continue to stand up for what's right. I see it. I know my spot. I'm a Black woman, and the Black community is my backbone. Its triumphs lift me, and its pain rests heavy on my heart. You know, my writing really zeroes in on Black experiences, but I get that people of color everywhere are dealing with their own struggles too. At the end of the day, I can only share my truth. I think about all the folks who were silenced just for speaking up, the ones who disappeared for trying to organize, and those who lost their lives simply for holding on to hope. Just putting words out there became a radical act. Generations before us fought hard to create connections. Now, with a single post, I can reach thousands, yet I'm still crafting songs that call for unity. It's wild and kind of frustrating when I think about how much our ancestors endured just to help us link up. I often find myself wondering, what are we doing with all the sacrifices they made? It's no wonder some folks get tired, others get bitter, and some just drift away. It's heavy watching people who look like you become just another statistic. Watching families bury their kids, heartbreaking, and seeing history repeat itself, exhausting. The real struggle might just be fighting against becoming numb to it all. We gotta rise up, not just when it's easy, but all the time. Standing together isn't just about marching. Sometimes it's about voting, building businesses, investing in our neighborhoods, teaching, writing, or creating. It can even mean choosing where you spend your money based on how you're treated. We've been contributing to this economy for ages. Our work, it matters. Our ideas, they matter. Our voices definitely matter. Our dollars. Those matter too. Building has always been part of our resistance. So we build, we write, we teach, we mentor, we organize, we create. Not as entertainers, but as voices that remember, challenge, and lift each other up. I think we can all relate to this, right? We're still here, we're still pushing through, and we matter. That's what really hit home in The Consequence for me. Hope isn't always soft. Sometimes it's that feeling in your gut that just won't back down. It's that inner voice saying, not this time. It's all about keeping that spark alive and standing up for what we believe in. When I wrapped up the song, Who Sent the Memo, I was literally laughing out loud, not because it was a joke, but because it hit me with this one question. who actually sent the memo. Life's funny like that, right? You've got all these folks telling you how to live, dress, talk, worship, you name it. Everyone has their own playbook on what it means to be you, whether that's being Black, being a woman, or just finding your lane in life. But me, I definitely didn't get that memo. Honestly, if I did, it probably ended up in the trash. I've never been one for following rules blindly. But then something struck me. During COVID, it was wild to see people stepping up and creating out of nowhere, starting businesses, launching podcasts, turning food trucks into their lifelines. Folks who never thought of themselves as entrepreneurs suddenly jumped in. It wasn't perfectly organized, but there was this thing like that old survival instinct just kicked in. It wasn't panic, it was pure movement. Then after the 2024 election, I noticed something even deeper among my people. There was this shift, less time spent fighting every battle and more time focused on building each other up. Supporting Black-owned businesses, protecting our peace, creating opportunities. I kept wondering who sent the memo. Because nobody had a meeting to lay this out. Yet I noticed similar choices sprouting up all around my community. It was fascinating to witness. Now I get that not everyone reacted the same way, that wouldn't make sense, but I kept seeing this pattern enough to take notice. Maybe we've got more collective wisdom buried in us than we think. Maybe survival has its own kind of language. History might leave us lessons woven deep inside, waiting to surface when things change. There could be instincts in our bones guiding us before our minds even catch up. That doesn't mean we always move in sync. I've written songs like Where Y'all At and The Consequence, talking about those times when we feel scattered. But then there are those pivotal moments, like COVID and the election, when we just seem to pivot together. It's a reminder that maybe we're not as disconnected as we often feel. Beneath all our debates over politics, generations, neighborhoods, there's this rhythm, this enduring wisdom, and a survival instinct that's alive and kicking. We're still listening, we're still responding. Nobody sent the memo, but somehow many of us picked it up. That realization, it comforts me. I don't write songs believing my community is broken. I write because I see something powerful living within us, something that history tried to stomp out but couldn't quite erase. Something that refused to be silenced by segregation or extinguished by hatred. Sometimes it whispers, sometimes it roars. It builds businesses, creates art, guards our peace, and straight up refuses to give in. I don't even have a name for it, I just know it's there, and every time I see it, I can't help but smile. Because nobody sent that memo, yet somehow we just knew. We've got to rise up, not just when it's trendy, but all the time. Standing together doesn't always mean marching. Sometimes it's about voting, building businesses, investing in our own, teaching, writing, creating. And yeah, it could even mean spending our money where our humanity is respected. They're depending on us, let's disappoint them. Some people will call this a political song, and they are right. I wrote it that way on purpose. Politics is not an abstract game played somewhere far away. It influences our schools, neighborhoods, jobs, healthcare, criminal justice system, opportunities. And the lives our children inherit. Pretending otherwise would be dishonest. This song is also about greed. Greed has always found ways to survive. It adapts, changing its language, appearance, and methods. One tactic, however, has endured throughout history: division. Division has consistently been one of the most effective ways to weaken people. That said, not every disagreement is manufactured, nor is every setback the result of some larger plan. Human beings are complicated, and so are communities. Sometimes division arises from fear, misunderstanding, exhaustion, or the simple struggle to survive. Those realities can coexist. What concerns me is that division often benefits someone. When we expend all our energy fighting one another, we have less time to recognize larger patterns, ask difficult questions, or work together toward meaningful change. That is what this song challenges. Its central question isn't simply whether we disagree. People will always disagree. The question is whether someone benefits from keeping us divided. One thing this song made me reflect on is how often progress has followed when people refuse to do what was expected of them. History provides countless examples of what individuals can achieve when they work toward a common purpose. Time and again, division has been a significant obstacle to collective progress. I think about generations of Black people who refused to accept injustice as inevitable. I think about enslaved individuals who resisted in both visible and invisible ways. I think about abolitionists, the civil rights movement, the Black Panther Party, the Nation of Islam, churches, educators, organizers, artists, writers, and ordinary people who believed that tomorrow could be better than today. As I reflected further, I recognized that this pattern extends beyond my own community. Native peoples, immigrant communities, labor movements, women's movements, disability advocates, and countless others have all confronted the challenging questions that arise when people strive for justice, dignity, and self-determination. Although every history is different and every struggle has its own story, certain patterns seem to echo across generations. That is what captured my attention, not simply the events themselves, but the patterns, how communities organize, how they resist, how they adapt, how they survive, and how progress often slows when division overshadows shared purpose. Ironically, this challenge feels even greater today. We live in an age where information is more accessible than ever. We can research almost anything. Laws, court decisions, and legislation are available for anyone willing to read them. We can communicate instantly across cities, states, and continents. These are extraordinary advances, but each comes with a double edge. The same technology that gives us access to knowledge also inundates us with distractions. Before we have had time to understand one issue, another demands our attention. Before we can organize around one message, 10 others compete for our focus. With so many voices speaking at once, building a unified message has become more difficult than ever. Perhaps that's why this song keeps posing one simple question: what if we did what they didn't expect? What if we refused to become predictable? Throughout the song, I name familiar divisions, not because they explain everything, but because together they reveal a pattern: poor against poor, old against young, church against street, college against corner, light against dark, north against south. The labels change, but the pattern remains. The song isn't asking us to pretend our differences don't exist. It asks a different question: who benefits when our attention is focused on one another rather than on the larger forces shaping our lives? The lyric states, same people, different labels. Same trick. This isn't a call for blind agreement. It's an invitation to recognize recurring patterns and to think more deeply before accepting the script we've been handed. Another lyric says, they're dependent on us. I don't interpret that as a statement of hopelessness, but rather as a warning. Some forces rely on our division. They depend on us to stay distracted and busy blaming one another. They hope we become so emotionally consumed by our differences that we fail to notice what is happening around us. I wrote this song because I believe difficult conversations matter. I don't expect everyone to agree with my conclusions. I expect people to think, to question, and to challenge me if necessary. That is how conversations grow. Somewhere We Learned. After listening to Somewhere We Learned, my mind was buzzing with a really simple thought: there's enough space for all of us. That stuck with me long after the music stopped. In many ways, we're all part of the same community. Rich or poor, young or old, we all come together, and communities thrive when we actually put in the effort. Sometimes that means putting your money where your mouth is. Other times, it's about sharing the wisdom you've picked up over the years. Or maybe it's just about dedicating your time to encourage someone or help guide them along their own path. I wrote this song because it hit me that I kept asking myself, who taught us there's only room for one at the top? Who told us we have to fend for ourselves to secure our spot? Who made us think that sharing our knowledge makes our own achievements feel less valid? I don't see it that way. Investing in each other is what it's all about, and it can show up in different forms. Sometimes it's about writing a check. Other times it's the simple act of opening a door for someone. It could be as easy as connecting two people who would really benefit from knowing each other, or answering a question someone threw your way. Knowledge is unique in that it multiplies when we share it. We've seen this throughout history. Grandmothers didn't just hand down recipes. They passed down strength, faith, common sense, and the know-how to navigate tough times. And dads in garages weren't just teaching trades. They were showing young folks how to solve problems, take pride in their work, and believe they could create their own paths. Wisdom flowed from one generation to the next because people used to get that the community gets stronger when each generation shares what they've learned. No one thought they had to know it all on their own. Someone showed them, took the time, answered their questions, and believed that reaching back just meant moving forward together. That wasn't a sign of weakness. It was an investment in our culture and history. Somewhere along the way, many of us started hoarding knowledge like it was a finite resource, thinking that someone else's success could take away from our own. But I don't believe that's the core of who we are, and it doesn't have to define us moving forward. I'm not saying people should give everything away or never charge for their expertise. Everyone deserves to get paid for their skills and hard work. This song is more about the spirit of generosity. It makes me think about the young guy with a dream to open his own barbershop, the girl who wants to run a nail salon, the aspiring restaurant owners, artists, writers, entrepreneurs, and musicians who just need someone to answer a few questions or offer some guidance. What if 30 minutes of real talk could change the course of someone's life? What if one lesson saved them years of unnecessary mistakes? What if our success was measured not just by what we built, but by how many people we helped get ahead because we cared enough to share what we knew? There isn't just one barbershop or one restaurant or one successful podcast. There's enough room for all of us in this game. I really think we can't make genuine progress unless we're ready to bring as many people along with us as we can on this journey to something better. That's probably why this song keeps asking, who taught us there was only room for one? Because if we learn that, then maybe we can unlearn it, and just maybe we can teach something different. The consequence that doesn't have to be. When I wrapped up the lyrics for The Consequence, it hit me like a battle cry, just yelling into the void, hoping someone hears me out there. Not for pity party, but because I'm just trying to make a stand. I pray you can feel me and where I am with this song. I wrote this song when I was feeling pretty fed up. It's tough to watch how Black folks are always painted in these harsh and sometimes deadly headlines on social media, news sites, you name it. Different names, different stories, but the same heartbreaking vibes. Just when I think we're making strides, boom, another name hits the news. Another family shattered. Another round of debates and another community left picking up the pieces. This cycle needs to stop. Then there's this quiet struggle we deal with, trying not to become numb to it all, fighting to ensure our grief doesn't just blend into the background noise. It's hard not to let anger morph into hate. Trust me, I feel that, and some days it feels like climbing a mountain. I've got a small grandkid, a 17-year-old son, and a 19-year-old granddaughter. So when I hear about a 1-year-old getting caught up in violence over something as ridiculous as stolen diapers, it tears me apart. I can't help but see my own little ones in that story. When I read about a 14-year-old getting shot, I picture my son running down that same block. And thinking about a 19-year-old fighting for their life hits too close to home. This isn't just another news story, it cuts deep. Honestly, we don't need to sugarcoat anything. Sometimes people just need to hear a loud, hell no, this is some bullshit. They need to know they're not alone in their pain. They deserve to have that reminder that someone else is still in this fight with them. What always messes with my head is this constant question, why do we keep playing the same sad song? I look back at my old tracks. Where y'all at, just a few, make it make sense, backbone of steel, exhausted. And now The Consequence. Different titles, but the same message. Show up, stick together, don't just fade away, let's fight back. I often wonder why I feel compelled to keep writing songs that ask for action. Why do I have to keep shouting, where are you all at? We shouldn't be the consequence referred to in this song, not as individuals, families, or a whole culture. So many of us are out here supporting each other, yet we still see our people fall into the trap of injustice, and that's a hard pill to swallow. Let's be clear, I'm writing about the reality I know, the history that shaped me, and the community that raised me. I don't pretend to speak for everyone. Every place has its own story, its own struggles, and the brave souls who continue to stand up for what's right. I see it. I know my spot. I'm a Black woman, and the Black community is my backbone. Its triumphs lift me, and its pain rests heavy on my heart. You know, my writing really zeroes in on Black experiences, but I get that people of color everywhere are dealing with their own struggles too. At the end of the day, I can only share my truth. I think about all the folks who were silenced just for speaking up, the ones who disappeared for trying to organize, and those who lost their lives simply for holding on to hope. Just putting words out there became a radical act. Generations before us fought hard to create connections. Now, with a single post, I can reach thousands, yet I'm still crafting songs that call for unity. It's wild and kind of frustrating when I think about how much our ancestors endured just to help us link up. I often find myself wondering, what are we doing with all the sacrifices they made? It's no wonder some folks get tired, others get bitter, and some just drift away. It's heavy watching people who look like you become just another statistic. Watching families bury their kids, heartbreaking, and seeing history repeat itself, exhausting. The real struggle might just be fighting against becoming numb to it all. We gotta rise up, not just when it's easy, but all the time. Standing together isn't just about marching. Sometimes it's about voting, building businesses, investing in our neighborhoods, teaching, writing, or creating. It can even mean choosing where you spend your money based on how you're treated. We've been contributing to this economy for ages. Our work, it matters. Our ideas, they matter. Our voices definitely matter. Our dollars, those matter too. Building has always been part of our resistance. So we build, we write, we teach, we mentor, we organize, we create. Not as entertainers, but as voices that remember, challenge, and lift each other up. I think we can all relate to this, right? We're still here, we're still pushing through, and we matter. That's what really hit home in The Consequence for me. Hope isn't always soft. Sometimes it's that feeling in your gut that just won't back down. It's that inner voice saying, not this time. It's all about keeping that spark alive and standing up for what we believe in. When I wrapped up the song, Who Sent the Memo, I was literally laughing out loud, not because it was a joke, but because it hit me with this one question. Who actually sent the memo? Life's funny like that, right? You've got all these folks telling you how to live, dress, talk, worship, you name it. Everyone has their own playbook on what it means to be you, whether that's being Black, being a woman, or just finding your lane in life. But me, I definitely didn't get that memo. Honestly, if I did, it probably ended up in the trash. I've never been one for following rules blindly. But then something struck me. During the pandemic, it was wild to see people stepping up and creating out of nowhere, starting businesses, launching podcasts, turning food trucks into their lifelines. Folks who never thought of themselves as entrepreneurs suddenly jumped in. It wasn't perfectly organized, but there was this thing like that old survival instinct just kicked in. It wasn't panic, it was pure movement. Then after the 2024 election, I noticed something even deeper among my people. There was this shift, less time spent fighting every battle and more time focused on building each other up. Supporting Black-owned businesses, protecting our peace, creating opportunities. I kept wondering who sent the memo. Because nobody had a meeting to lay this out. Yet I noticed similar choices sprouting up all around my community. It was fascinating to witness. Now I get that not everyone reacted the same way. That wouldn't make sense. But I kept seeing this pattern enough to take notice. Maybe we've got more collective wisdom buried in us than we think. Maybe survival has its own kind of language. History might leave us lessons woven deep inside, waiting to surface when things change. There could be instincts in our bones guiding us before our minds even catch up. That doesn't mean we always move in sync. I've written songs like Where Y'all At and The Consequence, talking about those times when we feel scattered. But then there are those pivotal moments like the pandemic and the election when we just seem to pivot together. It's a reminder that maybe we're not as disconnected as we often feel. Beneath all our debates over politics, generations, neighborhoods, there's this rhythm, this enduring wisdom, and a survival instinct that's alive and kicking. We're still listening, we're still responding. Nobody sent the memo, but somehow many of us picked it up. That realization, it comforts me. I don't write songs believing my community is broken. I write because I see something powerful living within us, something that history tried to stomp out but couldn't quite erase. Something that refused to be silenced by segregation or extinguished by hatred. Sometimes it whispers, sometimes it roars. It builds businesses, creates art, guards our peace, and straight up refuses to give in. I don't even have a name for it, I just know it's there, and every time I see it, I can't help but smile. Because nobody sent that memo, yet somehow we just knew. We've got to rise up, not just when it's trendy, but all the time. Standing together doesn't always mean marching. Sometimes it's about voting, building businesses, investing in our own, teaching, writing, creating. And yeah, it could even mean spending our money where our humanity is respected. They're depending on us, let's disappoint them. Some people will call this a political song, and they are right. I wrote it that way on purpose. Politics is not an abstract game played somewhere far away. It influences our schools, neighborhoods, jobs, healthcare, criminal justice system, opportunities. And the lives our children inherit. Pretending otherwise would be dishonest. This song is also about greed. Greed has always found ways to survive. It adapts, changing its language, appearance, and methods. One tactic, however, has endured throughout history: division. Division has consistently been one of the most effective ways to weaken people. That said, not every disagreement is manufactured, nor is every setback the result of some larger plan. Human beings are complicated, and so are communities. Sometimes division arises from fear, misunderstanding, exhaustion, or the simple struggle to survive. Those realities can coexist. What concerns me is that division often benefits someone. When we expend all our energy fighting one another, we have less time to recognize larger patterns, ask difficult questions, or work together toward meaningful change. That is what this song challenges. Its central question isn't simply whether we disagree. People will always disagree. The question is whether someone benefits from keeping us divided. One thing this song made me reflect on is how often progress has followed when people refuse to do what was expected of them. History provides countless examples of what individuals can achieve when they work toward a common purpose. Time and again, division has been a significant obstacle to collective progress. I think about generations of Black people who refused to accept injustice as inevitable. I think about enslaved individuals who resisted in both visible and invisible ways. I think about abolitionists, the civil rights movement, the Black Panther Party, the Nation of Islam, churches, educators, organizers, artists, writers, and ordinary people who believed that tomorrow could be better than today. As I reflected further, I recognized that this pattern extends beyond my own community. Native people, immigrant communities, labor movements, women's movements, disability advocates, and countless others have all confronted the challenging questions that arise when people strive for justice, dignity, and self-determination. Although every history is different and every struggle has its own story, certain patterns seem to echo across generations. That is what captured my attention, not simply the events themselves, but the patterns, how communities organize, how they resist, how they adapt, how they survive, and how progress often slows when division overshadows shared purpose. Ironically, this challenge feels even greater today. We live in an age where information is more accessible than ever. We can research almost anything. Laws, court decisions, and legislation are available for anyone willing to read them. We can communicate instantly across cities, states, and continents. These are extraordinary advances, but each comes with a double edge. The same technology that gives us access to knowledge also inundates us with distractions. Before we have had time to understand one issue, another demands our attention. Before we can organize around one message, 10 others compete for our focus. With so many voices speaking at once, building a unified message has become more difficult than ever. Perhaps that's why this song keeps posing one simple question: what if we did what they didn't expect? What if we refused to become predictable? Throughout the song, I name familiar divisions, not because they explain everything, but because together they reveal a pattern: poor against poor, old against young, church against street, college against corner, light against dark, north against south. The labels change, but the pattern remains. The song isn't asking us to pretend our differences don't exist. It asks a different question: who benefits when our attention is focused on one another rather than on the larger forces shaping our lives? The lyric states, same people, different labels. Same trick. This isn't a call for blind agreement. It's an invitation to recognize recurring patterns and to think more deeply before accepting the script we've been handed. Another lyric says, they're dependent on us. I don't interpret that as a statement of hopelessness, but rather as a warning. Some forces rely on our division. They depend on us to stay distracted and busy blaming one another. They hope we become so emotionally consumed by our differences that we fail to notice what is happening around us. I wrote this song because I believe difficult conversations matter. I don't expect everyone to agree with my conclusions. I expect people to think, to question, and to challenge me if necessary. That is how conversations grow. Somewhere We Learned. After listening to Somewhere We Learned, my mind was buzzing with a really simple thought: there's enough space for all of us. That stuck with me long after the music stopped. In many ways, we're all part of the same community. Rich or poor, young or old, we all come together, and communities thrive when we actually put in the effort. Sometimes that means putting your money where your mouth is. Other times, it's about sharing the wisdom you've picked up over the years. Or maybe it's just about dedicating your time to encourage someone or help guide them along their own path. I wrote this song because it hit me that I kept asking myself, who taught us there's only room for one at the top, who told us we have to fend for ourselves to secure our spot, who made us think that sharing our knowledge makes our own achievements feel less valid. I don't see it that way. Investing in each other is what it's all about, and it can show up in different forms. Sometimes it's about writing a check. Other times it's the simple act of opening a door for someone. It could be as easy as connecting two people who would really benefit from knowing each other, or answering a question someone threw your way. Knowledge is unique in that it multiplies when we share it. We've seen this throughout history. Grandmothers didn't just hand down recipes. They passed down strength, faith, common sense, and the know-how to navigate tough times. And dads in garages weren't just teaching trades. They were showing young folks how to solve problems, take pride in their work, and believe they could create their own paths. Wisdom flowed from one generation to the next because people used to get that the community gets stronger when each generation shares what they've learned. No one thought they had to know it all on their own. Someone showed them, took the time, answered their questions, and believed that reaching back just meant moving forward together. That wasn't a sign of weakness. It was an investment in our culture and history. Somewhere along the way, many of us started hoarding knowledge like it was a finite resource, thinking that someone else's success could take away from our own. But I don't believe that's the core of who we are, and it doesn't have to define us moving forward. I'm not saying people should give everything away or never charge for their expertise. Everyone deserves to get paid for their skills and hard work. This song is more about the spirit of generosity. It makes me think about the young guy with a dream to open his own barbershop, the girl who wants to run a nail salon, the aspiring restaurant owners, artists, writers, entrepreneurs, and musicians who just need someone to answer a few questions or offer some guidance. What if 30 minutes of real talk could change the course of someone's life? What if one lesson saved them years of unnecessary mistakes? What if our success was measured not just by what we built, but by how many people we helped get ahead because we cared enough to share what we knew? There isn't just one barbershop or one restaurant or one successful podcast. There's enough room for all of us in this game. I really think we can't make genuine progress unless we're ready to bring as many people along with us as we can on this journey to something better. That's probably why this song keeps asking, who taught us there was only room for one? Because if we learn that, then maybe we can unlearn it, and just maybe we can teach something different.
Now see, some of y'all still think folks are just overreacting. That ain't what this is. You think all this confusion just happened? All this division just showed up? All this everybody mad at everybody by accident? Baby, please. Take one good step back, just look. Because they are absolutely depending on us. They depending on black folks to stay split. Old against young, church against street, cottage against corner, light against dark, north against south. Our teacher, Brother Malcolm, told us this. Same people, different labels, same trick. And some of y'all still calling it coincidence. No, baby, that's design. And let me say this. Every time somebody tries to have this conversation, somebody jumps up talking about, here y'all go again, because the pattern keeps repeating. That's why again, how many times we gotta watch the same play with different actors before folks admit they know the script? How many headlines, how many policies, how many conveniently timed distractions? At what point does coincidence run out? And it ain't always division either. Sometimes the trick is making people sit still. Tell one group you're too far behind now. Why bother? Tell another, y'all already got this. Relax, different message, same assignment. Cause if enough folks believe somebody else gon' carry the load, or nothing changes anyway. Fewer voices show up, and baby, that's useful too. Cause confusion is useful, division is profitable, and hate is easy to steer. If the people never realize who built the steering wheel, hey, they depending on us. Oh yes they are, depending on us. To fight the wrong people, depending on us. To drag the ones standing up, depending on us. To protect the very thing crushing us. Oh, each other while they keep writing the script. Down south, they still banking on old ghosts, cotton ghosts, know your place ghosts, respectability ghosts. Up north, same game with better furniture, a nicer office, cleaner language, smaller crumbs with bigger smiles, but baby, crumbs still crumbs. And before somebody gets defensive, this ain't about geography. A system can wear boots or a business suit can say boy to your face or call you valued while shutting the same door. Some oppression, learn better manners, that's all. And before somebody says, ain't nobody plotting against us, stop. I need you to breathe and look. Who benefits when communities distrust each other? Who profits when poor folks blame poor folks? Who wins when working people fight culture wars instead of asking where the money went? Exactly. This ain't paranoia. This is pattern recognition. That's different. Recognizing a blueprint ain't the same as inventing one. Seeing repeated behavior ain't conspiracy, that's observation. If somebody keeps setting the same fire and you keep smelling smoke, baby, you're not crazy. They depending on us to hear each other less, to unfollow each other, block each other, cancel each other, mock each other, to be more offended by each other's tone than the hands applying the pressure. That part, they depending on us to stay fractured, depending on, to stay suspicious of each other, depending on, to call unity unrealistic, depending on, to disappoint ourselves, depending on us, to mistake survival habits for freedom, depending on us, to confuse visibility with power, depending on us, to keep begging for crumbs instead of questioning who owns the bakery. But what happens when we stop cooperating with the setup? That's the part they ain't planned for. What happens when folks stop taking the bait? What happens when our communities turn our backs on them? What happens when we stop letting them assign roles to us? That's what makes systems nervous. Clarity. And baby, clarity is powerful and contagious.
It smells like for profit. Don't tell me that's good. Listening to for profit hit me hard, especially the word gifted. It made me think of all the young black and brown artists out there whose paintings might never be showcased, musicians whose tracks will stay on the shelf, and inventors with unrealized ideas that could change the game. There are so many talented folks who could be teachers, writers, scientists, entrepreneurs, and leaders, but their gifts just get overlooked. Why is that? For centuries, people have pushed against a legal and political system that feels anything but fair. There's gotta be a reason true justice is so tough to find, and I think it boils down to one thing: follow the money, and you'll probably uncover the problem. We're living in a time when profiting off the legal system feels like a regular part of life. Courts have become more like corporate boardrooms, raking in profits that rival Fortune 500 companies. It makes you wonder, at what cost? How many amazing talents never see the light of day because of this? Sure, some folks have earned their spot in this system, but it shouldn't come down to who has more money, status, or privilege. That said, it's not all doom and gloom. There are still people out there who rise above it all, challenging the odds and proving what they're capable of. I really hope they continue to shine. More than anything, I wish they meet someone, whether it's a teacher, mentor, or even just a friend, who sees their potential and helps them realize it before the world tries to convince them otherwise. We all need someone who believes in us and invests in our success instead of just seeing us as statistics. Honestly, sometimes the best thing we can give someone isn't cash, but the reminder that their story isn't written in stone. I personally vibe with this idea. Over the last 30 years, I've seen my husband's journey, which shows how people can change, grow, and take responsibility for their actions. My experiences definitely shape how I see this whole situation. Now, don't get me wrong, I believe there's a place for prisons because violent crime affects real lives and communities deserve to feel safe. But I can't help but wonder what happens when incarceration gets mixed up with making money. When people become just another line in someone's profit margins who's truly gaining from it, what happens if we just accept this as the norm? These questions weigh on me, not because I'm against capitalism, I support a fair system where hard work and creativity can lead to success. But we need to draw the line somewhere. This topic is pretty heavy, and that's exactly why I wanted to zoom in on one thing: how turning incarceration into a business impacts people. As I thought more about it, I realized I wasn't just looking at prisons. I was thinking about everything that happens before someone even gets caught up in the system. Things like access to good legal help, decent schools, having a mentor, or just the right financial support can change everything. It makes me think about all the talented people out there whose lives could have gone in a totally different direction if they'd just had one chance: a mentor, a teacher, a lawyer who believed in them, or a business owner who was willing to take them under their wings. It's crazy to imagine how many lives could have been changed before the system ever had a shot at defining who they are. These thoughts hit just as hard as the whole issue of profit-driven prisons. One belief that really worries me is thinking that our participation doesn't matter, like they'll just do what they want anyway. I've heard that way too often. I get it, people feel frustrated, but resigning ourselves to that mindset comes with its own set of problems. The folks who make the laws and shape the systems we live in are real people. They build and maintain these systems. It's not just some big, faceless machine. That's why getting involved in civic life is a big deal to me. I'm not expecting everything to go my way every time. But I know if I disengage, that just leaves the door wide open for someone else to make choices for me. When I think about for profit, I'm not just thinking about prisons. I'm also reflecting on the choices made way earlier that lead to incarceration. Schools, mentors, chances, neighborhoods. Investments, these things steer people's lives long before they face a judge. If we really care about justice, we need to focus on preventing problems in the first place. Sometimes the best investment is the one that keeps a young person out of the system altogether. This song isn't trying to solve this complex issue overnight. It's not about dismissing accountability or capitalism either. It's more like a call to ask the right questions. Who benefits from this? Who ends up paying the price? What kind of incentives are we pushing? Are we creating systems that uplift people and build safer communities, or are we just profiting off of failure? These are tough questions, but they're worth thinking about. Behind every statistic is a real person. Behind every case number is a family with a story. And too many of those stories are full of potential that never got the spotlight. If we lose those gifts, we all miss out on something special. That's the feeling I was left with after the music faded out. Lingering conversation over a nice cup of coffee. These 3 songs hit me in a big way. I didn't choose them because they all dropped around the same time. I didn't connect with them because they fit into one specific genre. And honestly, it wasn't even about the topics they cover. It was all about how they just click with me. I believe writing is my thing because by doing so, I am allowed the luxury of not boxing myself in with categories. I start with whatever just won't leave my mind. Sometimes it's headlines that catches my eye. Other times it's a moment in history or even late-night conversations that keeps echoing in my head. And then there are those memories that pop back up long after I thought they were packed away. I've learned that those moments matter. The songs that stick around aren't just begging for me to admire their tunes. They're nudging me to dig deeper and really think. I've figured out that my writing isn't just about what I see with my eyes. It's about what keeps coming back to me, the stuff my heart and mind replay even after everyone else has moved on. It makes me curious about what inspired the writers I look up to, what was hanging over Zora Neale Hurston when she crafted her stories. What weight did Toni Morrison carry until it spilled onto the page? What deep thoughts followed Alice Walker home late at night? What truths wouldn't let Nikki Giovanni rest? What stories stayed with Maya Angelou until they found their voice? Honestly, I don't have the answers. Maybe no one does, but what I do know is that writing is my ticket to venturing wherever I need to go. It throws me into conversations that make me face my discomfort. It sparks questions I didn't even know I should be asking. It opens doors to people I've never met and reveals sides of myself that I didn't know were waiting to be explored. Writing isn't just about sharing stories. It's my tool for learning, tackling tough ideas, celebrating wins, mourning losses, and making sense of this wild world we live in. I'm incredibly grateful for that. Out of everything I could have been given, writing is my gift. And whenever I sit down to put my thoughts on paper, it leads me right where I need to be. That's why these songs are like a perfect playlist. They aren't linked because they sound the same, or because they were part of a certain time in my life, or even because they are all about the same issue. They're connected because each one has pushed me to walk away with a new perspective. One made me think about divides that keep us apart. Another reminded me that communities get stronger when we share knowledge instead of hoarding it. And a third had me questioning what we might lose when systems chase profit over potential. At first glance, these tracks look like they don't have a lot in common, but deep down, they all ask the same question: how do we build a stronger community? I didn't see this while I was writing, but now it all makes sense. Maybe that's one of writing's best gifts. Sometimes the real lesson doesn't show itself until later when we go back to it. This book has been a way for me to revisit not just the songs, but also the questions that sparked them. Maybe that's why Lean In hits home for me. It's a reminder that growth doesn't always happen while we're talking. Sometimes it sneaks up on us while we're listening. If we're open to it, we might discover that what inspired us to write is still trying to drop some wisdom in our lives today. All I know is that writing gives me a first-class ticket to wherever I need to be. It takes me to places that time has forgotten. It throws me into conversations that challenge my views and introduces me to people I've never met, as well as parts of myself I didn't even know I was missing. It lets me ask tough questions without feeling the need to have all the answers. And for this, I'm beyond grateful. Out of everything I could have been given, I got writing. And every time I sit down to connect with it, it sends me exactly where I need to go.
Pretty word, ugly math. They said justice, pretty word. Press suit, clean podium, good lighting. Meanwhile, same tired public defender, same 15-minute future, same sign here if you're scared, same hallway perfume of surrender. Funny, some mistakes get explanation attached. Childhood wounds, good schools, private help, he just lost his way. Others, case number, processed, next name. Some enter through language built like cushions. Some hit concrete before they speak. Some get complicated human stories. Some just get told accept defeat. Pretty word, ugly math. Pretty speeches, ugly path. For profit, that's what they smell like. For profit, don't tell me this right. For profit, human lives all in somebody's math. Don't call this justice when money built the path. Mama budgeting phone calls, children learning touch through barriers. Women in sales with unfinished stories. Men reduced to intake carriers. Whole neighborhoods wearing sentences without ever seeing a judge. Folks come home with invisible shackles, and y'all still talking rehabilitation. Jobs say no, housing say maybe, hope say try, the system say we'll see. That's rich. Pretty word, ugly math. Pretty speeches, ugly path. For profit, that's what this smell like. For profit, don't tell me this right. For profit, human lives all in somebody's math. Don't call this justice when money built the path. Hypocrisy and tailored clothing, talking law through polished teeth. Some scandals get redemption doors, some get buried underneath. Used to whisper greed in boardrooms, used to code it nice and thin. Now the appetites at Santa stage and dare us not to name a sin. Mercy seem real social, justice got favorite friends. Funny how some folks get comeback stories while others just reach the end. Pretty word, ugly math. Pretty speeches, ugly path. For profit, say it plain now. For profit, we can see it now. For profit, human pain turn corporate clean. Don't call this justice, we can see the machine.
Invincible, too powerful to be defeated. I put my heart into this song to keep the vibe lively and full of energy. It's wild how some folks think that love after 50 just goes into chill mode, like it's all about soft focus memories and slow strolls. Honestly, that notion is pretty outdated. With Invincible, I wanted to show that people over 50 are not just alive, we're still sexy and vibrant. We're not just old versions of who we used to be, we're the real deal right now. Somewhere along the line, society decided that romance is reserved for the young, suggesting that as we age, love just gradually fades into the background. But nah, I'm here to say that romance can confidently take the front seat. There's something deeper I wanted to address too. I feel like Black love has been shown in such a narrow light throughout history in this country. We're talking about portrayals stretching back long before the age of streaming and social media. For too long, Black love and family have been painted with a broad brush, focusing on conflict or instability while overlooking the tenderness, humor, loyalty, and laughter that make relationships rich. These narratives shape how the world sees us, and it's crucial we're mindful about the stories we share about ourselves. Sometimes we unintentionally feed into those limited narratives. We can get focused on the physical side of things and forget the emotional depth that really keeps love alive. From my view, both the struggles and the joys deserve the spotlight. I've seen wonderful Black relationships based on respect, laughter, faith, and commitment, couples who still flirt like teenagers, hold hands, dance, and choose each other over and over again. That kind of love is worthy of being celebrated in our songs and stories, not to deny the hardships, but to create a fuller picture of who we are. Now, I'm no relationship guru, and I don't pretend to have all the answers. There's no one-size-fits-all way to make a relationship work. Sure, people often say relationships are tough, but I see it more like this. At the start, a relationship can feel a bit fragile. There's that initial dance of getting to know each other's quirks, dreams, fears, and all the layers that make us who we are. But then life throws its curveballs: bills, careers, kids, aging parents, health shifts, and those things don't ask for a heads up. Before all that chaos hits, I believe something crucial must already be in place: respect. Not just a crush on looks or that butterflies in the stomach feeling, but a genuine respect for the person in front of you. For me, respect is the foundation that holds everything else up. It allows passion and romance to thrive because there's a solid base. This kind of commitment builds emotional wealth, giving two people the space to be vulnerable, argue without it turning into a war, forgive without holding grudges, and cheer each other on with no jealousy in sight. It helps you both grow older without worrying that age makes you less lovable. When I know I'm the one my husband desires and respects, I feel safe and valued. It boosts my confidence, radiating into every part of my life. My husband still gives me those flirty winks, and I'm still blushing like I'm back in my 20s. He calls me Little Mama, and just hearing that warms my heart. He makes me feel ageless, not because we ignore our years, but because he truly sees me. His love doesn't make everything perfect or shield me from life's ups and downs, but it reassures me that no matter what happens, our bond stays strong. Listening to Invincible, I realized it wasn't just about one individual, it was about a relationship. Not that new, exciting love, but the seasoned kind that understands relationships are built not on flawless days, but on imperfect people continuously choosing each other. Day after day, sustained by imperfect people who continuously choose one another. Trying to love you is not always easy. Listening to Trying to Love You hits differently, doesn't it? It gives off major Wounded Knight vibes. And I'm not talking about some weak dude. I'm seeing a guy in armor, you know. That armor is protective, but can also keep the people who care about him at arm's length. As I listen to the song, it becomes clear this isn't about whether these two love each other. They do. It's all those tender moments when she's trying to connect with the man who she knows is in there somewhere. She's gotten a peek at the guy who can love and care, but then poof, he pulls back behind his armor again. That feeling of emotional distance, that's the real kicker. You're inches away but still feel miles apart. I don't need to know where his wounds come from. The music doesn't tell us, and honestly, that's part of its beauty. It's about accepting who he is now, armor and all. She's not trying to change him or save him. She just wants to reach the real him beneath all that protection. One line that really stands out: I don't want to lose me trying to save you. That's not giving up, it's smart. Love can't do the healing for someone else. It can lift you up, but the healing is on you. This song holds a special spot in my heart for another reason too. It was the first song I ever performed live in a poetry slam, and the same night I met my husband. Crazy, right? The song isn't about him, but somehow it just connected with him in a way I'll never fully understand. Life's funny like that. As our relationship deepened, I could relate to that woman in the song sometimes, definitely not all the time, but you know how it goes. Every long-term relationship has its ups and downs. There are moments when one person is carrying more emotional weight than the other. And that's not failure, it's part of the partnership. Love isn't just about the good times, it's about how we walk together through the tough parts too. I could have easily flipped the perspective of the song and written it from a guy's point of view, because this experience is universal to relationships. Sometimes she's got the old wounds, sometimes he does. What's important is that nobody should be carrying the heavy load alone forever. It should be a give and take. Finally, I realized something else thinking about this tune. Even though it's a personal story between two people, every couple brings their own history to the table. We come with our families, our past, our fears, our wins and losses. No relationship starts fresh. We bring entire chapters with us. That's what makes it all so rich and real. You know what really gets me about relationships? It's not just about two people getting to know each other. It's about all the layers, the stories, the culture, the family drama that shape who they are. And honestly, love isn't exclusive to one group. Everyone has their own version of it. What makes it unique is how we express it and how our backgrounds play a role in it. I've always felt that our connections have their own vibe. When I wrote We Know Love, it wasn't about claiming some superior love. It was about capturing those specific moments and feelings that tell our story. Sometimes I'm not diving deep into political or historical themes. I just want to touch on the messiness of two people trying to figure it out. It's about understanding each other and showing love in both big and small ways. And let's be real, not every moment needs a grand message. Sometimes just living life is the message. When I was working on this song, I realized something important. I believe in a happy ending, not because it's handed to them, but because I know the kind of story I want to create. In my eyes, both people come out on top. Love isn't about everything being perfect. It's about them climbing together, even when things get tough. Some days one of them is pushing ahead, other days the other needs a break. They might switch places, but they're always moving forward together. I've said before that I don't think relationships are inherently hard, and I still stand by that. They start off a bit shaky, and sometimes they feel fragile again, but that doesn't mean it's over. It just means it's time to face another challenge. Neither person needs to be the strongest all the time or have everything figured out. What matters is they approach each other with honesty, respect, and a commitment to keep choosing each other. Hope isn't ignoring the struggles, it's believing that they can make it through. If both respect each other, see the value in their relationship, and keep their pride in check, there's so much good waiting for them once they get past that hurdle. That's what keeps me connected to this song. It doesn't promise an easy ride, but it champions the truth of love. And I've found that real, honest love has a way of making progress, one genuine step at a time. There is an unspoken language, and only the chosen can hear it. I truly believe there's this silent vibe that exists among Black women, and I stand by that fully. I've felt it, witnessed it, and totally lived it for as long as I can remember. You know those moments when a glance across the room, a raised eyebrow, or just a knowing smile speaks louder than words. For many of us, these little gestures are like entire conversations packed with meaning, warnings, celebrations, or just that mutual understanding of, girl, you don't have to say a word, I know. I've seen this connection with my mom, my grandmother, my aunts, and my closest girls. It even happens with strangers, like when we're in the grocery store, at the airport, or just waiting in line. Our eyes lock, we exchange a smile, and it's like we both just get it without saying a thing. My mom is 83 and my granddaughter is 13. Just a glance at my mom and she knows exactly what I'm thinking. Now I watch my granddaughter catch that same look. It's amazing how the expression barely changes, but the understanding stays strong. This just reinforces something I believe. This vibe is passed down through generations. Nobody sat down with me to decode what these expressions meant. I just soaked it all in from the strong women in my life. Before I even realized it, I was fluent in this unspoken language. This leads me to wonder not if this vibe is real, because trust me, it is, but how long it's been around. It sometimes feels ancient. Did my grandmother get it from the women before her? Does it trace all the way back to Africa? I can't help but think about how it might have grown even more powerful during slavery when speaking out wasn't safe, but we still had our expressions. When I dropped this song, I couldn't help but smile seeing how many Black women connected with it right away. The hearts, the comments, the quiet nods, they all made sense. It wasn't about agreeing with an argument. It was about recognizing themselves in what I was saying. They weren't hearing something new. They were just hearing what they always knew but hadn't been able to put into words. I want to be clear, this song comes straight from my own life experience. I haven't spent my life studying how every culture communicates through looks, gestures, or silence. I get that every culture has its own way of expressing things, and each family has its own inside jokes and signals only they understand. But I can only write about what I truly know. When someone from another culture gives me a look, I might think I know what they mean, and I could be right. Still, I'm aware enough to ask more questions if I need to, because I realize that my understanding might be colored by my own experiences. That's a big deal. You know, this song hits differently for me. It's like a warm hug from something that's been part of my life forever. As I listened, I realized I'm someone who loves to explore ideas and ask questions. I enjoy the journey of wondering about things, but with this song, I feel real certainty. I've felt its magic too many times to question it. It's clear to me this one belongs to Black women, like a love letter to something timeless we've passed down through generations. And here's the thing, when I was creating this song, I made sure it was soft, gentle, and smooth. That was on purpose. There's this stereotype that we're only strong and tough, but we're so much more than that. I wanted the song to feel like that cozy moment when you're chilling with your loved ones, hearing their laughter in the kitchen, and feeling like you can just be yourself without any explanations. I wanted the music to breathe and welcome listeners into a space where being gentle is seen as strong, and kindness doesn't need an apology. This song is special to me because it lets me celebrate Black women in a way that doesn't always come up, highlighting our tenderness and joy instead of just the struggle. And let's be clear, when I chat about my perspectives, it's not because I doubt my voice. I just get that everyone has their own stories and truths to bring in, and that's what makes it all rich. This whole thing is rooted in my everyday life, my home, my people, my community. When I talk about that unspoken connection between Black women, I'm coming from my own experience, not trying to tell anyone else how to feel. I don't want to convince anyone of anything. I'm simply giving a smile to the women who already get it. If you're one of them, you probably knew what I was saying long before my words even came out.
Some things ain't spoken. Never had to be. Somewhere between church pews, beauty shops, hospital waiting rooms, office hallways, and kitchen tables, we learned each other. One look can say, I got you. One silence can say, I know. Caught your eye from across the room. A whole conversation in a second or two. A lifted brow, that tiny smile. Girl, I read your spirit from a country mile. Ain't gotta tell me what just went down. I saw that shift when they came around. That straighten your back, hold your ground grace. That not today written all on your face. We speak in rhythm, we speak in pause, and knowing what hurt without hearing the cause. There's an unspoken language between Black women, soft but stronger than steel. A glance, a nod, a quiet, you good, saying everything we feel. Between Black women, ancient as Sunday morning prayer. No dictionary for what we carry, but somehow we always get there. Beauty shop confessions under dryer heat. Church mothers reading life from the back row seat. Bathroom mirrors fixing crowns in place. Strangers giving kindness with familiar grace. Boardroom breathing through the coded tone. Being the only one, but not alone. That little laugh that says, girl, please. And healing paths like family recipes. We speak and survive, and we speak and shine. And baby, don't break, not this time. There's an unspoken language between black women, soft but stronger than steel. A glance, a nod, a quiet, you good, saying everything we feel. Between black women, ancient as Sunday morning prayer. No dictionary for what we carry, but somehow we always get there. Before words, there was knowing. Before names, there was care. Before introductions, somebody already pulled up a chair. For the girls becoming women, for the women becoming wise, for the ones who smile through thunder with whole oceans in their eyes. I know that smile, the one that says I'm fine when you ain't. I know that strength, the kind that's tired but still don't faint. I know that joy too, that full body laugh when your sister wins. Oh, we know each other. We always have, there's an unspoken language between black women, sacred as hands held in prayer. 1,000 stories in a single glance, and love waiting quietly there. Between black women, built from memory, fire and grace, no translation needed. I see you written on your face. We know, we know, we know, we know, we know, we know, we know.
Get a latte and relax next to the window. When I was a kid back in the 70s, I remember sitting with my grandmother on her sofa. I guess I was about 15 years old at the time. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, she looked at me and said, "Tammy, promise me something." She glanced down at a magazine she'd placed on the coffee table. "Promise me that you'll learn about computers. One day, computers are going to be everywhere, and I want you to know how to work them. Do you understand me, girl? Promise me that." Well, I knew she was not playing with me, so I did the only thing I could do. I looked her squarely in her face and said, "Yes, ma'am." And you know what? I actually stuck to that promise. Now listen, I'm no tech whiz or anything, but I'm not scared of computers either. I've embraced the challenge of learning as it comes. Looking back, I'm proud I kept my word, but what really gets to me is how my grandma could see the future when most people were still confused by typewriters. She loved her books and knew that some changes weren't just fads, they were shaping our everyday lives. I've seen it happen repeatedly: cars, phones, the internet, smartphones. Each time there was a mix of hype and doubt. I still remember when getting online was a mess. Those dial-up tones, AOL discs everywhere, and videos that took eons to load. It was rough, but it was a rough start to something amazing. Innovation often slips and slides before it finds its footing. People complain, push back, and then someone steps up to make it better. Eventually, what seemed wild becomes normal. My granddaughter reminds me of this every time we talk about technology. One day she asked me, "Granny, did you really use those back-in-the-day phones?" I laughed and asked, "What is a back-in-the-day phone?" She replied, "You know, the big phone with that round thing you turn to call people. They were in glass boxes on the corners, and you had to put money in them." "You know what I'm talking about, Granny?" She frowned. "You know, the back-in-the-day phones, Granny." I said, "Oh, you mean a regular telephone." Then she asked, "Could you play games on it?" "No," I replied. "Could you watch movies?" "No." "Could you get on the internet?" "No." "So what did you do with it?" I smiled and said, "Baby, we talked on it." She looked at me in disbelief. That's all it did. That's all it was designed to do. She shook her head and said, "I'm glad I didn't have to use one of those back-in-the-day phones." We both laughed. That little chat stuck with me because it drives home how quickly innovation becomes our new normal. What once seemed groundbreaking will eventually just be part of life. Whether it's AI today or something else tomorrow, it's the tech that excites me, not just the title. Things evolve, cars get smarter, phones get cooler, and the internet keeps expanding. And as those changes happen, the community needs to step up and learn. I don't think there's any real success in fear. It's all about being mindful, staying aware, but not running scared. Let's talk about AI for a second. I've heard all the worries, artists fearing for their creativity, folks concerned about jobs, and the debate over legal stuff. But what I'm really focused on is my community. In the past, big tech felt out of reach for many families. Computers were pricey, cell phones were like luxury items, and internet access was limited. Now, though, many AI tools are available and accessible, and that's life-changing. I want our communities, especially Black and Hispanic ones, to not just play catch-up. I want us to be the creators and innovators, not just consumers. Let's get into the game as builders, engineers, writers, artists. Let's be at the forefront of shaping the future and not just sitting on the sidelines. You know, as we look back at history, it's clear we've always had the smarts, creativity, and determination to push boundaries. But I really don't want fear or inflated doses of skepticism to keep us out of important conversations. Now, let's talk about us artists for a second. I'm one of you. Some of my fellow creatives decide to skip out on using AI altogether, and that's cool. I respect their choice. Every artist has their own vibe and their own space where they create. For some, it's a notebook and a pen. For others, it's a home studio, a camera, or a laptop. Personally, I see AI as just another tool in my kit. It doesn't define me as an artist. It just helps me express what I already have inside. That's super important to remember. You've got to own your creativity. A tool doesn't create your ideas. It doesn't have your life experiences, your memories, your culture, or your unique perspective. Those things are yours. No software can live your life or capture the moments that shaped you, the advice from your grandma, or the laughter shared with friends. That's the well you draw from in your art. The tool just stands by waiting for you to tell it what to do. If you know who you are as an artist, there's no need to feel bad about the tools you use to bring your vision to life. Embrace your creativity, honor your talent, and respect those who choose to create differently. Focus on making the best work you can leave behind. That's what really counts. That's why I'm optimistic about the future. I can't wait to see how we evolve and use every tool out there, not just to join in, but to innovate. I hope we don't just walk into rooms where amazing stuff is happening. I want us to build new spaces altogether. Let's create industries that don't even exist yet, because innovation should never be limited to one group or community. The ability to dream up something new is what makes us human. I'm always curious about what someone somewhere is working on, what problems they're tackling, what questions they're asking, what ideas are on the verge of becoming the next big thing. Those thoughts inspire me, and I refuse to let fear hold me back. Curiosity has always propelled me further than fear ever could. I believe in our ability to dream, create, and contribute. I'm excited to see what we come up with next, not just as artists, but as people who are open to learning, questioning, dreaming, and building a better future for the next generation. Who knows, we might just enhance what's already out there, invent something entirely new, or blaze a trail no one ever thought of. That's the beauty of innovation. It has a way of surprising us, and I, for one, can't wait to see what we do with it. You will find No Fear in here. No Fear is one of those songs that I believe has been waiting in the background to be born. I have listened to this song more times than I can count, and each time, I'm left fighting the urge to hit repeat. When folks hear the title, they might think I'm saying I've never felt fear. That's not the case at all. One line I love in the song goes, "Fear may know my name, but it doesn't live in me." That hits different. Fear is real, right? It's visited me and many incredible people I know. It's echoed through families and communities who had every reason to be scared. Because I believe in God, it has not been uncommon for me to hear, "If God, why fear?" I think the answer is because I am human. But here's the thing, fear doesn't get to stay and unpack its bags in my heart. It might stroll alongside me for a bit, but it doesn't get to take up permanent residence. It doesn't own me. That's what I mean by no fear in me. This song is all about courage, not that loud, in-your-face kind, but the quiet, everyday type. It's about having the grit to wake up each morning and keep pushing forward, to love after you've been hurt, to shield your loved ones, and to walk away from things that bring you down. Think about it, it takes courage to step into a room full of people who have already made up their minds about you before you even say a word. It's about staying true to yourself no matter what they think. And if you ever question how brave we can really be, just watch what happens when someone threatens the people we care about. Whether it's a mom protecting her child or a partner standing by their loved one, that instinct to shield your family brings out something incredible. But let's not forget about the everyday courage, the stuff we don't always acknowledge. It takes guts just to go to work, raise kids, pay bills, and keep believing in good things. It's staying kind in a world that doesn't always give kindness back and finding the strength to keep standing when life tries to knock you down. Now I want to be clear here. I am not one of those folks that encourage always turning the other cheek. In fact, I believe that many people do things to us because we allow them to. Kind doesn't mean not putting people in their place. Fear or not, we owe it to ourselves to stand strong in what we will accept or what we believe and being willing to speak up when necessary. There are days when you know you'll walk into a space where people have already decided who you are. Sometimes they judge you for being direct or confident. I wrote "I said what I said" after hearing someone call a Black woman ghetto just because she spoke plainly. She wasn't being rude, she just owned her truth. That whole idea that a confident Black woman is seen through a different lens really resonated with me. And yes, you have probably guessed, I could not let that stereotype go unnoticed. In those moments, we need to take action that says, I'm still gonna show up, I'm still gonna do my thing, I'll lead with integrity and be me. I can't speak for every Black woman, but I can share my experiences and those of the women in my life, friends, family, and part of my community. We might not have the same stories, but many of our experiences overlap, which is why this song feels so personal. One of my favorite parts of No Fear isn't just about the woman in the spotlight, it's about what's happening quietly behind the scenes. She's there watching the man she loves carry unseen burdens. She notices when he's feeling worn out and fighting battles that go beyond physical strength. What does she do? She breathes life and strength back into him. In the song, she powerfully states, I see my husband carrying us like it's stitched into his skin. He breathes inside a world that keeps closing in on him. Drones in every corner, eyes waiting for him to fall, systems built like cages, but they don't know him at all. They keep hoping he'll get tired, wishing he'll let go, but I speak life into his spirit. When the night gets cold, I remind him he's a mountain, not a shadow, not a plea, and when his strength feels surrounded, he can lean on me. I will admit I replay that part over and over, not just because it sounds good and makes me want to dance, but it's like the lyrics speak truth to power in my soul. She's reminding him of who he truly is, more than the labels he's been given, more than the challenges he faces, and definitely more than the doubts that others try to throw his way. For me, that's one of the purest forms of strength, not just physical strength, but the kind that lifts others up emotionally and spiritually. That's real power. I've seen it all my life, whether it's women today or the unyielding strength of our ancestors. Becoming that calm space where everyone else can recharge and face the world again. If you're not really looking, it can slide right past you. But once you see it, you can't unsee it. That's what I wanted to capture. This song shines a light on the women who came before me. My mama taught me steady, my grandmother taught me fire. Those aren't just lyrics, they show my roots, from my grandmother and my mom down to the women in our family before them. They showed me what discipline looks like without naming it, faith without a sermon, strength without a mic, and love without all the sappy talk. I see my generation as a continuation of theirs, not a replacement. We're like the upgraded version of the mothers from the 60s and 70s, building on their foundation, just like they built on the legacies before them. That's how history works, right? Each generation adds its own thread. This song is for the descendants of those women, like me and my daughters. This society tries to treat us like we are the downgrade, and to my dismay, I often hear Black people co-signing that mess. But if we look holistically, I believe we will find mountains of strong Black women taking the baton and continuing the race to greatness. We inherited so much courage even before we knew where it came from. But let's be real, the way people often see Black women is way off. It's not even half the story, sometimes it's just a snippet. we are so much more than the narrow views that try to box us in. We're full of tenderness, humor, creativity, and all kinds of strength wrapped in gentleness. When I talk about Black women, I'm not trying to compare us to anyone else. Every culture has women whose stories deserve to be told. But if this society has learned anything, and I know it is very little that our society has learned, but don't sleep on Black women. We have been the spark and the fire to much change in this society. I'm sharing the stories I know, the ones that raised me, shaped my voice, and helped me find my way. I've realized I don't just write songs, I craft them like I'm writing a novel. Each song adds a new chapter, character, or layer. They all connect to one bigger story, not one I imagined, but one I inherited. The rhythm was there before I showed up. The music, laughter, and resilience belonged to my mother and grandmother before they were ever mine. They were passed down from women whose names I'll never know, but whose impact is all over the culture that shaped me. I'm just one voice in a huge choir. As a storyteller, I'm trying to preserve something way bigger than myself. We have a gift now that our ancestors didn't, our ability to share our stories, write them down, sing them, and spread them around. That's real power. One reason I keep making these songs is that I want to expand the narrative. I want people to see more than just struggle and survival. I want them to see Black excellence. Many of our ancestors were remarkable. So many women quietly achieved incredible things that deserve to be celebrated. At the heart of No Fear is a tribute to the strength of Black women. It honors those who came before, those walking beside me today, and those who will follow. These women have found ways to nurture, protect, love, and thrive even when forces beyond our control try to destroy. I know my story isn't where it begins or ends. I'm just weaving another thread into this tapestry that generations before me created. Fear knows our names, but it doesn't need to take up space inside us. If you're feeling that weight today, remember you don't have to carry it forever. Whatever support you need, faith, family, friends, or just a good listener, reach out for it. Living in fear isn't living. I have mad respect for every woman who's faced her fears and kept pushing forward, not because she never felt scared, but because she wouldn't let fear write her ending. One thing I know for sure, I'm beyond proud to be part of the legacy of Black women. It's a gift I carry with pride, and I aim to honor it with every story I share, every song I write, and every chance I get to let our light shine. We are more than just a few. You know how sometimes it takes one moment to spark something deep inside you. For me, that moment was watching a trial that ended with a verdict about a guy who shot a 14-year-old Black young man. When the news hit, it weighed heavy on my heart. It's another life lost, another family torn apart. But as tough as that moment was to handle, I came to realize that the song Just a Few wasn't just about what happened in the courtroom. It's about a question I've been wrestling with for a while now. One thing I really admire about our community is how we rally together in times of tragedy, whether it's marching, organizing, or just showing up for one another. Those moments fill me with pride and remind me of the strength we have. Yet there's a question that lingers. What happens when the cameras stop rolling, when the funeral is done and the headlines fade? The issues we face don't just disappear, they're still there waiting for us. That's where Just a Few came from. When I think about the civil rights movement, I don't only remember the epic speeches or marches, even though those were pivotal. It's the consistent presence of people showing up time and time again that really stands out to me. Figures like Martin Luther King Jr., Malcolm X, and countless others. They believed in the work not just for a moment, but as a way of life. Sometimes I wonder if we've started to rely too much on events to drive us. Do we only pay attention when tragedy strikes? If months go by without a major news story, what are we doing in that time? Are we getting involved in local issues? Are we encouraging our friends and family to stay engaged? Or are we simply waiting for the next heartbreaking news cycle to bring us back together? These aren't just things I'm throwing out there. They're real questions I've asked myself too. I don't want to be pointing fingers from the sidelines. I'm in the mix, grappling with the same thoughts. It's tough for me to believe that those being affected by policies today actually wanted those outcomes. When we discuss education, healthcare, or voting rights, I often wonder where we were before decisions were made. Were there just a few people showing up while everyone else assumed someone else would handle it? These reflections lead me to a hard question. If I'm wrong about all of this, why are we still in the same spot after all these years? Why are we still fighting the same battles? Why do our communities and systems often leave so many behind? I'm not asking these questions because I have all the answers. I believe we owe it to ourselves to face them head on. If someone else has a different take, I'm all ears. That's how we learn and grow, but I can't ignore what I see. In my writing, I often celebrate our resilience and creativity. I know we're extraordinary people, but that doesn't mean we can't do better. Let's be real and talk about where we can improve. Let's challenge each other to be stronger. What I want people to hear in Just a Few isn't blame, but a call to reflect, to be brave, to stick together, and to remember who we truly are at our best. It's about looking inward and asking ourselves who we want to become. You know, through this whole book, I've really tried to nail down the importance of taking a good, hard look at ourselves. Like acknowledging when we mess up and owning our blind spots and biases. I honestly don't think we can grow, individually or as a community, without that kind of self-reflection. That's the heart of Just a Few. This track isn't about pointing fingers and saying they should do better. Nah, it's more about asking, how do we need to step up our game? It's clear as day that the system is in shambles. Honestly, it feels like it's designed to treat us as casualties of greed. That's why it's crucial to ask ourselves, what's going on between elections? What are we doing in the quiet moments between the headlines and the tragedies? Are we mentoring anyone? Which kids are we uplifting? Which families are we supporting? Are we showing up to neighborhood meetings or school board gatherings? Are we inspiring others to vote, not just every 4 years, but whenever they can make a difference in their community? There's so much we can do in the time between elections. Yes, casting a vote is super important, but it's not the be-all and end-all. It's just the start of our duties, not the finish line. Sometimes we unknowingly expect a small group of elected officials to work miracles. We send a few folks to City Hall or Congress, and then we sit back, hoping they'll fix issues that have lingered for ages. Like I say in another song, make it make sense. The math just doesn't add up. Real change has always needed more than just politicians in suits. It's about regular people stepping up, teachers, parents, mentors, artists, those who see the value in every child and every neighbor. I often think about kids growing up in tough situations where stability is just out of reach. They might not hear the encouragement they deserve. They might not have an adult telling them they matter. We need to catch them before they become another heartbreaking news story. I want these kids to become leaders and dreamers, not just victims of circumstance. And that takes someone caring enough to show up. In the end, Just a Few is really about stepping up to our responsibilities. We can't keep expecting a handful of people to carry the weight for so many of us. There are countless folks out there who are tired of the same old injustices, the division, and watching the same struggles play out over generations. It's a lot to ask just a few to bear. History has never been rewritten by just one person. It's always taken the efforts of everyday folks deciding to get involved. Some will lead, some will teach, others will vote or create art. Each role matters. Every single contribution counts. This song is inviting us to be our best selves and take responsibility for the community we share. We need to stop waiting for someone else to tackle the issues that affect all of us. Let's not assume that a few leaders can carry the burdens of millions alone. Real change comes from ordinary folks ready to put in the work, and that's what Just a Few is all about. It's about shared responsibility, not guilt or blame. If we continue to offload everything onto a small group, it's no wonder the weight can feel too heavy. If we're serious about lasting change, it's time for all of us to get involved, not just a few, but everyone who can. This is how we build stronger communities, keep movements alive, and turn hope into action. I really believe this is the way we start constructing the future we've been dreaming of.
Just a few. Election day, the parking lot was full. People standing in line, talking about tomorrow, talking about the children, talking about the schools, talking about the future, and all the things we do. For a moment, it felt like everybody came, everybody saw the problems, Everybody knew the names, but seasons changed, and the crowd got thin, and somehow the work was waiting there again. Just a few still sitting in the room, just a few trying to push it through, just a few carrying more than they should, holding up pieces of tomorrow the best way they know how. Just a few. School board meeting, empty chairs. City council meeting, empty chairs. Community forum, empty chairs. But the decision still got made. The cameras moved on, the headlines faded too, but the problems never packed a bag. They were still waiting in the room, and every empty chair added a little more weight to the shoulders of the people who decided to stay. Just a few still sitting in the room, just a few trying to push it through, just a few carrying more than they should, holding up pieces of tomorrow the best way they know how. Just a few. We send one person through a door full of opposition, then sit back waiting for a miracle's arrival. Fix the schools, fix the streets, fix the house and fix the crime. Fix generations of damage in a fraction of the time. Then we get impatient, wondering why it's taking so long, like a vote is a finish line instead of where the work belongs. Like one elected voice can stand against the tide, while the rest of us watch from the comfort of the sidelines. Long lines in November, short lines the next time around. Everybody loves a movement till the work gets quiet somehow. The meetings still happen, the votes still get cast, the decisions still get made, whether we're there or not. And looking around that room at the same familiar faces, you can't help but wonder, where y'all at, where y'all at? The schools still need voices, the neighborhoods still need hands, the children still need mentors, the work still needs people. Where y'all at? Just a few still showing up, just a few still speaking up, just a few trying to carry the weight of neighborhoods, schools, families, dreams. And maybe we get farther, maybe we break on through, if the weight of many wasn't resting on just a few. The work didn't leave when the election ended. The work didn't leave when the cameras moved on. The work stayed, the weight stayed. Where y'all at? Where y'all at? Somehow, year after year, everyone goes home, leaving just a few, 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 just a few.
As life is still calling your name. When I listen to Keep Moving Anyway, I hear a message of encouragement, not the kind that pretends everything is fine, but the kind that looks reality in the eye and says, it's all right, just keep moving. What I love about this song is that it acknowledges obstacles, but chooses to push past them. When I created the video, I made a conscious choice. No dramatic visuals, no headlines, just a man and a woman dancing. They're dressed in black, moving together from start to finish. I wanted the focus to be on the movement itself. I didn't want anything to overshadow the music. I wanted people to feel the message, keep moving. Stopping won't get us where we want to go. Sometimes the bravest thing we can do is just take one more step. This song isn't asking us to be superheroes or to fix everything by the end of the day. We're all just ordinary people doing our best, feeling tired and overwhelmed sometimes. We all carry something, that's part of being human. Sometimes we hold ourselves to impossible standards. We think we need to solve every problem today, figure everything out this week, and have all the answers before we can finally breathe easy. Life doesn't work that way. I've learned that life has layers, and each year reveals something new. When I was younger, I thought life was about finding answers. Now, it's just as much about accepting that some questions might never get fully answered. I've come to terms with that. I'm not trying to solve every mystery or carry every burden anymore. I'm not aiming to fix everything before I hit the pillow at night. I'm just moving forward, and that's what keep moving anyway means to me. It's not denial or waiting around. It's accepting that I don't need to resolve everything right now. Some things I'll understand later, some maybe never. Life's about living with those unknowns. I've come to realize there are times when you need to stand your ground, especially when it comes to courage and confronting injustice. I've always written songs about that stuff because I genuinely believe in it. But you know what? I've also learned that sometimes it's okay to just keep walking. Not every bump in the road needs to turn into a full-on battle, and not every disappointment has to stay stuck in your head. Sometimes the best move is to just stroll past it. I remember someone telling me, sometimes you have to sit down and let trouble pass you by. That really stuck with me. But I think there's more to it. Sometimes you don't even need to sit. You just keep moving, not because the trouble has gone away, but because you've decided it's not going to stop you. This doesn't mean we ignore everything. There are definitely moments when you need to stand your ground, fight back, speak up, or just refuse to budge. But then there are other times when your gut tells you, not today, just keep walking, you can handle this later. For now, protect your peace. When I wrote Keep Moving Anyway, it was all about giving people permission to take a breather, to let go of every unanswered question weighing them down, and to admit they don't have all the answers. It's totally fine to say, I'll tackle that later, and keep enjoying life, laughing, creating, dancing, hoping, and moving forward. Life is always going to throw things at us. Some obstacles we'll climb over, some we'll maneuver around, some we'll fight against, and some we'll just have to leave behind. The key is not to confuse every hurdle with the end of the road. Sometimes you're just passing through. Keep moving anyway isn't the easiest mantra to live by. We're living in a time where the news is always crazy. New headlines, crises, and injustices popping up every day. For those who genuinely care, it can feel overwhelming. Some folks care from a distance, while others jump in to help as much as they can. And then there are those who make it their life's work to uplift their communities, mentoring young people, building businesses, advocating for better healthcare, and pushing for justice. They're out here trying to make the world a better place day in and day out. Usually they don't know how to take a break. When you're deeply committed, deciding to pause for a day can feel like you're letting people down. It can seem selfish or like you're giving up. But honestly, I think it's just being smart. Those who dedicate themselves to helping others have to remember to take care of themselves too. You can't keep giving from an empty cup. This message is for those who are in it for the long haul, the ones whose commitment is clear through their actions. They already care, they don't need convincing. Sometimes they care so much that they forget they're human. This song is a gentle reminder that it's totally okay to step back sometimes. It's all right to take a break and recharge before diving back into the fight. Your purpose doesn't just vanish because you took a moment to breathe. In fact, that pause could be what helps you keep going. I've met so many inspiring people over the years, and most aren't famous. You wouldn't recognize their names, but I see them, their consistency, their sacrifices, and all the time they quietly invest into uplifting others. They're true role models, not because they seek the spotlight, but because they're genuinely committed. I hope my efforts reflect that same vibe, not about being perfect, but about being real. So let me wrap this up. Keep moving anyway isn't about pretending that everything is easy or that you have all the answers. It's about trusting that tomorrow is another day and knowing you don't have to carry every weight right now. It's about letting yourself breathe without feeling like you're giving up. If this song connects with anyone carrying heavy burdens, I want them to hear what I needed to remind myself. You're still needed. Your work matters. Your commitment is visible. Take a breath, take that next step, and just keep moving anyway. This right here ain't going nowhere. You know that feeling you get when a song just hits different? That's how I feel about this right here. It's not just about the beats and lyrics. It paints a whole mural of vibrant images in my mind. My goal with this track was to make people feel empowered, not angry or resentful. It's all about owning our space and showing that we belong here. When I say this right here, I'm talking about our country and what we've built together. And when I add, it ain't going nowhere, I'm referring to our legacy and the undeniable impact we've made. We're not disappearing. We're still here, creating, building, and raising the next generation. This is our home, and we've worked hard for our place in it. Our history is written in blood, sweat, and tears. Everything we've done, our inventions, our culture, our music, our military service, is part of this country's story. Sometimes when I share this message, some people think it's about pushing people away. But really, it's about bringing us all together and showing that our narratives are embedded in this nation. Not just on the sidelines, but right in the center of it all. Throughout my journey, I've shared my thoughts and experiences, not as a universal truth, but as my personal view. I get that we're all evolving, and while I acknowledge our struggles, I also celebrate how far we've come. It's crucial that our contributions are recognized for what they are. This right here comes from my own journey, including my time in the Navy. I remember the incredible diversity among my peers, and it blows my mind that you often don't see that diversity in history. I remember looking at documentaries and wondering, where's everyone else? It felt like my reality didn't match what was being shown on screen. Thank goodness history is slowly catching up. More people are learning about the stories that were overlooked for too long, like the Tuskegee Airmen and the Buffalo Soldiers. We want a complete picture of our past, not just half-truths. Because when you're not aware of what you're missing, it's easy to believe there's nothing more to learn. In today's world, we've got tools previous generations didn't. Info flows more freely now, so we can share our stories and preserve our history. We've got the power to teach and document what was once unspoken, and we can proudly say we built this, not just as a footnote, but as a pillar. As I look around, I don't see Black folks sitting on the sidelines of history. We're right there, shaping it in every field: medicine, education, science, and more. Our contributions might not always be acknowledged, but they can't be erased. There's a lot of talk about why history has been presented the way it has, and I have my theories, but at the end of the day, it all comes back to reality. Our story is ingrained in the fabric of this country, and no one can take that away. Reality doesn't just vanish because someone skips a page in a textbook or a photo only captures part of the image. What's real sticks around, no matter what. Our contributions leave marks. Our stories don't fade away just because they take a while to get recognized. Now we've got the tools to ensure our stories shine. But honestly, waiting for someone else to give us a thumbs up on what we've done. Nah, that's not the move. Recognition matters for sure, but we can't put our future in the hands of others. We've got goals to crush, businesses to launch, kids to inspire, communities to uplift, wealth to build, and chances to create. Just like those who came before us, we're all about that grind. It's a big ask, no doubt. But when I think of those past generations, they faced their own hefty challenges and still managed to build, create, serve, and hope. Now it's our turn to step up. We don't need to question if we belong or if we've made an impact. We have. Our job now is to shape the legacy we'll leave for the next crew. So here we are, this country, this community, this future. We're still building it together. We've earned our spot, and trust me, we're not going anywhere. Let's get to work. That's a lot to take in. Time for another coffee break. I picked these 3 songs for a reason, because they belong together. When I arrange tracks, I don't see them as just standalone hits. It's more like chapters in a story. I guess you could say I think like a novelist. After pouring years into writing books, it's tough to switch gears and not think in narratives. I'm always focused on the characters, the conflicts, the resolutions, the surprises, and what's next. Whether it's a long novel or a short song, I'm always trying to tell a story. That's why Just a Few Keep Moving Anyway, and this right here flow together so well. Just a Few hits hard with a message about stepping up. It reminds us that we can't just let a few people carry the weight for everyone. We need to take a good look in the mirror and ask ourselves, what can I do? Then you've got Keep Moving Anyway. After diving into Just a Few, I started thinking about all those folks who keep grinding it out, organizers, teachers, advocates, and mentors, those who show up day in and day out for their communities. But who's lifting them up? Who's telling them to take a breather? Keep Moving Anyway is all about that. It's a reminder that you don't have to tackle everything at once. Sometimes the strongest thing you can do is just keep pushing forward. Finally, we get to this right here. After talking about responsibility and support, I wanted us to pause and acknowledge something we often forget: how far we've come. We're so focused on the things we still need to achieve that we overlook our victories, what we've built, created, sacrificed for, and innovated. Acknowledging that isn't bragging, it's just recognizing the reality of our journey. This right here is a powerful shout-out that our contributions are present and real. They're not just stories we tell about what happened somewhere else. They're happening right here. Our fingerprints, especially those of Black Americans, are all over this land in ways that can't be ignored. Trust me, I've witnessed it. One of the clearest times I saw this was during my service in the Navy. I watched people from all walks of life, Black, Hispanic, Filipino, Asian, Native, serving in so many different roles. It was eye-opening to see how all these diverse communities are part of something bigger than themselves. But growing up, a lot of the history I learned didn't reflect that richness. As I grew older, it hit me. History tells us what happened, but people get to choose which stories stick. That awareness transformed my writing. It would be a disservice to ignore this reality. I want to stress this. I don't want to pigeonhole any race, culture, or community. When I say some people, I genuinely mean just that, some people, not a blanket statement about everyone. I have a name for these people that I will fully define later, but for now, I will start referring to them as Parezis. Over the years, I've faced bias from folks who look like me and those who don't. Bias is a human issue, not owned by one group alone. I'm saying I've encountered people with ideas about Black Americans built from what they've seen or heard, images and stories from media and society, and these detrimental images stretch well beyond the shores of this United States. I've lived these moments, and I've heard others share similar stories. I've seen these themes pop up constantly in discussions within my community. That doesn't mean everyone carries those thoughts, nor does it mean every interaction is tinted by biases. But those experiences are significant enough to be part of the ongoing chats in my community, and ignoring them wouldn't be real. Many of us know what it feels like to walk into places, shops, businesses, and services where we're spending our money but still feel like we're viewed through a stereotype instead of as individuals. Those moments don't define everyone out there, but they're real enough for many of us to recognize when they're called out. Part of loving my community is about acknowledging what's hurt it, while also celebrating the wins and contributions. That's why I'm all about sharing the stories of the everyday heroes around us, fathers who stick around, mothers with big dreams, veterans who put it all on the line, entrepreneurs hustling to make something out of nothing, teachers who light that creative spark in us, and kids bursting with potential. I want to shine a light on men and women leading the way, families showing what love really means, and communities coming together to make some magic. Those stories matter just as much as the tough ones, and they deserve just as much attention. After all, if partial stories lead to misunderstandings, then complete ones can help us get it right. I can't shape every narrative out there, but I'm determined to add a true voice to the mix. Life's way too complicated for black and white thinking, but I know one thing for sure: my loyalty to my community runs deep. And that loyalty means I can tackle tough conversations and reflect honestly without holding back. A lot of my best writing encourages us to dig deep, grow, and engage more meaningfully. Real loyalty means telling the truth, even when it's uncomfortable. I won't pretend our challenges don't exist, nor will I stereotype others in return. That's just not me. My goal is to provide a more complete picture, not just another stereotype. I'm not here to erase anyone's narrative or downplay their contributions, but to expand the conversation. I want to document the fathers who love fiercely, mothers who lead rich lives beyond just struggles, veterans who serve with pride, and entrepreneurs building something amazing. I'm all about capturing kids filled with hope and families grounded in faith and perseverance. I want to highlight communities bursting with creativity, resilience, and humor. Words have a way of lasting. Books, songs, stories, they stick with us. Once I share them, they become part of something bigger than me. That's why I'm intentional with my words. I'm not afraid of criticism. It doesn't scare me. I choose them wisely because they're my legacy. If I leave anything behind, it's this: a true story, one that doesn't trade comfort for truth or fairness for convenience. A story that tells my community and anyone willing to listen, I see you, I believe in you, and your place in this narrative has always mattered. I stepped into me because I had to. I wrote this song for everyone out there, not just women, but anyone who spent so much time loving and supporting others that they kinda lost themselves along the way. When I think about this song, it's all about that moment of choosing yourself, not in a selfish way, but recognizing that you matter too. This song invites you to step into your own identity, to find that peace in just being you, and to accept yourself as is. It's about reaching a point where you can genuinely say, I'm okay, I'm enough, I'm beautiful just the way I am, and guess what? You don't need someone else to validate your worth. It starts from within. This isn't about being full of yourself or thinking you're better than anyone else. It's a softer kind of love. The same warmth you show to your kids, parents, or friends. It's patient and forgiving, saying, I'm here for you. This time, though, you're saying it to yourself. Imagine giving yourself a hug, just that quiet, intimate moment where you stop needing everyone else's permission to feel good about who you are. What I love about this song is that it opens a door, not to somewhere else, but back to yourself. It's like it's softly saying, step in. You're safe here, welcome home. I think it resonates especially with those who always take care of others, the caregivers, the providers, the protectors, those who carry responsibilities day in and day out. They usually don't expect applause, they just do what needs to be done. They love, sacrifice, and keep showing up, often without anyone realizing how much they give. This song gently nudges them, now it's your turn, just for a moment, long enough to remember who you are. I truly believe that stepping into yourself isn't just a one-time thing. It's a journey you revisit throughout life. At 20, it looks different than at 40 or 60. The woman I am now isn't the same as I was years ago. I think differently, move differently, and even look different. Some changes are obvious while others are just for me to see. Life, time, and experiences shape us. Joy and heartbreak change us too. Sometimes our bodies shift before our minds catch up. Sometimes our dreams and priorities change. Each season asks, will I still love this version of myself? For me, stepping into myself means embracing every part of my life, not just the easy bits or the youthful ones. It's about not letting my changing reflection define my worth. It's about viewing myself with compassion instead of criticism. There are contradictions in this song. It's imperfectly perfect, flawless with flaws, whole but still healing. That's the beauty of being human. We're all a bit messy, but there's something beautiful in that mess. Sometimes we just need a little reminder to see it. I deal with arthritis, and my hands aren't what they used to be. Some days they're more curved than I'd like. But when I look in the mirror, I don't just see flaws. I see kindness, strength, and hope. I still find reasons to smile at my reflection. I've learned that my flaws don't erase my beauty. They're part of my story. Another thing I've realized is that no one can take care of my well-being better than I can. It's not that my loved ones don't care, it's just that they can't live my experience. They can't hear every thought or see when I'm running low. That responsibility is mine. I'm in charge of my own happiness. And when I say taking care of myself, I'm not talking about buying things or splurging on treats. It goes way deeper than that. I've been thinking a lot about my well-being lately, like my peace of mind, my joy, and just my overall vibe. It's wild how we often expect others to manage our feelings and happiness. But honestly, I can't do the heavy lifting for my daughters, family, or friends. Sure, I can love and support them, but at the end of the day, we're all responsible for our own happiness. Taking care of myself isn't about stepping away from my loved ones. It's actually how I stay available for them. If I don't fill my own cup, I'll have nothing to give. I've been feeling this song that really hits home. It's all about stepping into your true self. It's almost like a way of parenting yourself right. Drawing from the wisdom that people have shared with you and reminding yourself to take a break, heal, and just celebrate the little wins. It's about giving yourself the grace when things don't go perfectly. This song isn't about politics or any big issues, it's about people. It speaks to anyone who's ever felt a bit lost or stuck thinking, I need to move on. It's about stepping away from whatever's been holding you back and finding your way back to yourself. That's where the healing happens. Before we wrap this up, I want to drop a little reminder. Every breath you take matters. Your life matters. You're here for a purpose, so cherish those moments. Take care of yourself. It's not selfish, it's essential. Love yourself like you've loved everyone else in your life. If that feels like too much today, that's okay. Just take it one step at a time. There's no rush, it's all about your journey. Some days you'll take tiny steps and other days more confident strides. They all count. Just keep moving toward your true self. And when you finally get there, when you see yourself clearly and find peace just being you, welcome yourself home.
I didn't lose myself. I just forgot to come back for me. But I found my way. Yeah, yeah. I gave my light away in pieces to people who couldn't hold a flame. Called it love, called it patience, but I was the one in pain. Kept pouring from an empty, smiling like I was full, wore strength like it was armor, but it was breaking me in two. Still heard a voice I used to know. She said, baby, come get your power. And I said, I'm ready now. I stepped into me like I should have done before. Closed every door that hurt me. Ain't begging love no more. I see my worth now. I don't question what I bring. I used to look for validation. Now it looks for me. Stepped into me, finally free. Yeah, I stepped into me. I learned to sit with my silence, not run when it gets too real. Started choosing my peace over how somebody feels. No more shrinking to fit places I outgrew. If it don't see my value, then it don't deserve my truth. I stopped asking for permission, stopped explaining who I am. Now I walk like I believe it, 'cause I finally understand. I stepped into me like I should have done before. Closed every door that hurt me. Ain't begging love no more. I see my worth now. I don't question what I bring. I used to look for validation. Now it looks for me. I stepped into me, finally free. Yeah, I stepped into me. There's a difference between being needed and being valued. I was given everything just to feel something, but now I choose me every time. I stepped into me, and I'm not backing down. Build myself back stronger from everything that broke me down. I know my worth now. I don't settle, I don't chase if it don't feel like peace and purpose. It don't deserve my space. I stepped into me, fully seen. Yeah, I stepped into me, and I'm not leaving me again. No, not this time.
I am destined to be my own brand of excellence. I remember when I wrote this song and the feeling it gave me. It wasn't just about the lyrics, it was more about the emotions behind them. I'd say sometimes I just want to be, and I meant it. It wasn't about wanting less from life or stopping my grind for better things. It was about wanting the freedom to just exist without having to constantly explain myself or prove my worth. Sometimes I just want to be. While I was writing To Be, I kept thinking about how, long before we figured out our own identities, someone else already started writing our stories, defining who we are and what we can or can't achieve. Those limits were set before we got the chance to make our own rules, but there's always been something deeper within us, a voice saying, "That's not me." That's why these lyrics resonate. Every time someone tried to put us in a box, someone broke out. Every time they drew a line, someone crossed it. I love that spirit. Generations before us have pushed back against anyone trying to define them. They show us time and again. When someone declares it's impossible, another person shows it is possible. That's not just a story, it's the essence of being human. There's this saying we've all heard, you have to be twice as good. I get where it comes from. It's not meant to bring us down. It's a lesson from those who have been through challenges, wanting us to succeed in an often unfair world. It's rooted in love and wanting to protect us. I respect that. But here's the thing, even the best advice can become a weight. When we think we need to be twice as good, we start comparing ourselves to others. Instead of focusing on how to be the best version of ourselves, we ask, am I better than them? That kind of comparison takes away our purpose. It turns into a burden, and we end up carrying more than we need to. This song challenges that notion. What if I could just be? What if I stopped measuring myself against the next person? What if proving myself didn't have to feel like a constant struggle? What if excellence flowed naturally from being my true self? That's the freedom I catch in this song, not freedom from hard work or from striving for greatness, but freedom from comparison. Freedom to drop the measuring sticks that don't belong to us and to become who we're meant to be. This song keeps reminding me that how we see ourselves matters. If I don't believe I can achieve greatness, I'll be chasing someone else's idea of it. But when I recognize that I have my own unique strengths, everything shifts. Then I'm not just living up to someone else's definition of success, I'm creating my own. If I were in tech, I wouldn't want to just replicate someone else's idea of excellence. I'd want to bring my perspective and skills to the table, not because it's superior, but because it's authentically mine. It's shaped by my journey, creativity, and problem-solving skills. I hope my version of excellence and yours can work together side by side, not in competition, but in harmony. To me, that's what a healthy community looks like. It's not about everyone trying to be clones of each other. It's about each person bringing their best to the mix. If my way isn't cutting it in a certain situation, I need to reflect. Do I need to learn something new? Do I need to grow or enhance my skills? Or am I just in the wrong space? Not finding the right fit doesn't mean I lack talent. Sometimes it simply means I'm trying to squeeze into someone else's mold. The more I think about it, the more I believe that freedom starts within. How we see ourselves and our capabilities matters. We all have the potential to create amazing work and bring something valuable to the world. Excellence doesn't come from measuring up to others. It comes from being authentic, prepared, disciplined, and willing to put in the work, not because someone told me I had to be twice as good, but because I know my gifts deserve my best effort. One of the biggest lessons I picked up came from my daughters. Like most parents, I just wanted to shield and guide them, but I realized that even the best intentions can sometimes put unnecessary pressure on them. I saw it play out in different ways. One struggled with her self-esteem, while the other felt a bit trapped. Things started to turn around when I decided to take a step back. Instead of trying to mold them into my idea of success, I gave them the space to figure out their own paths. What unfolded was something amazing. They started to thrive. The truth is, I wasn't the one teaching them who to be. I was simply letting them become who they already were. Standing back and watching them shine was a real eye-opener for me. It taught me that excellence doesn't look the same for everyone. The world doesn't need more clones, it needs originals. This shifted not just how I think about parenting, but also how I see leadership and, honestly, myself. If I wanted my daughters to stop measuring themselves against others, why was I still caught up in that? Maybe the freedom I craved for them was the same freedom I needed, a freedom to just be. If there's one thing I hope you take from this, it's that we all deserve the chance to be ourselves, to showcase our own unique excellence, my version. Not anyone else's. That's a powerful gift we can give ourselves, permission. Permission to let go of those constant comparisons that sneakily rob us of our joy. Permission to stop worrying about whether we're ahead or behind someone else. Instead, let's wake up with one simple goal, to be the best version of ourselves each day. And just to be clear, I'm not saying we should settle for mediocrity. I've always believed in striving for excellence. But here's the thing, excellence has nothing to do with comparing ourselves to those around us. It's about asking ourselves, did I give it my all today? When I walk into a room full of talented people, I'm not in a race. I'm there already committed to doing my best. My mission is to keep refining my skills, learning, and growing. That perspective is liberating. It allows me to stop worrying about others and start focusing on myself. I want to know, how can I learn? How can I grow? How can I serve better? How can I create better? It's not about getting applause or recognition. It's about giving my best effort because excellence deserves that. That's what I mean when I say, just be. It's about bringing my experiences, my perspective, my gifts, my voice, and my humanity into every situation life throws at me. I'm not trying to be someone else or outshine anyone. I'm just aiming to provide the fullest version of myself. I believe that's where true freedom and excellence lie, not in comparison, but in authenticity, not in competition, but in contribution, not in proving anything, but in becoming who we're meant to be. So if I could leave you with one thought, it's this: give yourself permission to be. Share your unique brand of excellence with the world. Cultivate it, protect it, nurture it, and let it flourish because nobody else can deliver what you were born to offer. And sometimes that's all we need. Sometimes it's just about embracing the moment and letting excellence unfold from there.
They told us where to stand, told us who to be, tried to write our names before we learned to read, built their stories around us, then called those stories truth. But something deep inside us always knew we were more than the labels, more than the fear, more than the limits they carried for years. 'Cause every time they built a box, somebody broke the side out. Every time they drew a line, somebody stepped beyond it. Yeah, yeah. I came here to be, not to fit inside somebody else's dream, not to carry somebody else's fear, not to spend my whole life proving what was already here. I wear my skin with pride and elegance. I wear my history openly. And after everything, I still insist on the simple right to be. Not for applause, not because I doubted who I was, but because somewhere along the journey the burden became clear. How many times must I prove my worth before my worth appears? So I worked harder, carried more, asked for less, and stood a little taller. Not because I was less, but because somebody believed I was. Some things were always mine, even when they couldn't see it. Somebody else's fear, not to spend my whole life proving what was all to disappear inside somebody else's story, not to become smaller, to make somebody comfortable. I carry beauty, I carry strength, I carry scars, I carry scars, I carry dreams. I wear my skin with pride and elegance. I wear my history openly, and after all these years, I'm still standing here, still becoming, still growing, still free, still insisting on the simple right to be. They move mountains, trying to tell us who we were, and still, here we are, not asking, not apologizing, not shrinking, simply to be.
Where my hands can't reach, I get on my knees. Some love songs are all about heartbreak and pain, but this one, nah, it's a whole different vibe. I picture a couple just living their life, maybe sitting on the porch with a drink, enjoying each other's company after years together. In that chill moment, she looks at him and asks, "Do you know what I'd do for you if I could?" That question really sets the whole thing off. We've all heard those classic love songs where the guy swears he'd move mountains for her or bring her the stars. And while those are sweet, why can't a woman say something just as big? Why can't she look at her man and say, "If I could make every day amazing for you, I would"? Love isn't a one-way street. Sometimes he lifts her up, and other times she's got his back. That's the real deal. Love goes both ways. In this song, she isn't trying to control everything or fix his issues. She's dreaming of what she'd do if love had magic powers. She'd grab all his dreams and make them happen, clear the way for him, and make sure he's always feeling good. If love could do it all, she'd be on it. But then she realizes that there are some things she just can't handle, not because her love isn't strong, but because she's human, and that realization. It's not a weakness, it's pretty wise. So when she understands her limits, she doesn't stop loving him. Instead, she turns to her faith. Prayer isn't just a backup plan, it's part of the love she has for him. It's like saying, "I can't give you all the peace in the world, but I trust God to do that." That's such a real expression of love, not trying to be everything for someone, but trusting in something bigger. I wrote this song for younger couples. At the start, love feels all wild and exciting, and that's a beautiful thing. But if you stick around, eventually you find a deeper connection. You start caring for each other in a way where it feels natural and easy. It's not about losing yourself. It's realizing love makes room for someone else's happiness too. That's where I see the couple in my song, not at the beginning, but in a place where commitment flows and appreciation is just part of the game. There's one line that really hits home for me. At the end, she says, "I got you. Even when I gotta give you to God, I got you." That line, it's everything. She's not saying she's letting him go. She's saying, "I'm trusting you to God, but I'm right here with you." That's a big difference. You know that feeling when someone's got your back no matter what? That's what we're talking about here. It's like she's always there, tuning in, cheering you on, and believing in you even when things get tough. Her prayers. They're just another way of showing she cares. That's how real love works. It knows the difference between being responsible and trying to control everything. She gets that she can't fix it all, but her loyalty and support never waver. It's like she's saying, "I'm with you through thick and thin. Even if I can't do anything more, my love is still here." To me, that's one of the best gifts you can give someone. Not the promise to make everything perfect, but the assurance that they'll never have to face challenges alone. That's the essence of where my hands can't reach. It's not about feeling helpless. It's about having a love that's wise enough to know its limits but still wants to be there for you. Even when she can't physically do more, her heart is still saying, "I've got your back." You don't know a thing about my walk. Every person has their own unique walk in life, right? Some of us start in tough situations, while others have it a bit easier, and some are somewhere in between. My story isn't about going from rags to riches. I want to be clear about that. I was lucky enough to grow up surrounded by love. My parents and grandmother made sure we had what we needed, even when we didn't realize it. If I wanted something bad enough, they somehow found a way to make it happen. But just because I had a loving home doesn't mean I didn't mess up. We all make mistakes, and love doesn't come with a manual. I learned life lessons the hard way, especially when it came to money. I could earn it and spend it no problem, but managing it, that was a whole different ballgame. Budgeting and planning were skills that life had to teach me, often the hard way. Some of the bumps in my road were just because I didn't know better or made choices that didn't serve me. I believe in taking responsibility for my actions. That's where growth starts. It's all part of my walk. One reason I wrote about that walk is that I truly believe everyone has their own journey, no exceptions. It's not a race to see who had it tougher. It's just about the path life has laid out for each of us. We all deal with our own advantages and disadvantages, and sometimes hit detours we never saw coming. So when the song says, "You don't know a thing about my walk," it's not about seeking pity or praise. It's about acknowledging the journey, the lessons learned, and the grace received along the way. It's all about respecting our experiences. I remember a time when I was a single mom with 2 daughters. I made sure they had what they needed, no matter how tight things were financially. I dealt with challenges quietly. I didn't call my family every time something went wrong. There was this one morning when I looked in my closet. I had just a few pairs of shoes that all matched everything I owned. My car was out of commission, so I took the bus to work. Then, at work, the heel of my only black shoe completely broke off. People were sweet and suggested I buy a new pair, but I didn't have the money for that. I could only afford my bus fare, so I stayed at my desk all day, trying not to draw attention to myself. When the day finally ended, I waited until everyone had left to sneak out. There I was at the bus stop, wearing those broken shoes, feeling embarrassed as people stared. But instead of wallowing in shame, I had a moment of clarity during that long ride home. I started asking myself, how did I end up in this situation? What can I learn from this so it doesn't happen again? That bus ride turned out to be one of the best lessons I ever had. It didn't fill me with shame, it filled me with wisdom. That's what it's all about. You know, sometimes I look down at my shoe collection and can't help but chuckle. Honestly, I have way more pairs than I could ever wear. Most days, I stick to the same few. Some might think I'm just obsessed with shoes, and I'll admit, I do love them. But each pair has a backstory, tied to a bus ride that really reshaped my outlook on life. It's not about embarrassment for me, it's all about gratitude. As someone who supervises others and spends a lot of time with my colleagues, I really care about the people I work with. I'm pretty sure that anyone around me has their own story that they might not share outright. Maybe they're stretching their budget until payday, or perhaps they gave their lunch money to a kid. I get it, I've been there. Sometimes we carry things in silence, not because we're ashamed, but just because that's how we handle our lives. So one day, a coworker and I decided to hit up the grocery store for the essentials: bread, lunch meat, fruit, you name it. We filled up the fridge at work with it all. No labels, no names, just food available to everyone, our only rule. If it's personal, stash it in the other fridge. This one is for all of us. Why? We wanted to create a space where our teammates could feel a bit lighter at work. In those moments, it didn't matter if someone forgot their lunch or if they were making tough financial choices. We didn't need to pry or know their story. Protecting their dignity mattered more. What surprised us was how it evolved. People began to chip in. Someone bought milk, another person brought coffee, and no one kept score. It just became part of our culture, and that's the beauty of kindness, it spreads. One of the biggest lessons I've learned is simple: we're all humans first. Life doesn't pause just because you clock in at work. You could be dealing with a marriage that's rocky or a sick kid at home. Sometimes, just arriving at work is a challenge. We often expect people to check their personal lives at the door, but that's not real. Life rolls on every minute of every day. That's why generosity and kindness are crucial. We should be creating an environment where people don't feel the need to explain themselves. Sometimes the kindest thing we can do is just offer support without asking for details. Whether it's sharing a sandwich or providing a listening ear, those small gestures matter. Also, let's talk about the idea of success. We often look at someone's success and jump to conclusions without seeing the full journey, the mistakes, the lessons learned, the struggles. I never want to forget where I came from, not to relive it, but to stay grounded and compassionate. Success shines brightest when it's informed by struggle. When I see someone trying to find their way, I think back to that bus ride. When I notice someone skipping lunch, I remember why we stock that community fridge. It's not that everyone's story is the same as mine. It's that I understand what it feels like to need kindness. At the end of the day, that's what my journey means to me. It's not about boasting or asking for recognition. It's about gratitude. Gratitude for every lesson learned, for every person who supported me, and for the chance to grow. We're all walking alongside one another. The people behind us don't need to see perfection, they need hope. They need honesty about struggles and the reassurance that it's okay to stumble along the way. That's how I see Bout That Walk, not pride, but a spirit of gratitude and connection. Life happens, stories unfold, and the greatest purpose in our journey is to see each other and uplift each other along the way. All right, we've had enough coffee for one day. Put the coffee pot away. Let's slow things down with my favorite tea, citrus mint honey. Every now and then, a warm, soothing cup of tea will do. One thing I've realized over the years is that kids are sharper than we give them credit for. They soak up everything: honesty, kindness, respect, loyalty, and compassion like sponges. But then life throws curveballs, and adults make choices that can be confusing or tough for them to grasp. What kids really get, though, is consistency. They observe us comparing our words to our actions. Sometimes it lines up, but other times it doesn't. Every now and then you get that bold kid who speaks up, not in a snarky or rebellious way, just with raw honesty. I genuinely admire those kids because they often hold up a mirror to us, urging us to step up and be the people we aim to teach them to be. Kids have their own perspectives. They're not just little humans wandering around, they're paying attention and processing everything. Sometimes they come up with insights that can catch you off guard. Honestly, I've learned just as much from them as I've ever taught. Years ago, our home unexpectedly became a hub for kids. All I really wanted at first was to know where my daughters were hanging out. If their friends were over, I felt like everyone was safe. Then it snowballed. One friend turned into 2, then 6, and before I knew it, we had 20 kids running around. Football on Sundays, snacks before school, homework sessions afterward, and late-night conversations filled our house with laughter. These kids weren't just guests. Our home morphed into a second home for them. When the townhouse management suggested we convert another unit into a community center, I appreciated the offer but declined. It wasn't about the generosity. It was that what made our place special was the sense of home it gave. No programs or organizations, just a welcoming space for kids. Now I've got to admit, the grocery bill was off the charts. Those kids could eat. I got so tired of the fridge being empty that I actually went to Home Depot and got a huge motorcycle chain. I locked the fridge shut and gave Brian a key while I wore one around my neck. The fridge had visiting hours. I still chuckle at that. I must have looked like I had completely lost my mind, but somehow it all worked out. Looking back, I don't think Brian and I invented anything new. We just tapped into something our community has always known. There have been times when all we had was each other. Neighbors took care of kids, church folks stepped in, grandparents loved kids who weren't even theirs, and every caring adult played a part in shaping young lives. We understood that kids thrive with a crew of loving adults surrounding them. That's partly why I wrote Just a Few and asked, "Where y'all at?" It wasn't finger-pointing or criticism. It was a genuine call for more caring adults in kids' lives. You don't have to open your home to a crowd like ours to make a difference. Maybe you're a coach, an artist, a mechanic, or a teacher. Everyone has something valuable to share, and awareness is often the biggest hurdle, not willingness. There are amazing folks out there doing great things, but sometimes they just fly under the radar. I genuinely believe in our community and in Black folks. We've always had this power to rally around our kids, not just because they're our future, but because they are part of our present. Love isn't a limited resource. Loving my own kids has never stopped me from caring about someone else's. There's always enough room for everyone. Just to be clear, I'm not here to dictate how anyone should raise their kids. I'm not diving into debates about spanking versus gentle parenting or strict versus relaxed styles. There are plenty of experts out there better suited for that. As you've probably noticed by now, my own parenting journey has evolved. I've changed, grown, and learned, just like everyone else. I've never claimed to have all the answers. I've only shared my insights and the moments that shaped me. This is just my perspective, simple reflections on life. Some might resonate with it, others might not, and that's cool. I'm just inviting you to join the conversation. The real beauty of this story didn't unfold while the kids were still little. It blossomed as they grew up. Those little ones turned into young adults. Some became parents, others picked careers or started businesses. Some hit the ground running while others took their time. A few faced challenges none of us expected, while others soared to heights we could only dream of. Instead of just tackling problems with strict rules, they bring presence, encouragement, wisdom, and love into the mix. My daughters have built this incredible village over nearly 30 years, one relationship at a time. Brian and I like to think we played a part in that, but honestly, it's really about the connections they made among themselves. Before diving into the songs, I just want to take a moment to say thank you. Seriously, thank you to every kid who walked through our front door, who filled our living room and emptied our fridge, who filled the house with laughter and tested my patience. Thank you to the ones who grew up and stayed in touch, the ones who took different paths, and even to those no longer with us. There is no way to describe how my heart swells when I think about Gigi, who grew up to be a great chef, Curtis, the talented and gifted music promoter, or Jock and Sherita, the cute young teenage couple that grew to own a successful beauty and barbershop. Toot, the strong, compassionate veteran who is leading his sons by example. Terry Strawberry, who opened her heart and home to raise a bright young child. Lawrence, the entrepreneur, Uncle Dave, a name that stuck throughout your life, young with a much older spirit, quiet and beautifully talented musician. Jessica, my daughter, filled with artistic talent in fashion. Melanie, the small giant with a big heart, reaching for the baton that I am handing her, or Sissy, my daughter, raising college graduates like drinking water. Brian Jr., our gallant son, leading his family with courage, or one of my favorite, Muscle D, the single father that went back to school to obtain his degree because he wanted to show his daughters that if you are willing to work for it, then it's never impossible, thanks to so many of the young people that graced our door. Thank each of you for being here for each other throughout these years. Thank you for proving every day that family is more than blood. You taught us that cynical and young people do not belong in the same sentence. You might have thought Brian and I were the ones that helped raise you, but you were actually helping to raise us too. You taught me so much about kids that I could never have picked up from any book. You reminded me that kids pick up on so much more than we give them credit for. They don't just hear our words, they observe our lives. If we were role models for any of you, I'm grateful for that privilege. You never owed us anything. It was truly a gift. When I look back at all of you, I don't just see adults. I still picture those y'all running in and out our front door and young girls huddled on the couch, whispering God knows what. I laugh remembering the teens who thought they could wipe out my entire fridge in one sitting. Some of you have achieved everything you dreamed of, while others are still figuring things out. Some took paths none of us expected, but none of you ever stopped mattering then or now. If you're still here, your story isn't over yet. I hope wherever life takes you, you remember there was always a place where you belonged. A house where people cared if you showed up, where laughter drowned out judgment, and where, that fridge sometimes had to be locked because we could seriously eat a lot, and a house where two adults loved you enough to keep that door open wide. Looking back, it's clear we thought we were building just a home. What we were truly building were these connections. Connections that have lasted nearly 30 years. Connections that still have my back and support my daughters. They remind me that love grows when we make room for each other. So before we flip the page, I want to thank every child who became part of our family. Thank you for trusting us and letting us be part of your journey. Thank you for changing my life in ways you might not even realize. And thank you for reminding me that there's always more to the story of childhood than what the world often chooses to focus on. You weren't just becoming tomorrow's adults, you're incredible human beings making a difference today. Room I walked into and found love. Some songs come from deep personal experiences, while others are sparked by a simple idea. Room I Walked Into is one of those special tracks that I wrote for my son, Brian Jr., but honestly, it's for anyone who's loved a kid they didn't bring into this world themselves. Before we dive into Junior's story, let me tell you about his mom, Lashawn. She plays a key role in all this. I've always had a rule. I wouldn't date guys who weren't involved with their kids. It's just a non-negotiable for me. So when I started my journey with Brian, I realized I was stepping into a whole family. And Lashawn, I've got mad respect for her. We might be different people, but we share that fierce determination to be great moms. Lashon is the kind of mom every kid deserves, and I'm grateful she welcomed me into their world. She kept that door open for me, and that felt like a real gift. Every family has a history, some good, some messy, but this isn't about the past, it's about what happens after you step into the picture. By the time I showed up in Junior's life, whatever had gone down before didn't matter anymore. I was focused on the relationship we were going to build moving forward. One of the reasons I wrote this song was to shine a light on blended families. Not every kid is looking for a savior, and not every family is missing a piece. I came into this thinking I needed to fill a void, but there wasn't one. Junior had love from both his mom and dad, and I wasn't there to replace anyone. I fell in love with Brian, and getting to love his son was one of the best parts of that. I met Junior when he was about 8, such a good kid. Super polite and loyal. Sometimes he'd stroll up to me and say, "Do you know who my heroes are?" I'd smile and say no, and he'd proudly tell me my mom and my dad and walk off. Honestly, it never stung. I wasn't feeling rejected, I was witnessing this kid's loyalty. It hit me then that he loved them the way kids should love their parents. That kind of loyalty isn't something to compete with, it's something to respect. I realized I needed to tread lightly. Once I wrapped my head around that, everything was smooth sailing. I wasn't trying to be his mom or claim any spotlight. I just wanted him to know the real me. So I brought my true self, my love for books, Shakespeare, poetry, and all the creative stories I had. I'd spend hours at my computer, and those stories became our bridge. In the video, you see those stories floating around us. I'd act out Shakespeare and make a fool of myself, but Junior loved it. He laughed so much. He probably thought I was a little quirky, and maybe I was. That's how we started connecting. No master plan involved. I was just being me. Kids are cautious when someone new pops into their life. It's natural. I didn't want to push his walls down. It had to be his choice to let them down. My job was simple: be real, be patient, and be there consistently. I wanted him to learn about me straight from me, and I wanted to learn about him from him. Slowly but surely, the walls began to come down. Conversations got easier, laughter got louder, and trust crept in quietly. Kids are always watching. Junior wasn't just paying attention to me, he was also noticing how I handled things with his parents. Whether I knew it or not, he was figuring out what role I played in his life. Then one day he walked up to me again and asked, "Do you know who my heroes are?" This time I chimed in first, "Your mom and your dad." He gave me a smile and said, "Good." Before he walked away, he added, "And you." That moment meant everything. In that moment, something incredible clicked inside me. It was totally unexpected. Like if someone had tossed me a superhero cape right then, it would have felt just right. In the video, that's exactly what happens. His parents are already suited up in their superhero gear, and there I am in regular clothes, just blending in. When he says, "And you," I throw on my own superhero outfit and find my spot next to them. We even start moving together, almost like we rehearsed it. It wasn't just a scene, that's literally how it felt. I wasn't just climbing onto that wall, he brought me along. That's a moment I'll never shake off. Fast forward to today and he's 39. Sometimes he flashes that grin and asks, "Do you know who my heroes are?" My go-to response is always, "Your mom and your dad." And then he adds, "And you," that bond, it's ours forever. I look at the man he's become, the amazing dad he is now, this protector who's basically a superhero himself. And the best big brother my daughters could wish for. It's heartwarming to see how much of his dad shines through him, and one of the best parts. My daughter Jessica essentially became the apple of Lashon's eye. That little twist always brings a smile to my face. Love has this wild way of blossoming without anyone trying to stake a claim on it. I didn't create my son. He came into my life as a gift from the universe. Seriously, it's one of the best things that's ever happened to me. This isn't just a tale about how relationships kick off or about divorce and all that drama. It's more about what goes down after everything is said and done. It's about stepping into a child's world with respect and humility, appreciating what's already there. Not every kid needs someone swooping in to fix things. Sometimes they just need time to watch you, learn about you, and figure out who you are in their lives. I never wanted him to love me just because someone told him he should. I wanted him to get to know me and make that call on his own, and he absolutely did. That's why his love means the world to me. If there's one thing I've learned along this journey, it's this: you don't win a child over by zeroing in on what's missing in their life. You do it by sharing the best parts of yourself. For me, that looked like swapping stories, diving into books, sprinkling in some Shakespeare, laughter, and just being silly. I didn't have much, but it turned out to be just right. Somewhere between a little kid proudly saying, "My mom and my dad," and a grown man smiling and adding, "and you." I got one of the biggest honors of my life, a son, not because I gave him life, but because life gave me him. She found me, and God, I am so happy she did. She found me started from this little girl who wouldn't let me break a promise. I wrote she found me for my daughter, Tamara, whom we affectionately call Sissy. But honestly, it's not just Sissy's story. It's about how one kid flipped my understanding of family upside down. When folks hear room I walked into, they often think of Brian Jr. as the first child I loved who wasn't mine by blood, but that's not the case. Years before I met Brian, I was in a different marriage that fell apart. When things ended, I left, thinking I was just moving on from an adult relationship. What I didn't realize was the impact it had on the kids involved. I think back and realize I did not care, I just didn't fully understand. Like many adults, I thought the relationship and the kids were separate. But Sissy taught me that they are all intertwined. During that time, I got really close to those kids. I truly loved them and they loved me back. I even told them we're family. I called Sissy my bonus daughter because it felt like a loving term, but to her, it meant something much more profound, a promise. When my marriage ended, I took Melanie and Jessica with me, thinking everyone would just move on. I was so wrong. For 2 whole years, that little girl searched for me. Imagine that, a child in a huge city like Dallas, without a map or the internet, just sheer determination. She eventually tracked me down, not at home, but at work. One day, my office phone rang, and someone told me a little girl was asking for Tammy. When I picked up, there was her voice asking for me. She said, "You said we were family. You said I was your bonus daughter." Then she hit me with a question that stuck with me. "What does bonus daughter mean to you?" Before I could even respond, she followed up with, "You took my sisters away from me." She was talking about both Melanie and Jessica. Even though Jessica wasn't her biological sister, to Sissy, she was still her sister. What crushed me was when she said, "I didn't do anything to you." She wasn't angry, she was just trying to comprehend what happened. She wasn't asking why I left her father, but why I left her. I like to think I have a good heart, but that call filled me with shame. Not because I regretted leaving a bad relationship, but because I hadn't considered the kids' feelings at all. Adults may move on, but kids often feel left behind. I had seen so many adults come and go in kids' lives that I never questioned it, until Sissy brought it home for me. Kids believe us. When we say they're family, they trust us. When we promise we'll always be there, they take that to heart. But sometimes, as adults, we move on and leave them standing where we left them. Sissy taught me something I should have grasped a long time ago. Kids shouldn't have to suffer because of our drama. They didn't create that mess, and they shouldn't carry the burden. I promised Sissy I'd pick her up the next weekend, and I did, week after week. She got to hang out with her sisters again, and slowly, life started piecing itself back together. Something hilarious happened, though. Every Sunday, I would drop her off. I'd hug her goodbye, get in my car, and start driving. Halfway down the highway, I would hear this little voice from the backseat. "You thought you could leave me," she'd snuck back in my car. At first, I thought it was funny, but then I realized this wasn't a game for her. She was making sure I wasn't disappearing on her again. Eventually, I stopped taking her back home. She came to live with me instead. Now, Sissy is 41, and she still does what she did as a kid. She keeps our family together. If there's a family gathering, she's already planning it, decorating and cooking with Melanie, making sure everyone knows where to be. She's the one that everyone goes to for the latest gossip and any and all family news updates. If anything happens, just call Sissy. She's got all the details down. Then there's Brian Jr., the Joker, Jessica, who struts around like $1,000,000 even though she's not rich at all, our quiet charmer, Morgan. And Trey, the computer whiz, Melanie, the rock we can always count on. And then we have Sissy, the glue that binds us all. Each of them fills a unique space that only they can. Looking back, I realize we would have had a huge hole in our family if Sissy hadn't found me. The craziest part is I probably wouldn't even have known it was missing. She knew what family was way before I did. Family looks different these days, and that's totally okay. Sometimes it's your biological kids, sometimes it's adopted ones, or even friends who just become part of your crew. You might find that the kid from down the street is now your son, or your buddy's daughter is like your own. It's not about sticking to a traditional family mold. It's about what feels right and real. Honestly, I've figured out that we can spend ages explaining how we got here, or we can just accept where we are now. And where we are, we're a family. Around here, we drop the labels, stepbrother, half-sister, forget that noise. You're either family or you're not. Once you're in for good. Those labels became irrelevant a long time ago. What really counts is who shows up for each other, who laughs with you, cries with you, checks in, celebrates your wins, and stands by you when times get tough. That's what family is all about. It's not always about blood. It's about choosing each other through thick and thin. I've learned that kindness is like the foundation of a solid family. It's not about fancy gifts or picture-perfect holidays. It's all about respect, compassion, and being there for one another. So be generous with your patience and forgiveness. Those are the real gifts that help a family thrive. People often think this song is about me finding my daughter, but it's actually about her finding me. She had this determination and love that just lit up the whole deal. She asked me, "You said we were family. What does that mean?" And I realized I answered not with a speech, but with how I lived my life after that. Now, when I look around at my family, I don't see complicated labels or relationships. I just see my kids and grandkids, and they never had to figure out our story before feeling like they belong. They just do. So when someone asks me what family means, I really think a 10-year-old girl nailed it way better than I ever could. Family isn't about endless explanations. It's all about building something beautiful together. And when you do it with love and respect, one day you look around and realize that none of that backstory matters anymore. Every time I hear that song, I can't help but smile because I know the truth. I didn't just find Sissy, she found me. And that led to the family we all cherish now. She showed us that when you promise something to a child, it really means something. Sometimes the wisest voice in the room isn't the adults. Sometimes it's that little girl who refuses to let her family fade away.
Front porch peace. Front porch peace. Front porch peace. Sun laying soft across the sidewalk, morning stretching slow and sweet. Fresh cut grass and somebody's coffee, summer waking up the street. Kids are already chasing laughter, barefoot dreams and scraped up knees. Somebody rinsing down their Chevy, water dancing in the breeze. Big mama rocking on that front porch, like she in time and made their peace. Mama humming something old and holy, soft enough to calm the heat. And from somebody's open window, a sweet R&B just floating free. The kind of music wrapped around you, like this is where you're meant to be. Front porch peace. Sunshine knew our names back then. Front porch peace. When neighbors felt more like old friends. Barbecue smoke drifting easy, children running wild and free. If heaven ever borrowed mornings, maybe it looked like this to me. Front porch peace. Screen door singing every few minutes, somebody calling children in. Don't make me say your whole name twice now. Everybody smiling at the wind. Miss Louise done borrowed sugar, Mr. James already cut his lawn. Old folks talking truth and folding chairs, like wisdom live right there at dawn. Didn't need no text or invitation, just a wave and baby come on through. Neighborhood meant more than houses, watching over you. And somehow in those ordinary moments, we were richer than we understood. Not because we had so much around us, but because what held us, it was good. Front porch peace, sunshine knew our names back then. Front porch peace, when neighbors felt more like old friends. Barbecue smoke drifting easy, children running wild and free. If heaven ever borrowed mornings, maybe it looked like this to me. Big mama humming low, mama humming right along. Back when peace sat right beside us, and we didn't know to call it go. Back when mornings moved much slower, and hearts felt safe for being known. Sometimes I close my eyes and swear I can still hear that old song. Front porch peace, front porch peace, sunshine knew our names back then. Front porch peace, front porch peace, when neighbors felt more like old friends. Barbecue smoke drifting easy, children running wild and free. If heaven ever borrowed mornings, maybe it looked like this to me. Front porch peace, front porch peace, front porch peace.
Front porch peace, sunshine knew our names back then. Not every song needs to deliver a life lesson or solve a problem. Sometimes it's just about saying thank you, and that's the vibe I wanted to capture with Front Porch Peace. It's my way of showing appreciation for a childhood filled with memories of growing up through all the seasons of life. I always tell my kids I'm one of the happiest people I know because I embraced my inner child and cherished every moment. I went through all the stages, being a little girl, becoming a teenager, making mistakes, laughing, playing, dreaming, and eventually stepping into adulthood. Looking back, I recognize what a blessing that was. This song is for those who grew up in neighborhoods like mine, especially for folks who came of age in the 70s. I want to salute the ones who remember the sweet sounds of R&B drifting from open windows, Big Mama rocking on the porch, the smell of fresh-cut grass, and kids playing tag between yards until it was time to head home. Those sounds and sights are still vivid in my mind. I still see the streets and remember walking to the park with friends, trying to look our best in hopes of running into someone we liked. Funny how memories work. The sun always feels warmer now and the breeze a little softer. Sure, those summers had their scorching days and pesky mosquitoes, but what lingered was a sense of peace. Every neighborhood had its rules. Ours was no different. Don't knock on doors too early. Don't hang around other people's homes when the parents are out. Do your chores before heading out. Avoid that park all day and always make sure someone knows where you are. We definitely pushed those boundaries probably every single day. It wasn't about following the rules. It was all about getting back home before our parents caught on. Looking back, I'm sure our parents were way more aware than we thought. They probably remembered their own childhood mischief. As long as we came home safe and didn't bring drama to the door, they let us have our fun. People often talk about the village, but to me, it was more than just a concept. It had real names: Grandma Dorothy, Brenda, and Bodie. Grandma Dorothy raised my friend Angela, and Brenda and Bodie opened their home to us, not out of obligation, but because they genuinely cared. They taught us how to play games like spades, dominoes, bid whist, pinochle, and even double pinochle. If you know anything about Black families, you know these games are serious business. And believe me, they didn't hold back just because we were kids. If you sat at that table, you not only learned the games, but you also learned strategy, patience, and how to handle winning or losing. At the time, it felt like just learning games. Now I see it was about much more. They were teaching us how to think, how to interact with adults, how to be patient, and, most critically, they provided us with a safe space to hang out, keeping us busy and together without making it seem like a lesson. When I reminisce about those times, I don't just think about the adults. I think about my friends, Deborah, Kim, and Angela. Those girls were everything to me. That's when I first realized that family isn't just about blood. Sometimes it's about those who share your childhood memories. I can still picture us on porches for hours, braiding hair, picking out our afros, putting on makeup, talking about crushes, and just having fun. Those porches were like beauty salons, therapy sessions, incubators for dreams, and safe havens. It's where little girls began their transformation into young women. The best part is, those friendships didn't just fade. I'm still tight with Deborah, Angela, and Kim. In fact, Kim is Brenda and Bodhi's daughter. The same people who shaped my childhood also raised one of my best friends, a beautiful connection. Those girls knew me even before I figured out who I was, and here we are, still navigating life together. Years later, while stationed at Great Lakes in the Navy, I walked past a group of chiefs playing pinochle and casually mentioned I knew how to play. One of them chuckled, doubting my skills, and invited me to sit down. Suddenly, I felt the pressure. I was sitting with 4 chiefs, knowing I had to prove myself. I played confidently, held my own, and before long, those chiefs became my mentors. They looked out for me, offered advice, and became a significant part of my journey. I often think about how Brenda and Bodhi must have felt teaching a little black girl to play pinochle. They probably never imagined that moment would help me gain the respect of 4 Navy chiefs one day. That's the beauty of investing in kids. You rarely see where those little lessons end up. Even now, I can still play pinochle. It's funny, though, I don't know anyone around me who plays it anymore, but I do, thanks to Brenda and Bodhi's patience. Our neighborhood was a bit different because we had a swimming pool. Back then, I didn't realize how rare that was. To me, it was just our pool, the neighborhood's treasure. Every spring, my grandmother would load us into the car and take us to the pool supply store. She'd hand us brushes, chemicals, and pumps, making it clear that cleaning the pool was our responsibility. This wasn't a simple kiddie pool, it was 8 feet deep. We scrubbed the walls, removed algae, and pumped out the old water to get ready for summer. At the time, I thought we were just cleaning. Looking back, I see she was showing us responsibility. If you want something nice, you have to take care of it. Then she took it further. She'd buy candy, pickles, chips, and cold drinks, and suddenly we had a little business. Kids paid to swim and snag snacks. If they didn't want to pay, they could always grab a brush and help clean. My grandmother disguised entrepreneurship as summer fun. We thought we were just hanging out, but she was teaching us about ownership. We were definitely adventurous. My brother played tackle football in the middle of the street until one tackle broke his arm badly enough to need a steel plate. Years later, before joining the Navy, he had to get it replaced. I, on the other hand, thought riding my bike with no hands or brakes was a grand idea. Spoiler alert, it wasn't. I ended up crashing right into someone's house, not their yard, but the actual house. Back then, none of it seemed unusual. It was just childhood. Today, those stories crack me up. We didn't have cell phones, we had pay phones. Before I left home, my mother would always ask, "Do you have your quarter?" That little coin wasn't about spending money, it was my safety net. If something happened, I could call home. I don't carry quarters anymore, but I still hold onto the lesson. Be prepared. It's funny how that coin is gone, but the wisdom is still here. A lot was happening in the world during the 70s, and those years were far from perfect. But right outside those front porches, we found peace, not because life was problem-free, but because we were allowed to just be kids. This song isn't just about that decade, it's a celebration of childhood itself. I don't expect today's kids to experience my childhood. I don't expect them to drink from garden hoses, bike around all day, or build go-karts, or play dodgeball, hopscotch, or jacks until the streetlights come on. Their world is different, just as mine was different from my parents'. Every generation should get to enjoy its own version of childhood. My hope is that today's children get the same chance I had to truly embrace being kids. Whether it's gymnastics, little league dance, music, video games with friends, or something entirely new, I hope they laugh and explore. I hope they create memories they'll fondly recount 50 years from now because one day they'll be my age. Maybe they'll write their own version of Front Porch Piece, not to teach anyone anything, but simply to express their gratitude. Grateful for the time I had as a kid. grateful I didn't have to rush into adulthood. Grateful for my parents, grandmother, neighbors, and friends who shaped me without even realizing it. When I hear this song, I hear my neighborhood. I hear R&B drifting through open windows, kids laughing, screen doors opening and closing, and someone calling us home when the streetlights flickered on. I see Grandma Dorothy taking Angela, Kim, and me on a bus ride downtown to the spaghetti warehouse. I remember Brenda and Bodie shuffling a deck of cards. I see Deborah, Kim, and Angela beside me, fixing our hair while dreaming about the future. And I can still picture my brother on that little brick building in our backyard, playing music while the neighborhood swam in our pool. I see a little girl with wild ponytails, unaware she was making memories that would warm her heart more than 50 years later. For just a moment, I get to go home again, and honestly, that's more than enough. Time for a cup of green tea, the liquid hug for your body and mind. The music was already speaking. When I first started writing about my songs, I thought it would be a piece of cake. I figured I'd just jot down a quick paragraph for each one, share the vibe behind it, and move on. Simple, right? But then things took a turn. The songs started talking back to me. Where did they come from? What was the story? Before I knew it, I was diving into memories I hadn't planned on sharing. Each track felt like an invitation, not just to listen, but to reflect. As I went through this process, I realized something big about myself. I've always loved writing and stories, but I don't think I truly grasped how passionate I was about music. It's not just about listening, it's about really feeling it. Music has always hit me in a way that words sometimes can't. Whether it's the smooth sounds of a saxophone or the lively beat of a drum, there's a language in music that speaks volumes before you even catch the lyrics. Growing up, music was a whole thing. It wasn't just background noise, it shaped us. It motivated us, consoled us, and sometimes even pushed us to be better versions of ourselves. I'll never forget hearing James Brown yell that we're black and we're proud, or Sam Cooke crooning, a change is gonna come. Marvin Gaye challenged us with what's going on, while Curtis Mayfield opened our eyes to reality. These legends and so many more weren't just artists, they were storytellers with a message. And let's not even get started on my mom. Music was like oxygen in our house. If you walked in on a Saturday morning, you'd likely hear her belting out songs alongside Marvin Gaye or Aretha Franklin. Those tunes were woven into the fabric of our family. Before I even thought of songwriting, I was soaking up the essence of music. As I grew up, new sounds came into the mix with artists like Lakeside, the Commodores, and Earth, Wind, and Fire. The beats and harmonies evolved, but the storytelling remained. I missed that rich conversation between the musicians, where every instrument had a voice. It wasn't just about the singer, the whole band was in sync, making music speak. I remember how people said Louis Armstrong could make his trumpet sing, and I get it. Sometimes instruments convey emotions that words can't. Back in the day, music making felt different. You had bands jamming together, listening and bouncing off one another. That connection shaped how I perceive music now. Plus, let's acknowledge that Black artists have been instrumental in defining American music. Our rhythms, our storytelling, our blues and jazz, they all contributed to the fabric of this country. Unfortunately, too many of those artists didn't get the love or credit they deserved, and that's a story that needs to be told. And that's why storytelling means so much to me. It preserves what time can sometimes erase. When I think about the music that raised me, it's not just melodies I hear. It's bravery, creativity, community, and people who were determined to leave their mark. Time is the ultimate critic, right? A song that still hits years later, that's gold. Honestly, I'm not chasing fame. I just want someone to hear my music down the line and think, yo, I really needed that. Or maybe it reminds them of their grandma, their old neighborhood, or that feeling of not being alone. That's when I know I've done something real. Growing up with certain music shaped me, no doubt, but what stuck with me is this: timelessness really matters. It's those stories that still resonate after the headlines fade, that connect with us no matter how much time passes. I want to write songs that do just that, not to recreate the past, but to pay homage to what made it last. I aim to craft tracks that get people moving, that spark some thought, and that connect us to our roots while pushing us toward the future. The music that raised me didn't just entertain. It gave us pride, courage, hope, and a voice for those feelings we sometimes can't put into words. That's why I'm all about storytelling. Stories stick around and music does too. Combine them, you get something that can outlive you. I used to think I was just writing songs, but now I see it's about preserving stories. Each song has its own start. Maybe it's a memory, a chat, or even just a catchy horn line before any lyrics come to mind. When I tune into those tracks that influenced me, I don't just hear melodies. I hear people, neighborhoods, and histories. I hear courage, hope, and everyday struggles. That's what I want my music to be, more than just something to listen to. I want it to be a go-to that means something, even after trends shift and new generations come up. Timeless stories and music, that's what I want to leave behind. Not because I'm looking to relive the past, but because every generation deserves songs that remind them of who they are and who they can be. If my music hits home for just one person, then I'll know I've done what I set out to do. A con when they see one. When I wrote the con, I wasn't trying to tell women what to think. I just wanted to encourage us to think wider. You ever notice how complicated issues get boiled down to a single headline or debate? It's like people forget there's more to talk about. That's what I call the con. Take women's healthcare, for instance. Somehow the conversation has become hyper-focused on abortion, but that's just a fraction of the bigger picture. Women's healthcare is so much more than that. I think about young girls growing up and facing issues like cancer, menopause, reproductive health, everything. We're talking about screenings for breast and cervical cancer, mental health, nutrition, and the overall quality and cost of our healthcare. Let's not forget the women who delay doctor visits because they can't afford to miss work, or those who stretch their prescriptions because money is tight. That's all part of women's healthcare too. When I hear folks narrowing the conversation down to just one topic, I can't help but wonder what else is getting brushed aside. What important discussions are slipping through the cracks? That's why I named this piece The Con. Focusing solely on abortion has serious consequences for women's health and healthcare as a whole. Healthcare doesn't just impact individuals, it affects families, communities, and the economy too. When healthcare is less accessible or too expensive, it creates ripple effects everywhere. As a Black woman, I'm also aware of the disparities we face in maternal health. Many communities lack access to quality care, and some women have limited choices based on where they live or their financial situations. These conversations matter, and they deserve just as much attention, if not more. I get that women have a range of beliefs and views, and I'm not here to resolve that. I just don't think women's healthcare can be reduced to one single debate. It's way more complex than that. Our lives and our bodies are intricate, and our families depend on us in so many ways. That's why this topic is worth discussing. Throughout history, women have been fierce when our families or communities are under threat. We've organized, marched, and spoken out. We haven't been shy about calling out what's wrong, and we won't start now. That's the message behind the hook. You picked the right one today. It's got a confidence to it, like saying, you thought we wouldn't notice. You thought we'd just accept a limited conversation for the complicated lives we lead. Not today. I genuinely believe women are paying attention. We're asking the right questions, and we'll keep it going, not because we all see eye to eye on everything, but because our health matters way too much to let the conversation stall. I hope we keep diving into topics like affordability, access, prevention, innovation, and all the other issues that shape women's health. Because no single issue should overshadow the full conversation. That's why I wrote The Con. The way this discussion has narrowed down has definitely impacted women's healthcare, and I can see that women are starting to notice. I'll keep speaking out, asking the tough questions, and calling out the cons. I hope other women do the same. Our health, our families, and our future deserve a complete conversation, not just the loudest part.
Yeah. You picked the right one today. The right one today. Thought we wouldn't catch the play, baby. Not today. You picked the right one today. Yeah, the right one today. Women know a kind when they see one. Not today. Narrow the story, shrink the frame. One loud issue, one easy name. Meanwhile, women's healthcare getting lost. Whole conversations buried, but we count the cost. That's the kind, keep the room split. Keep us arguing while the real stuff hit. Pain don't trend, screenings don't shout. Working women waiting while systems tap out. You picked the right one today. The right one today. Thought we wouldn't catch the play, baby. Not today. You picked the right one today. that's the trick. Women's health care bigger than your soundbite script. Mothers doing math, bills in the hand. Health care getting rationed based on what you can spend. Pain gets dismissed, come back later. Some stories don't survive the waiting game, baby. Funny how compassion change when money get tight. Funny how some lives don't get treated alike. Quiet little meetings, comfortable chairs. People making choices who will never sit there. Never felt the weight and never heard that tone. Never left an office feeling more scared than known. But sign a paper, cast a vote, wrap it up in polished words and practice hopeful quotes. Women see the setup clear as yesterday. That's why this conversation ain't going down that way. This ain't one headline, this ain't one fight, this ain't one talking point to run every night. Women carry stories you don't get to reduce. That's the kind, and baby, we see the truth. You picked the right one today. Nah, the right one today. Thought we wouldn't catch the play, baby, not today. Hey, you picked the right one today. Nah, the right one today. Women know a kind when they see one. Not today, yeah. Women know a kind when they see one. Women know a kind when they see one. You picked the right one, yeah. You picked the right one, yes you did. You picked the right one. Hey, Grifter, baby, not today. Not today.
Both Sides of the Coin, Mental Health, the Business Model. I wrote Both Sides of the Coin to dive into the conversation about mental health through music. I'm not trying to kick off a new discussion. It's already happening everywhere. I just wanted to throw in my 2 cents based on over 30 years in the field. Throughout my journey, I've seen it all, from celebrating those amazing breakthrough moments to driving home weighed down by thoughts of families still waiting for help. I've worn many hats, working directly with individuals, supporting families, running programs, and juggling budgets. That's why I call the song Both Sides of the Coin. I've experienced the ups and downs firsthand. A while back, I decided to get some counseling for something personal I was wading through. I was lucky, I had good insurance and options. Each week, I sat down with a counselor who really helped me tackle my issues and develop coping skills. It was a game changer. Eventually, I didn't need that support anymore, which I'm super grateful for. It gave me solid insight into how counseling should feel from the client's side. But then I think about the flip side, the public mental health world. People often lump mental health issues, autism, and substance use disorders together, but each has its own quirks and needs. And for those dealing with multiple challenges at once, it can feel overwhelming. Yet here's the kicker. No matter the diagnosis, the emotional struggles often feel the same. I've seen families trying to piece things together, people waiting on services, counselors wishing for more time, and parents just trying to hold it all together. Different challenges, but with the same hopes and fatigue. That's why I named the song Both Sides of the Coin. No matter where you're at, the human experience rings true across the board. One big concern I have is the pressure on caregivers. When folks think about counseling, they might picture the kind of sessions I had, time for real discussions and processing. But in public services, sessions can be way too short, like 15 to 20 minutes. The focus becomes making sure everyone is safe first, which is crucial, but it leaves little room for actual growth. Medications matter too, and while they're often available at low cost, I always find myself asking, where's the time to teach real coping skills? How do we help people recognize their triggers or practice the tools to rebuild their lives? Medication can be a lifesaver, but it doesn't replace the need for meaningful conversations and trust building. And don't even get me started on the paperwork. After all these years, I've seen mountains of forms, annual reviews, quarterly checks, and all the documentation every 90 days. It eats up so much time, whether it's on a screen or paper. I've noticed a shift in discussions over the years too, with way more focus on billable hours, revenue, and productivity. Important stuff for sure. Organizations need to stay afloat, and staff deserve fair pay and good working conditions. I get that, but I also believe we can strike a balance. We shouldn't have to choose between being financially responsible and providing top-notch care. Accountability and compassion can go hand in hand. Sometimes it feels like the business side and the caregiving side are at odds, and that ends up hurting the quality of care. That worries me not because I think people don't care, but because I see a lot of passion out there that needs to be supported. You know, after all these years, I'm still hanging on to this idea that people really do go into their jobs to make a difference. I mean, who gets excited about paperwork? It's all about helping others, right? That's why I can't bring myself to point fingers at folks in the field. But seriously, there are bigger fish to fry. Why isn't funding reaching the people who actually need it? How much of it goes to paperwork instead of real services? The red tape is a nightmare, and all those reporting requirements just get in the way of doing what really matters, helping people. I've seen it firsthand, working with grants, writing reports, tracking how every dollar is spent, while organizations get pumped about new funding. They're scrambling to provide actual care because they're drowning in documentation. It's frustrating, and I've been asking these questions for years. Then there's the waiting list situation. Kids waiting for applied behavior analysis services for so long they could literally go from kindergarten to high school. That's insane. Families don't need a motivational speech. They need real help. I've watched passionate clinicians burn out and awesome employees leave because they just can't keep up. Every time someone leaves, that family loses a connection that took months to build. That matters like a lot. Honestly, this whole conversation is bigger than just mental health. It's about caregiving, whether it's for autism, intellectual disabilities, or substance use issues. The stories are all the same on both sides. People are trying to care, families are trying to cope, and professionals just want to make a difference. That's where state and local governments come in. Real decisions happen at the local level, in budget meetings and committee hearings. So yeah, paying attention to local elections is key. It's a lot easier to complain after the fact, but getting involved in the conversation ahead of time is where the magic happens. I'm not saying we should just throw money at every issue. What we need is quality and accountability. We can totally build systems that help good people do the work they love. Compassion and accountability can coexist, and so can innovation and responsibility. We should always be asking how to make that happen. That's what both sides of the coin is about for me, recognizing that in the end, no matter what side you take, there's someone out there just waiting for care, and after all these years, I still believe they're worth fighting for. The two sides of money fascinates me, not because I want more of it than anyone else. I believe in success for everyone. I'm a capitalist at heart. I believe people should build businesses, create wealth, provide for their families, and enjoy the fruits of their labor. I won't apologize for this belief. Over the years, however, I've noticed something important. Money has two sides, much like my song Both Sides of the Coin. You can't truly understand it by only looking at one side. You have to consider both. The first side of money presents a very personal question. What will money do to me? This side has been the subject of many songs and discussions over the years. It's not money itself that people often focus on, it's the love of money. Money is simply a tool. It pays mortgages, buys groceries, keeps the lights on, sends kids to college, builds businesses, and creates opportunities. Money isn't inherently the problem. The real question is, what happens when the pursuit of money, prestige, status, influence, or power becomes more important than the principles that got you there? The way people act when they acquire money is something that truly fascinates me. Sometimes that internal shift eventually reveals itself on the outside. It may appear in the way a person carries themselves, in a more entitled stride, the tilt of their chin, the clothes they choose, or the subtle ways they interact with others. These outward changes are often mistaken as the transformation itself, but they are merely symptoms. The real change began long before anyone else could see it. Not everyone follows this path. Many people achieve remarkable success without losing the humility, compassion, and perspective that helped them get there. But when the internal shift does occur, the external changes simply become its reflection. By the time the world notices a different posture or a different attitude, something much more significant has already taken place within. The language they use changes, their priorities shift, the circles they move and transform, the people they listen to alter, the issues they speak up about differ. Sometimes they become so cautious that they no longer sound like themselves. They may focus more on protecting access than on upholding principles, prioritizing staying at the table over speaking honestly once they get there. Success doesn't automatically change who people are. Rather, it can amplify what's already developing inside them. Nobody rises to success alone. People believe in you and support what you do. They buy your books, watch your movies, attend your concerts, support your businesses, vote for you, recommend you, and invest in what you're building. That's how people achieve extraordinary heights. So if ordinary people help someone rise to success, I don't think it's unreasonable for them to hope that this success won't erase values like humility, conviction, and empathy. Now let's turn the coin over. There's another side to money that we often overlook. Money has power. This power exists not just because wealthy individuals possess it, but because ordinary people wield it too. Every single dollar we spend goes somewhere. Every ticket, subscription, purchase, meal, and investment. Each dollar is in constant motion. Some might believe they lack power because they don't have a significant amount of money, but I disagree. History shows us otherwise. For instance, the Montgomery bus boycott wasn't simply about transportation. It demonstrated something much larger. Ordinary people realized that where they spent their money mattered. One individual might not create significant change, but thousands making the same choice can wield economic power and community strength through intentionality. I was reminded of this recently when I drove several miles past several beauty supply stores to shop at a Black-owned beauty supply store. My granddaughter asked, "Granny, why are we driving all the way over here? There's a beauty supply store right across the street." It was a fair question. She saw the distance while I saw the investment. I told her, "Baby, we must support Black businesses because it helps us in the long run. Besides, one day you may own a business, and when that day comes, I hope people are willing to drive a few extra miles to support you." I said, most importantly, if the Black community supports you, then it's just as important that you show your appreciation by then supporting the Black community. I want to be clear, I'm not advocating for supporting businesses that don't respect you. If I spend my money somewhere, I expect good service, respect, and quality. Support shouldn't be blind. However, when those qualities are present, I'm willing to go a little further because sometimes building stronger communities requires intentional choices, not merely convenient ones. This is why I believe these two sides are interconnected. On one side, money can wield significant influence over people. It can tempt some to compromise their beliefs, become quieter, protect their status, defend their prestige, and secure their positions. On the other side, people have the power to influence money. We decide where it goes, what flourishes, which businesses survive, and who receives our support. Money flows towards where people direct it. That is real power, and I think we often underestimate it. People have more influence than we sometimes realize. It requires discipline, patience, and intentionality. History has shown us that when ordinary people come together, money can become one of the most effective tools for change. This is why I wanted to explore both sides. If we only discuss how money can affect people, we overlook what people can accomplish with money. Money has the power to shape character, but character also influences how money is allocated. Perhaps this is the key lesson. Money isn't inherently good or bad, it is simply a tool. The real question has never been whether money possesses power. The true question is, who is directing it? And just as crucial, what part of myself am I willing or unwilling to sacrifice for it? These two questions have lingered in my mind, and I hope they resonate with you as well. Watch out for gatekeepers. They're not hard to find. I wrote gatekeepers because I think it's an easy mistake to make. We often assume that if someone looks or talks like us, grew up in the same place, or even claims to represent us, they'll always have our best interests in mind. But life has shown me that's not always the case. This song is a reminder not to judge people based on their skin color. We spend a lot of time asking others not to judge us because we're Black, brown, white, Hispanic, Asian, Native, or whatever else. We know that unfair assumptions happen. So why would I make assumptions just because someone looks like me? Just because we share the same skin color doesn't mean we share the same values or priorities. This song focuses on a specific type of person, the gatekeeper. A gatekeeper is someone who knows the history, speaks the language, understands the culture, and gets the struggle, but still acts against the very people they claim to support. I'm not talking about people who just have different opinions from mine. Healthy debate is totally normal, and different political views, philosophies, and ideas are part of life. But this song is about those who use their influence to block opportunities instead of creating them, those who close doors after others have opened them, those who gain access and decide who else is worthy to come in. I've come across people like this, and chances are you have too. They aren't just in politics or corporate America. They're everywhere: schools, healthcare, nonprofits, churches, you name it. Every profession has people in it, and while most go into these fields wanting to make a difference, some don't. Some turn into gatekeepers or opportunists, more worried about keeping their own spot safe than actually helping the people they're meant to serve. History shows us that people like this have always been around. They didn't just pop up in my lifetime. They've taken different shapes, gone by different names, and existed in various generations. In fact, a gatekeeper was portrayed in the movie Django. Stephen the house slave was a gatekeeper, more interested in his slave master's well-being than the very slaves he worked and lived beside every day. That's why I believe it's so important to focus on behavior instead of just appearances. We need to pay attention to what people do, listen to what they say, and notice the choices they make when given responsibility. People will eventually show their true selves. The real question is whether we're noticing. One of the biggest lessons I ever learned didn't come from school. It came from my time in the Navy. When I first joined, I was smart but careless, rushing through tasks and missing important details, which led to having to redo everything. Luckily, someone taught me a lesson that stuck with me: pay attention to detail. In the military, this isn't just something you hear, it's a discipline. It's the difference between assuming and really knowing. It means learning to slow down and see what's actually going on instead of just reacting to what we think is happening. I've taken that lesson with me every day since, and it influences how I write, vote, evaluate people, and make decisions. That's exactly what I hope people get from this song: pay attention. It's important to really pay attention to what people do and how they act over time. When someone asks for your support, don't just take their word for it during their campaign. Check out their voting record and what they stand for. Listen closely to what they say and look for patterns in their actions. Ask yourself if they genuinely care about people or if they're just looking out for themselves. The same goes for work. Not everyone who seems friendly has your best interests at heart. Sometimes people ask questions not to help, but to gather intel or boost their own status. Some might just be looking to take advantage of a mistake. So observation is key. This applies whether you're talking about politics, work, or even everyday relationships. Pay attention. A quote from Maya Angelou that always resonates with me is, "When someone shows you who they are, believe them." It's a powerful reminder not to keep hoping someone will change if their actions consistently tell a different story. Don't overlook how someone behaves just because they look like you. Words are easy, actions tell the real story. The message is clear, details matter. Patterns and actions speak volumes. Titles, appearances, and promises, not so much. With my song, I wanted to grab people's attention. Think about the courtrooms, corporate offices, and polished politicians. Those are all metaphors. I'm not saying we should judge people based on looks, but rather we should see beyond the surface and recognize their true character. If more of us paid attention instead of making assumptions, we could really shift the dynamic. It's not about being suspicious, it's about being discerning. Character and integrity aren't defined by race. Those qualities show up through actions and choices. We'll meet all kinds of people. Some will help you grow and others might hold you back. It's not about becoming jaded, it's about becoming wiser. So remember these two lessons. Believe people when they show you who they are and always pay attention to the details. If we keep those in mind, we'll make better choices in who we trust, who we follow, and how we shape our future. That's the essence of gatekeepers. Look at them with all that shuckin' and jiving. Let me tell you why I wrote this song. That phrase is really old, way older than me and even older than my mom. It has deep roots in Black history. It originally referred to the way some Black folks handled life during slavery and segregation, where they had to put on a happy face, entertain people, avoid conflict, or tell powerful white folks what they wanted to hear just to get by. Over time, it changed. Now we see it when some Black and other people of color are doing it to stay at certain social and economical statuses. You will see them ducking and dodging the truth or not addressing tough issues directly, like performing to stay in greed's good graces. That's what I'm talking about here, not survival but choice. there's a big difference. This song comes from a place of disappointment, but not because people find success. I actually celebrate that. I love seeing folks from neighborhoods like mine achieving things others thought were impossible. I'm proud of them and want our kids to see those successes. What gets to me is when success makes people forget where they came from. Very few people make it all on their own. Just raw talent doesn't usually get you to the top. Someone helped them along the way, whether it was buying that first ticket, standing by them when they weren't popular, sharing their work, praying for them, opening doors, or clearing a path. Often, that someone is the very community that supported them. So it's tough to watch someone reach a new level and then get all cautious, making every interview sound scripted and avoiding tough subjects. I'm not saying people shouldn't grow and succeed. I want that for them. My question is, what happens once you're up there? Do you still see the people who helped you? Do you address issues that impact the communities that believed in you before anyone else did? Or do you get so worried about keeping your image and status that you only say what feels safe? That's what I mean by shucking and jiving. It's about dodging the truth and being overly careful to protect a position, even if it means ignoring the very people who helped you get there. And this isn't just about celebrities. They're just the easiest examples because everyone notices them. This happens all the time in politics, corporate offices, schools, churches, healthcare, nonprofits, and on our jobs. People get promoted, get comfortable, and sometimes become so scared of losing what they have that they stop looking out for others. It's funny how money changes everything. It shifts who you hang out with, who invites you places, and the rooms you can walk into. Does it change everyone? Nope, but it usually shows what really matters to some. I know the bills I have to pay every month, like my light and water bills. If those go up too high, I've got to adjust. That's just how life is for most of us, so I wonder. If I ever got to a point where I didn't even think about those things anymore, would I change? Would I start being more careful and protect comfort over what I truly believe? That's something I ask myself honestly, because none of us are immune to temptation. I also believe in the importance of continuing to learn our history. History leaves clues. The names and faces may change, as does the technology, but human behavior tends to repeat itself. The more we understand where we've been, the better equipped we are to recognize what we are facing today. Then comes the question I always ask, so what do we do? I don't believe we should throw our hands up in despair or simply shake our heads and say, well, that's just the way it is. I've worked in environments where I've heard the same mindset repeatedly. If you're going to present a problem, bring at least one possible solution. Notice I didn't say the solution, just one possible step. These issues are too big for a single person, too complex for one law, one election, or even one song. Real change typically occurs gradually. Little by little, one conversation, one decision, one vote, one business supported, one child encouraged, and one person refusing to look the other way. I also believe we underestimate the power of our support. Support is a choice. It's reflected in what we buy, what we stream, who we vote for, who we defend, where we spend our money, and whom we choose to elevate. Each of those decisions is important. I wrote shuckin' and jiving to highlight a certain behavior. If you watch the video, you'll see the spotlight moving, landing on different faces, settings, and examples, almost like a mural painted across a brick wall. The focus is not on one individual, it's on the behavior itself. That's intentional. The moment I narrow the focus to one person, I risk making the same mistake I've discussed in other contexts. The behavior is the issue, not a single individual. Therefore, when the spotlight shines, I want people to ask themselves one question: is this behavior in my best interest? Is it in the best interest of my family, my neighborhood, my community, or those trying to build something better? If your answer is no, then ask yourself, why am I still supporting it? I'm not telling anyone what to think. I am encouraging people to think. I urge people to pay attention, to look beyond appearances, polished interviews, and carefully crafted images. Watch behavior, recognize patterns, and then make your own decisions. One person at a time, one family at a time, one community at a time. I believe that's how real change occurs, not overnight and not because one person has all the answers, but because enough ordinary people decide that their principles matter more than someone else's performance. That's why I wrote shuckin' and jiving, not to condemn people, but to shine a light on behavior, because once we can see something clearly, we all have the opportunity to decide what we're going to do next. The silly clowns I see, this won't take long. Sometimes a song emerges from something deep in your past. Other times it comes from years of observation. And sometimes it originates from watching television. That's exactly what happened with this song. I was doing what I normally do, watching the news, reading articles, listening to press conferences, politicians, and commentators, and scrolling through social media to see what people were saying. Nothing unusual. Until all of a sudden something changed, or maybe I changed. I stopped seeing people in suits. I stopped seeing dresses. I stopped noticing titles. All I could see were clown suits. I actually laughed, not because it was funny, but because it suddenly looked ridiculous. Everywhere I looked, people were performing. Some were arguing just for the sake of arguing. Others were dodging simple questions or speaking in circles. Some were pivoting so rapidly from uncomfortable topics that I wondered if they even remembered the original question. And some were putting on dramatic performances that didn't align with the realities people lead every day. I remember thinking, look at these silly clowns. That's where the song came from, not because I think everybody is dishonest or pretending, but because I believe we've reached a point where people are starting to recognize performance for what it is. I think we're getting better at spotting it, whether it's at a press conference, a political speech, a television panel, a community meeting, or someone standing behind a podium reading carefully crafted talking points. People are paying closer attention now, and I think that's a good thing. One thing I've noticed is that people aren't as easily distracted as they used to be. You can't just throw a divisive topic into the middle of the room and expect everyone to spend the next 6 months arguing while everything else goes unnoticed. At least I don't think so. People are asking more questions, checking more sources, challenging narratives, and comparing what they hear with their own experiences. That's healthy. It doesn't mean we'll all come to the same conclusions. It means we're thinking, and I believe thinking is always better than simply reacting. This song isn't about one political party, one television network, or one press conference. It's about performance, the kind of performance that assumes people aren't paying attention. Well, I think we are paying attention now. Maybe not everyone, but enough people that the performance doesn't land the way it used to. Once my mother told me that she went back to school to get her high school diploma and attended a trade school because she knew there had to be something better. I've never forgotten that. In many ways, I think that's where a lot of people find themselves today. They are looking around and saying, there's got to be something better than this. Better conversations, better leadership, better solutions, better ideas, less theater, less performance, less noise, more substance. That's what I hope for. I don't expect perfection. I don't expect everyone to agree. I don't expect every press conference to be inspiring. But I do hope we continue to become wiser. I hope we keep asking questions and keep paying attention. Because once you recognize the performance, the clown suit isn't nearly as convincing anymore. And that's why I wrote The Silly Clowns I See. Sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is simply refuse to applaud the performance. Coffee break, Saturday morning sunshine, a cup of coffee, and let's talk about what's beyond betrayal. There are times when I just hit pause on writing songs and take a moment to think. This is one of those times. I started mulling over betrayal. Not the kind you find between friends or family, those can hurt deep enough. I'm talking about a bigger picture, betrayal that sticks around for generations, that gets sewn into the stories we tell, the caution we carry, and the tough questions we keep asking. People often wonder what type of songs I write. Are they protest songs, political, social commentary? Honestly, I can't really pin them down to one label. What I do know is they often hit a similar chord. Underneath the melodies and lyrics, there's a lot about trust, moments where something that should have been good turned sour, where what was supposed to protect us ended up causing harm, and where hope gave way to feeling let down. Maybe that's why you'll hear me say things like, we thought, before moving on to, now we have to stand up. We're rising up because, somewhere along the way, things didn't live up to their promises. The more I think this through, the more I get why this struggle takes so long. Trust is fragile, and rebuilding it can take ages. When people face betrayal, they don't just get mad. They become cautious and start paying attention, looking for what's beneath the surface to avoid getting blindsided again. That's not weakness, it's wisdom gained through experience. Then there are the systems we live under. They were supposedly set up to protect us, that's what they say at least, but often that's just on the surface. The real issues lie in the details. Sometimes the outcomes don't match up with the promises. People can get hurt because of race, age, finances, disability, or other factors that have nothing to do with their choices. When that keeps happening, people start raising tough questions. Was this the plan all along? If not, why haven't things changed? And if it wasn't intended, why does it keep on happening? Those are heavy questions, and there are plenty of experts out there, scholars, historians, economists, and researchers, who dive into these issues for a living. They test ideas, gather evidence, analyze trends, and challenge what's assumed. I'm not one of those experts. I'm just a regular person who writes poems and books. That's my jam, and I keep on asking questions. I've been doing it my whole life. As a kid, I probably drove my mom a little nuts with my constant questioning. She'd laugh and say, "If you ask me one more question," I guess I was just trying to get a grip on the world, and I'm still at it. Some questions don't have clear answers, and sometimes we ask them knowing they might never be fully answered. Maybe that's what growth is about, not finding the perfect answer, but inching a bit closer to it. Each generation takes another step, sees things the previous one missed, and challenges things that once felt untouchable. That realization shifted how I view progress. Maybe we weren't meant to solve every problem, but to keep the conversation going. Our job might not be to finish the work, but to faithfully do our part. I write, someone else teaches, another person paints, some build businesses. Others raise kids, conduct research, organize communities, or serve in public office. None of those gifts is better than the others, they're just different. Complex problems need layered solutions. Just one voice isn't enough. No single job can tackle everything. No one generation can do it all. History shows that. When I look back, I can't find a moment when those fighting for good wasted their time. Not once. Sometimes they didn't see the full impact of their efforts. Sometimes they weren't here long enough to see the changes they helped create. But history remembers the progress. That's why history matters. That's why writing matters. That's why painting, singing, and building matter too. We need reminders that our efforts count. We need proof that persistence leaves a mark on the future. That's what keeps us going. That's why one of my songs says, "Keep moving anyway. You move because staying put changes nothing." Another song tells us to snap out of it. Betrayal hurts, and how we respond matters too. We can't stay frozen forever. We eventually have to get back up. That's what every generation has done. They picked themselves up, carried what they could, made things better, and then passed the work to the next group. That's how progress always happens, like a relay race. No one runs the whole race alone. Each runner carries the baton for a while and then passes it on. I find comfort in that. It means I don't have to solve everything or answer every question. I don't have to bear every weight. I just need to carry mine well. This is our time, our turn, our moment in history. Our job is to show up with whatever gifts we have and using them in the best way we can. My thing is writing. Yours might look totally different, and that's great. That's how it's meant to be. One day, the next generation will inherit what we leave behind. They'll face challenges we can't even imagine and ask questions we never thought about. They'll carry on the work. If we've done our part right, they won't start from scratch. They'll be ahead of where we began, and that's enough for me. Success isn't about eliminating every betrayal. It's about weakening it, leaving it with less power than it had before we showed up. If every generation does the same, maybe that's how lasting change happens. One meaningful contribution at a time, one honest question at a time. One courageous act at a time, one step toward clarity at a time. So I'll keep asking questions. I'll keep writing poems and books. That's what I do. I trust that somewhere, someone will pick up the baton when it's their time, just like those before me did. Just keep moving anyway. Fit for the fight, doing my mental push-ups. When I wrote Fit for the Fight, I was not merely writing about conflict. I was writing about preparation. Many people hear the title and think the song is about fighting, but to me, it's about everything that comes before the conflict arises. It's about becoming fit, not physically, but mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. The lyric states, "Every setback, another mental push-up." That's where the song begins. Our bodies aren't the only things that grow stronger through exercise. Our minds can too. The world presents us with disappointments, obstacles, confusion, and uncertainty. These experiences can weaken us if we allow them to, but they can also serve as repetitions in a workout that strengthens our judgment, discipline, and resolve. Mental push-ups don't take place in a gym, they happen in life. Sometimes people mistake calmness for surrender. I do not. There is a difference between refusing to be manipulated and choosing not to respond. There's a distinction between selecting your moment and lacking courage altogether. Calmness is not the same as submission. Sometimes calmness is strategy. The strongest response isn't always the loudest one. Sometimes the most powerful reaction is the one that has been thoughtfully considered, tested, and refined. We are not merely trying to win a fleeting victory, we aim to create something lasting. That is a very different kind of strength. History has long been preparing us. When I refer to studying history, I don't mean we must sit down with textbooks every day. History reaches us in ways we may not always recognize. It comes through stories told by grandparents, uncles, and aunts, through music, church, neighborhoods, and dinner table conversations, through books, paintings, photographs, documentaries, songs, and movies. Sometimes we learn without even realizing we are learning. Those experiences are mental push-ups as well. One of my favorite movies has always been Lady Sings the Blues. It was the first film I ever saw in a theater with my grandmother when I was about 12 years old. And yes, I had a huge crush on Billy Dee Williams. He was one of the most handsome men I had ever seen, well, other than my daddy. My daddy was number one and Billy Dee was number two. Anyway, looking back, I smile because while I admired him, something else was happening. My mind was training. The movie introduced me to a world I had never known. I saw Harlem through fresh eyes, witnessing artists striving to survive despite enormous barriers. I observed sacrifice, beauty, pain, and resilience. Years later, I learned that the film took creative liberties with Billie Holiday's life. It wasn't a documentary, and not every detail was historically accurate. However, that's not really the point. The movie opened a door and sparked my curiosity, introducing me to questions I was too young to ask. That afternoon with my grandmother provided me with more than just a movie ticket. It gave me another layer of understanding. Much of our learning occurs quietly and naturally. Without any announcements, class has begun. The same holds true for history. One generation tries something new, they find out what works and what doesn't. Then they pass those lessons on to the next generation. The following generation doesn't start where the last one left off. It begins further ahead. That is what I mean when I say we are prepared for the fight. We have inherited more than just stories. We have inherited exercises. The bus boycott wasn't merely an event, it became an exercise. That is how people become fit, not for the long fights. Lessons are not limited to one community. Stories travel, and people learn from one another. As a little girl, I nearly exhausted my mother with my questions. She would laugh and say, "If you ask me one more question." I wasn't being difficult, I genuinely wanted to understand. I still do. When I look back over the past several decades, I don't see a people unprepared for this moment. I see people who have been training, generations adding endurance, wisdom, discipline, strategy, courage, perspective, and hope. That is why I believe we are fit for the fight. Hardship has taught us, disappointment has strengthened our endurance. Experience has given us enough wisdom to keep moving forward, even when the path isn't completely clear. They remind me that growth is a decision. Every day we choose whether to stay where we are or become a little stronger than we were yesterday. I want this recorded because I want someone to know that when history looked at our generation, it found people who were willing to learn, willing to work, and willing to keep going. We inherited wisdom from people who came before us and we added our own. We asked questions, we stretched ourselves. We passed what we learned to the next generation. That's how progress happens. The military has a phrase, forward march. It has never meant running. It has never meant having all the answers. It simply means moving, taking the next step. Then the next one, that's enough. History has always been built that way, one generation handing the baton to another and trusting them to carry it a little farther. We are powerful and we're clearing the paths. When I wrote powerful, my intention was not to convince people that they possess power. I believed they already did. Instead, I wanted to explore a different question. What do we do with that power? We spend a considerable amount of time discussing awareness, education, history, understanding, and reflection. These aspects are important. In fact, they are essential. They serve as the mental push-ups that prepare us for whatever challenges our generation will face. However, preparation is not the destination. It is merely the foundation. At some point, everything we've learned must translate into action. That is where powerful begins. The song opens with a line that demands attention. They want us to shut up, then comes silence. This silence represents more than just unspoken words. It embodies every attempt to discourage action, every effort to convince people that their voices don't matter, and every notion that community participation won't affect change. Then comes the response: they still don't know. No, they don't, because a change has taken place. We are no longer just reflecting, we are moving. This distinction is crucial. Reflection serves a purpose, as does preparation, learning, and history. But eventually, purpose must become practice. You cannot stand at the battle line forever. My military background has taught me something invaluable. Training, planning, discipline, and strategy matters. However, there comes a moment when preparation must give way to movement. Otherwise, all that preparation remains unrealized. The same principle applies in education. You can read every book, study every lesson, and earn every degree. Knowledge is invaluable. Yet knowledge eventually calls for application. It yearns to move off the page and become action. Life operates in a similar fashion. Reflection without action often leads to frustration, while action without reflection can result in recklessness. Growth occurs when we allow reflection and action to work together. Reflect, prepare, act, then reflect again, adjust, and act once more. This cycle is continuous. Every stage matters, and each stage strengthens the next. When I say there is power in our voices, I am referring to much more than merely speaking. I'm talking about using what we've been given. Power isn't meaningful simply because we possess it. It becomes meaningful when we utilize it. That's why the message doesn't stop with the words, "There's power." It immediately asks another question: where is this power and how are we using it? There's power in our voices, there's power in our purpose, there's power in our money, there's power in our unity. Then it poses the most important question of all: how do we use it? Power isn't just an idea, it is something we practice. One of my favorite lines states, "Use your voice until somebody else finds theirs." That line isn't merely about speaking, it's about participation. Leadership isn't measured by how loudly we talk. It's measured by whether someone else discovers their own voice because we chose to use ours. That is how movements grow, one person at a time. People often say we need to come together. I agree, but simply stating that we need unity isn't the same as becoming unified. Unity is not merely agreement, it is action. If I decide to support a cause, that decision creates change. Every individual decision becomes one expression of a shared purpose, and that is how unity begins, not with a crowd, but with one person, then another. There isn't always an announcement or a bell ringing to declare that unity has arrived. It happens quietly, one decision at a time. Eventually, those individual choices begin to move in the same direction. That is what unity looks like. We often recognize unity through images of earlier generations: packed churches, mass meetings, marches, and people standing shoulder to shoulder. Those images remain powerful and deserve their place in history. However, every generation must also acknowledge the tools of its own time. Today, we live in an era of technology. We can witness conversations occurring across cities, states, and countries simultaneously. We can hear voices that would never have reached us a generation ago. We can see people making similar decisions without ever standing in the same room. If we're not careful, we might spend so much time searching for yesterday's vision of unity that we miss what unity looks like today. Technology didn't create our values, it changed how we see one another. It enables us to witness things that were once invisible, thousands of people making individual choices that slowly transform into a collective movement. I wrote powerful because I recognized that movement. I observed it in conversations, in podcasts, in comments, and in people choosing to do something that matters. They did this not because someone commanded them to, but because they individually united with a purpose. That's how movements begin. I also perceive life as images. Everything I write becomes a picture in my mind. When I think about our generation, I don't envision a finish line. I see a blocked path, a road filled with obstacles. Our responsibility isn't necessarily to complete the entire journey, but to clear the way as much as we can. I think about construction crews clearing land before a building can rise. I think of stories like Glory, where soldiers move forward knowing their actions may open the path for others, even if they themselves never see the final outcome. Whether considering history, film, or daily life, the image remains the same. Someone has to clear the way. Someone must remove what hinders the next generation from moving forward. That's what I hope we do: clear a path towards stronger communities, better education, healthier families, greater economic opportunity, entrepreneurship. Financial stability, wellness, and hope. Repetitiveness fosters retention. Repetition shapes us. It can reinforce fear or hope, strengthen doubt or confidence. The repetition itself is neutral. The message determines what flourishes. That's why I repeat phrases like, keep moving anyway, use your voice, we are powerful, and this is our time. I hope those ideas become part of someone's thinking, character, and actions. Eventually, repetition becomes habit, habit becomes culture, and culture becomes legacy. So I end where I began, not with certainty, but with a question. What if unity today doesn't always look like a crowd gathered in one place? What if it seems like thousands of people, scattered across neighborhoods, cities, and states, are independently making decisions that gradually clear the same path? What if we are already witnessing something profound? What if all those individual choices, voices, acts of courage, and intentional decisions are beginning to form a movement? If that's true, aren't we, in some ways, already on the move? Perhaps that's the message Powerful has been trying to convey all along, not that power belongs to a select few, but that it has always belonged to ordinary people willing to use it. One voice, one action, one path, one generation clearing the way for the next. We ain't scared of y'all. I wrote We Ain't Scared of Y'all stands as a powerful reminder that unchecked power often forgets it needs to be held accountable. Those in positions of authority sometimes fall into the trap of thinking their influence is unchallengeable, mistaking leadership for superiority. But this song flips that narrative. It's born from an understanding that power isn't just in high places, it's everywhere, and it doesn't belong to a select few. The real danger comes not from power itself, but from the way it's misused. History has shown us that when power goes unchecked, it often believes it can act without consequence. It gives people two options: go along with it or face the fallout. Yet the song begins with a simple truth: we've seen it all. Those words reflect not just frustration, but deep experience. It acknowledges the patterns we've witnessed across time and place. The tactics of division, distraction, and fear might change faces, but the strategies often remain the same. Recognizing this isn't demoralizing, it's liberating. When you know the playbook, you stop being blindsided. Instead of getting swept up in chaos, you start to prepare to strategize. That's where the real power lies, knowing what to expect and staying focused. The song emphasizes calm confidence over chaotic outrage. It's about being ready for what's to come and standing strong in your understanding. This calmness isn't passive, it's proactive and informed. True confidence comes from preparation, and that's what we need more of in the face of power that underestimates us. You know, while some folks might have thought the old ways would always work, things were quietly shifting all around us. The most impactful work often happens outside of the spotlight, around dinner tables. It's about ordinary folks deciding they won't just give up on their future. That's real power. It's not about flashy slogans or trending hashtags. It's about recognizing that power has always been within us. When we say we got that vote thing, or we got that business thing, we're claiming our power. And when we teach our kids, we're doing something profound. We're empowering the next generation. The chorus of this movement doesn't ask for permission. It just highlights what's already there. Power is not something that suddenly appears. It's something we've always had. One of my favorite quotes says, "Stop counting our pennies. They grew into billions." It speaks to the underestimation of what regular folks can achieve over time. People in power often overlook what communities can do when they invest in themselves and refuse to wait for someone else to step in. We're opening businesses, rebuilding our neighborhoods, and supporting each other, all without needing anyone's permission. That's a crucial distinction. It's about participation, not domination. There's a serious difference between wanting to control and wanting to take responsibility. One leads to dependence, the other fosters ownership. This concept is perfectly captured in the idea of mental push-ups, endurance races, and hard lessons. Strength comes from hard work and consistency, not from dramatic moments. Before you even see the results, communities are already putting in the effort. And when we say, now we're fit, it's not out of entitlement, it's because we've built that strength ourselves. When we declare, get a new playbook, it's a sign of change. It's not just about adopting new tactics. It's about recognizing that we, the people, have transformed and learned. This is the sound of us standing up and challenging the misuse of power to lift our voices and ensure they're heard. We're all authors of this new narrative, where our stories matter and where we take responsibility for our collective future. The days of letting power go unchecked are over, so this song wraps up not with fear, but with a strong sense of belief. Not the kind of confidence that's handed down, but the real deal, earned and built from experience. It's a confidence that we're in this together, rooted in a clear understanding. We know the game, we've been through it, we've taken notes, and now we're ready to write our own story. So just remember, we're not afraid of you.
Heck no. We ain't scared of y'all. Heck no. We ain't scared of y'all. Step back. Heck no. We got it from here. Hey, we seen it all. Ain't nothing new. Different faces, same old moves. Y'all keep running the same old game, but we know this playbook. Page by page, cover to cover, we done our homework. We know exactly how this works. So save your energy, you might need another plan. Cause this one, we already understand. We're calm, we're focused, we're steady, we're ready. That's what's throwing y'all off your game. We ain't scared of y'all. No, we got this. Step back, we got it from here. We got our men, we got our women, we got our children. If you're with us, say yes. We got that vote thing, we got that business thing, we got that history thing. We teach our children, we build our future. Heck no, we ain't scared of y'all. Step back, we ain't scared of y'all. Stop counting our pennies, they grew into billions. Now we're building generational wealth, we're opening businesses, buying back neighborhoods, supporting everybody who supports us. That's how communities grow, that's how futures change. One investment, one family, one dream at a time. We're not distracted, we're not divided, we're not backing up. We're moving forward steady every single day. Mental push-ups, endurance races, long nights, hard lessons. We've been training while you were watching. Now we're fit for the fight. And now calm is throwing y'all completely off your game. Step back. We got it from here. Step back. We got it from here. We know this game, we know this playbook. Cover to cover, step back. We got it from here. From the hustle to the office, from the classroom to the pulpit, from the barbershop to the boardroom. We ain't cutting off our own knob this time. Y'all twisted the game, now rewind it, retwist it. We're writing from here. Keep your imposters, divide and conquer. Not today. We're building bridges, opening doors, pulling each other higher. That's the new playbook. And we're the authors now. We ain't scared of y'all. Ooh. We ain't scared of y'all. Step back. We ain't scared of y'all. Heck no. Heck no. We ain't scared of y'all. Heck no. We got. We ain't scared of y'all. Heck no. We ain't scared of y'all. Heck no. We got this. We got our men. We got our women. We got our children. We got our elders. If you're with us, say yes. We got that vote thing. We got that ownership thing. We got that education thing. We got that community thing. We got that future thing. We taking back our community. We found our direction. We done the work. Now watch us work. Heck no. We ain't scared of y'all. Step back. We got it. Step back. We ain't scared of y'all. Step back. We got it. Step back. We ain't scared of y'all. Get a new playbook. This one don't work no more. We've seen it. We've lived it. We've learned it. Now we're writing the next chapter. Heck no. We ain't scared of y'all.
Latte break, I control the impression. Recently, I was watching clips from America's Got Talent. Simon Cowell was speaking to a young woman who dreamed of becoming a singer. He asked her how many views her first video had received. 500, she answered. Without a moment's hesitation, Simon replied, terrible, awful. Now, before I am misunderstood, I understand the context. She was on one of the biggest entertainment stages in the world and wanted a career that would reach millions. Within that framework, Simon was discussing the importance of building a global audience. But his response made me stop and think, not because I disagreed with him, but because it made me reflect on the power of impressions. How powerful are impressions? What happens when we start believing someone else's measuring stick before we even have a chance to define our own? How many people have stopped writing because only a few read their work? How many have stopped singing because their first song didn't gain traction? How many have stopped speaking because only a handful listened? How many extraordinary voices have gone silent because they've been given the impression that if they don't go viral, they're not valuable? That's the impression I want to challenge. We've almost allowed viral to become a definition of worth, but it shouldn't be. Going viral isn't inherently bad. Sometimes it means a message has reached millions, creates opportunities, opens doors, or even changes lives. There's nothing wrong with that. The problem arises when the pursuit of going viral overshadows the purpose of the message itself. That's when we start negotiating with ourselves, softening our convictions, chasing trends, and searching for that one catchy sentence we think everyone will repeat. At times, we dilute the very message we were called to share in our quest for overnight attention. Life contains mysteries that may never be untangled. One person says a single sentence and the world repeats it. Another person shares something profound and hardly anyone notices. Why? I don't know, and maybe no one ever will. That's one of life's mysteries I've stopped trying to solve. Instead, I've chosen to remain committed to my message. Purpose and virality are not the same. One is something we can control, the other isn't. I write music, books, and speak on various topics like injustice, education, healthcare, women's rights, human rights, and the communities I love. If one of my songs reaches just 5 people and genuinely encourages them, I'm grateful. If 100 people listen, I'm grateful. If 500 people hear what I have to say, I don't focus on the number. I envision a room full of people. I imagine opening the door and saying, "Come on in." Some may stay, others might leave after a minute. Some will listen quietly from the back, and some may not enter at all. That's okay. The room isn't empty. If 50 people walked into my living room because they wanted to hear a conversation, I wouldn't call that a failure. I'd call it an opportunity. Perspective changes everything. We've become so used to measuring influence by numbers that we've forgotten to measure it by people. 500 isn't just a statistic. It represents 500 human beings, 500 lives, 500 opportunities to leave someone with a message. Here's something else I've noticed. When I scroll through social media, I don't see thousands of random conversations. Instead, I see people, often strangers to each other, returning to the same subjects: justice, education, healthcare, opportunity, community, kindness. Family, hope, the importance of voting, supporting local businesses, protecting our children, and strengthening neighborhoods. These aren't random thoughts scattered across the internet. They're centered and focused conversations about the quality of life we hope to build together. That's why I take social media seriously. Not because I expect every post to go viral, but because every thoughtful conversation has the potential to leave an impression. Sometimes we think everything has to be lights, camera, action. That's not a good way to look at it. Real conversations don't need a grand stage. Some of the most meaningful exchanges happen in the most ordinary places. It's not about who's listening, but about reaching someone who needs to hear you. That's exactly why Robin and I started Hidden Voices No More. We weren't chasing virality. We just believed there are incredible people out there doing amazing things and saying things worth remembering. We did this for everyone who shows up and puts in the work, for those who are dedicated to their communities, even when their audience is small. Imagine someone years from now digging through our contributions, our books, songs, or even the forgotten posts online. They might stumble upon a powerful thought or a brave act that helps them connect with who we were. History has a knack for uncovering voices that didn't get the spotlight in the moment. That's why I'm committed to keeping the momentum going. I'm going to keep writing my music, penning my books, and advocating for justice, education, healthcare, and rights for all. I'll keep my door open for anyone who wants to walk in. And if someone steps into my social media space, I'll welcome them without worrying about the crowd behind them. Every great conversation starts with one person willing to listen, and every movement begins with someone willing to speak up. Remember, your voice matters, even if it's just to a few. You define your success and the impact you want to make. So before we wrap up here, just know, I'll always keep that door open, and you're welcome here no matter what. Lord have mercy, Parezi, we needed a word. Before we pour our coffee, let me put a stain on your brain. My husband, Brian, says that every now and then. When he says it, he's talking about an idea that stays with you long after the conversation is over. You know that moment when someone says something that just sticks with you. It hangs around long after the conversation ends, quietly influencing your thoughts. It's not flashy, it just resonates. That's what I wanted with Parezi. Here's the deal, I didn't just sit down one day thinking, I'm gonna make up a word. I wasn't trying to be witty or clever. I was trying to maintain my sanity. On the day I wrote this song, I had hit a wall. I was worn out from dealing with a constant grind of negativity, manipulation, condescension, entitlement, all that jazz. It wasn't just one thing wearing me down. It was the 1,000 tiny annoyances that pile up and drain your energy. When I got home, I wasn't just exhausted. I was furious, but not in a fleeting way. This was a simmering kind of anger, the kind that follows you home and tells you, you've got to do this all over again tomorrow. I felt myself slipping into a dark place, losing grip on my own thoughts, and that scared me. I refused to let others' behaviors dictate who I am. So I started wrestling with my feelings, not through music, but within myself. How do I articulate what I'm seeing? How do I speak the truth without getting bogged down by anger? That's where the song began. It emerged not from a polished studio, but from a struggle to find clarity. It didn't just voice my rage, it helped me organize it. It pulled me back from chaos and turned raw anger into something meaningful. That's when I realized I didn't need another curse word. I needed a fresh term, something that could capture the harmful patterns without resorting to stereotypes. That's how Parezi was born. It gave me a way to collectively name those toxic behaviors without pointing fingers at entire groups. More crucially, it reminded me that I had a choice. I could react with rage, or I could channel that energy into something that could help others find their own clarity. Because I know I'm not alone in this. Many people leave workplaces, schools, and other spaces feeling drained and frustrated, often with nothing more to say than, Lord have mercy. This song turned my frustration into a conversation instead of chaos. So yeah, before we sip our coffee, I want to make an impression. Not to leave you angry, but to make you think. I want you to remember Parezi and why it matters. Even when frustration pushes hard, we still have the power to choose words that tell the truth without losing ourselves in the battle. This song didn't come from comfort, it was born from struggle, and maybe that's why it's so meaningful to me. It didn't just tell my story, it helped me find my way back to myself, and that's not easy to navigate. I refuse to stereotype an entire race, gender, profession, generation, or community based on the behavior of some of its members. If I believe stereotyping is wrong, I cannot combat it by creating another stereotype. That would undermine my message. Instead, I needed a different approach, a vocabulary. Not a slur, not a racial label, not a political label, but a vocabulary. This is where Parezi was born. It is not the name of a race, gender, religion, or political party. Rather, it designates a recognizable pattern of harmful behavior. The song doesn't start by describing someone's appearance. It begins with a conversation. Have a seat. Have you seen a Parezi? I answer that question not by describing how someone looks, but by describing their behavior. Smug, arrogant, greedy, entitled with twisted narratives. Barriers, the same games and tricks. These are the behaviors I want people to notice, not skin color, gender, or age. Behavior tells us far more about character than appearance ever will. I believe history is significant and lived experience matters. Communities develop shared memories, lessons, strengths, and wounds over generations. As a Black woman, I understand that our history has shaped our culture, resilience, priorities, and determination. These shared experiences are vital. I also acknowledge that racism is real and has affected families, communities, and opportunities. Pretending otherwise would not be honest. At the same time, I refuse to believe that every individual within any race thinks or behaves alike. That is not true either. These two ideas can coexist. Patterns and systems can be real, while individuals must still be judged by their choices. This distinction matters to me because if I focus solely on race, I might overlook the people who look just like me and exhibit the same harmful behaviors. When I focus purely on identity, I stop considering conduct, and that is dangerous. The lens should focus on behavior, not because identity doesn't matter, but because behavior is where character reveals itself. That's what Paresi represents. Not an identity, but a pattern, a choice, a way of interacting with the world that repeatedly diminishes, manipulates, exploits, devalues, or harms others. The term gave me a way to describe a collection of behaviors without having to list every one of them each time. More importantly, it allowed me to express what I needed to say without becoming what I was criticizing. Naming harmful conduct requires bravery, but we also need the discipline not to let that courage devolve into blanket condemnation. This discipline is crucial. The song also conveys another message, hope. Some may think the song is about the Paresi, but it is truly about us. It highlights that we have encountered these behaviors before. We have studied them, survived them, and learned from them. We have become stronger and learned the playbook. That's why the song repeatedly says, "Watch the snap back." This isn't about us becoming what we oppose. It's about responding differently, with wisdom instead of panic, preparation instead of surprise, and strategy instead of surrender. We have built businesses, organized communities, educated our children, voted, spoken up, and refused to disappear. The harmful behaviors may still exist, but we are no longer who we used to be. Perhaps my favorite part of the song is that it doesn't end in fear, it ends in confidence. We recognize the patterns, that we know the playbook, and that we are no longer easily deceived. In the end, Paresi is not the real story, people are. People who choose compassion over cruelty, truth over manipulation, courage over silence, and who refuse to become the very thing they oppose. That's the conversation I wanted to have. That's why I wrote the song. We needed a word not to divide us, but to help us articulate what we have been observing without losing sight of our own principles. When you hear me ask, have you seen a Paresi? I'm not asking you to look at someone's race. I'm asking you to pay attention to their choices. Because that is.
Have you seen a Paresi? Smug, arrogant, greedy, entitled, insecure, plain, shallow, laughable. They are everywhere. Have you seen them? A Paresi, Lord have mercy. Here we go again, this Paresi. You almost got me, almost. Sitting in my car, eyes closed. One more minute, snap out of it. Snap out of it. Same game, same trick, same Paresi. Pivoting, twisted narratives, barriers, no bait, nope, not today. Stay sharp, stay ready, hold your tongue, steady your hands, watch you move. You thought I'd bite, nope. You thought I'd break, nope. You read me wrong, Lord have mercy. Ooh, this Paresi still playing the old playbook, nope. New day, watch the snap back, my snap back. Same pressure, different outcome. Same games, different ending. You thought you knew me, nope. You thought you saw me, nope. You'll only meet what I want you to see. You'll never know my next move. The rules have changed. You never saw that coming. Don't mistake my pause for fear. Don't mistake my silence for surrender. You mistake patience for weakness. Nope, I'm staying ready, you're staying frustrated. Same playbook, different result. Watch the snapback. Still looking for the old me, still waiting for the old us. Wrong day, wrong move, wrong people you came expecting yesterday. This is a new day. We learned, we grew, we changed. Stop, block, till my heartbeat sings. I got this. You saw enough to make assumptions, not enough to know the plan. You'll only meet what we choose to show the rest. Watch the snapback. Lord have mercy. Ooh, still trying, still missing, still underestimating. Nope, not this time, not this day. The rules have changed. Some days it's only your look, some days it's only your tone, some days it's the arrogance. I straighten my shoulders, unclench my hands, take one shallow breath and choose me, my mind, my weapon. Same Paresi, new
here. Oh Lord, I'm still here.
Where character resides, and that is where change begins. I'm not built to bow. When you first hear the title, Not Built to Bow, your mind might jump to thoughts of rebellion or fighting against the odds. But let me clarify, it's not about rebellion at all. It's about something much deeper, construction. Rebellion can be spontaneous or fueled by emotion, while construction is all about intention. It's a careful process. It's built with love from those around us who guide us, challenge us, and won't let us settle for anything less than our true potential. Think about it, we don't arrive at where we are overnight. We're all on this journey of being built. I often picture the music video for this song. It's not just a woman walking, it's a powerful visual of her ancestors flowing through her. These figures, constantly working behind the scenes, are the strength that propels her forward. This isn't about being extraordinary. It's about the collective effort of all those who came before us, those who sacrificed, defended, and paved the way. When I think of my own grandmother, I chuckle at the idea of her rolling over in her grave if she thought I'd kneel to injustice. She helped construct something within me that just wasn't made for that kind of submission. What the title means to me is that I wasn't simply born with the ability to stand tall. I was built through experiences and the people who believed in me. It just means that over time, I've cultivated something stronger than fear. It's easy to confuse confidence with arrogance. Confidence is recognizing what you've learned, while arrogance is believing you're superior to others. I've felt this distinction firsthand. As a Black woman, I know how confidence can often be confused with aggression or misplaced ambition. These experiences shape my writing, my songs, and everything I create because they guide my understanding of courage. So yes, there are moments when it feels like your integrity is tested by the demands of your position, and sometimes standing your ground comes with real consequences. Opportunities might slip away, relationships could shift, and people may not understand you. This is the part we seldom discuss, the aftermath of courage, the doubting, and the emotional toll. And here's the thing, just because you might not see people standing by your side doesn't mean they aren't supporting you. Everyone is on their journey, dealing with their own hidden struggles. Some are quietly cheering you on while fighting their own battles. Support isn't always loud or visible, and we must recognize this. We're all in different stages of being built. Dismissing others before they've had a chance to grow only perpetuates the cycle of injustice. Integrity isn't just about standing against injustice. It means ensuring that we ourselves don't become unjust in the process. So let's remember, there are individuals in every corner of our communities who are built not to bow. They are everywhere. They're out there, standing tall and building something powerful. What really unites people isn't the quest for perfection. Instead, it's this deep-rooted belief that there are certain things they can't let go of. It's about having something inside them that stands strong against the pressure to compromise. Yes, there will be times when you feel like you're standing alone, and let's be honest, those moments can hurt. You might not have the applause or the affirmation you crave, but hold on tight to what can never be taken from you: your integrity, self-awareness, confidence, and the convictions that shape you. Think of that clock inside the woman. From the outside, it looks like one person, but inside, there's an entire legacy of people who contributed to her strength. Not built to bow isn't a proclamation that I've reached some finish line. Trust me, I'm still a work in progress. I struggle, and I definitely don't do this alone. What I'm getting at is that through the love, challenges, and support from those around us, we can construct something within ourselves that pushes against fear and injustice. That's what I hope we all keep building. We're all a work in progress, after all. And if we remember that, we'll not only find the courage to stand tall, we'll also extend grace to those still on their journey. Black women take Teflon steps every day. I wrote Teflon Steps as a tribute to Jasmine Crockett when she announced her campaign for the U.S. Senate. I recognized the path ahead would be challenging, but I believed in her ability to navigate it. She truly embodies taking Teflon steps. This song is a broader narrative about becoming. It reflects the little Black girls who spent their childhoods playing with dolls, far removed from the thought of boardrooms or Congress. It's for those girls who grow into women, carrying dreams through education, careers, and all the ups and downs along the way. The journey to success is only part of the story. The real challenges often begin when you arrive. It's about proving you belong in spaces where, too often, assumptions are made before you even speak. There are moments when your confidence can be misinterpreted as arrogance or your assertiveness seen as aggression. Sometimes you're expected to downplay your presence to make others comfortable, which can be particularly disheartening when those judgments come from within your own community. Despite these challenges, you keep pushing forward because your purpose drives you. Women like Jasmine remind us that true courage isn't just about achieving victory, it's about showing up, preparing, and continuously moving ahead despite the scrutiny. It's encouraging to see progress. More women are in leadership roles today than in previous generations, and Black women are stepping into positions that were once considered out of reach. However, the work isn't finished yet. There are still ceilings to break and representation to enhance. Courage goes beyond accolades. It's found in how you respond to setbacks. Sometimes you may give your all and still hear, "Not this time." It's in those moments that you decide whether to rise again. That's what this song is all about. I also wrote this for myself, as I've faced similar experiences, walking into rooms where my confidence might be misunderstood or my qualifications questioned without my contributions being acknowledged. I relate to the internal struggle of staying true to my values amidst spaces that have traditionally belonged to others. Most importantly, this song is for every little Black girl still dreaming and discovering her future. One day she might become a teacher, a scientist, a leader, or something we have yet to envision. She may face challenges, but those experiences will contribute to her narrative. That's the essence of Teflon Steps, building resilience against life's challenges. I want to extend my gratitude to women like Jasmine Crockett and those who have come before her, who have confidently entered spaces they were expected to avoid while maintaining their dignity. Thank you to the women leading today with courage and compassion, and to the young girls who are observing, learning, and preparing for their future roles. Keep stepping forward, one Teflon step at a time. Thank you for being visible and using your voice when it would have been easier to stay silent. Your willingness to take on the responsibility that often comes with being one of the few truly matters. It helps pave the way for others to envision their own future in similar spaces. I feel proud to be part of a culture that celebrates the strength and resilience of Black women. It's inspiring to see pieces of ourselves reflected in the trailblazers before us, in the women making strides today, and in those who are still on their journeys towards finding purpose. The impact of these women extends beyond our community. Every time they open doors, challenge the status quo, mentor others, serve their communities, or advocate for the unheard, they leave the world a better place. Their leadership teaches us that our progress is reflected not only in our own achievements, but also in what we enable for others. This is why the song starts with a little girl. Every courageous woman today was once a little girl with dreams, playing, asking questions, discovering her voice, and slowly learning who she is meant to become. As time passes, that innocence transforms into wisdom, dreams turn into purpose, experiences build confidence, and character evolves into conviction. Eventually, that little girl begins to view the world through the eyes of a grown woman. This journey is what Teflon Steps is all about. May every little girl who listens to this song understand that life will challenge her. But getting knocked down isn't the end. It's just part of the story of becoming the woman she's destined to be. She has the strength to rise again, to keep evolving, and to keep moving forward, one Teflon step at a time. Coffee's ready, let's think for a minute. Some conversations really shift our perspective on life. For a while now, I've been hearing people say we should respect our elders, and I totally agree that respect is important. But I'm starting to think that maybe respect alone isn't enough. What if respect is just a starting point? Instead of asking if we're showing our elders respect, maybe we should be asking why they're so significant in the first place. As I pondered this, I realized I wasn't really talking about aging. I was talking about wisdom. And wisdom isn't confined to a particular age, profession, or generation. It's built through real conversations. When I talk with my mom, it's not because I think she has every answer figured out. I reach out because she's lived experiences I haven't. Sometimes I just want to know her thoughts on something I'm dealing with. Those 4 simple words, "What do you think?" carry a lot more weight than we might realize. They signal something important. I believe your experiences have something valuable to share. That's way different from saying, "Tell me everything you know," which can come off as more of an exam. Picture someone asking an older person, "Tell me everything you remember about the civil rights movement." Where do they even start? Which year, which march, which emotions tied to the events? It's such a broad question that it'd likely just leave them frustrated and saying, "What do you want to know?" Now, if you asked something more specific like, "Did you ever march?" or "What surprised you?" or "What were people saying in your neighborhood?" the whole vibe shifts. You're inviting them to reminisce, to share their story. You're expressing that you care about their personal experiences of history, which is one of the best gifts we can give someone. Elders really matter because they're like living history books. Sure, textbooks can share dates and facts, but only people can give you the real context and feelings tied to those times. A book might say when something happened, but an elder can tell you what it was like to actually experience it. They can describe the vibrant neighborhood life, the sounds, the smells, the chats on the porch, and the mix of fear and hope that filled the air. No book, documentary, or even AI can capture that essence completely. Some things can only be passed down through conversation. That's why having these living archives among us is so valuable. When I think about someone who lived through significant years, like 1943 or 1950, it hits me that I can't truly understand those moments without talking to someone who was there. This isn't about replacing history, it's about adding depth to it. I don't think wisdom suddenly kicks in when someone hits 70 or 80. It builds up over time. Kids, teenagers, young adults, parents, and grandparents alike are all on this journey of preparation, even if we don't realize it because we're caught up in life. Every mistake, every success, every tough decision, all of these experiences shape who we are and how we think. Preparation doesn't start when we become elders. It starts as soon as we begin living our lives. People often mistakenly think that older adults have stopped growing intellectually, but that's not true. In many ways, they've just been honing their thinking skills longer than the rest of us. They've spent years reflecting on what happened, why it happened, what worked, what didn't, and how to understand it all better. Reflection, observation, pattern recognition, they are all skills developed over time, and that takes practice. Sure, elders aren't always right, no one is, but they've spent decades refining their ways of thinking, and that experience deserves to be shared and valued. Consultation is definitely not the same as testing. When I ask my mom for advice, I'm not grading her or checking her memory. It's about inviting her into my thought process. Sure, sometimes her suggestions sound outdated, and I might think, yeah, I'm probably not going to go with that. But if I keep listening, I often find some deeper wisdom behind her old school methods. The circumstances might change, but the principles often stay relevant. So rather than copying her methods, I take the wisdom and make it my own. That's how traditions keep going, not by repeating everything, but by preserving what still works. Over time, I've realized that wisdom isn't tied to just one place. It's in conversations with everyday people, or while reading books like Pedagogy of the Oppressed and Women Who Run with the Wolves. Those books are pretty different, but they both taught me something valuable about learning. One pushed me to see education as more than just memorizing facts by encouraging dialogue and self-reflection. The other reminded me that stories hold important truths that numbers can't express. Neither the conversations with my mom nor the books replaced each other. They actually complemented each other and expanded my understanding. I believe with all my heart that wisdom grows when we let different sources communicate. Knowledge gives us facts, research tests ideas, technology provides access, stories keep meaning alive, experience offers perspectives, and reflection creates understanding. Wisdom ties it all together and helps us figure out how to use everything we learn. If we stick to just one source, common sense, books, technology, or history, we limit ourselves. The best learning happens when we bring all these elements into one conversation. This principle rings true for every generation. Kids aren't just kids, they're future adults, parents, and elders. Everything they go through now shapes what they'll eventually contribute back to the world. And the same goes for elders. They were once kids learning from their predecessors. Life is always prepping us for unexpected moments. We also often overlook certain groups of people too quickly. We judge value based on titles, degrees, or status, but everyone has lessons to share, whether they learn them through schools, hardships, service, or survival. The real question is whether we're willing to listen to their stories. That's why communities grow stronger when they learn from one another. The younger ones bring curiosity, Adults add energy and execution. Scholars contribute research, artists spark imagination, storytellers keep memories alive. And elders offer perspective. No one has the complete truth, but together they create something much richer. As I get older, I've become less focused on where wisdom should come from and more about recognizing it when I see it. Wisdom isn't just found in one library or from one generation or profession. It appears wherever people are seeking truth, reflecting on their lives, and sharing what they've learned. Maybe that's the way it's meant to be. We grow up preparing to be adults, then prepare to be elders, and eventually help prepare the next generation. Wisdom was likely never meant to stop with us. It's meant to flow through us. So the next time you chat with someone older, instead of testing their memory, just ask, "What do you think?" and really listen. Take us back to a time worth remembering. I didn't write this song to preach at anyone. I wrote it because faith has always been important to me. I didn't grow up in church every Sunday, and I'm not pretending otherwise. That's just not my story. My family worked hard, took risks, and wasn't afraid to challenge the norm. This helped me through times of uncertainty and reminded me that I'm never truly alone. I might not be able to quote scripture off the top of my head, and I don't think being real means just using fancy verses. I'd rather share honestly from my own perspective. This song is my way of honoring something I've witnessed throughout my life. I've seen mothers humming hymns that brought hope. I've seen deacons whose prayers supported families through tough times. That's what I want to acknowledge, just faith, the kind of faith that helps people make it through another day, the kind that teaches us to care for one another, the kind that reminds us that every person has worth. When I talk about right and wrong, I'm not trying to settle any arguments about theology or define sin for anyone else. I'm focusing on what's always mattered to me, how we treat each other. Do we respect people? Do we show kindness? Do we look out for those who need it? Do we act with honesty? Do we see the humanity in one another, even when we disagree? Those questions are important. I believe faith has something significant to say about all of them. Take us back doesn't mean we should return to the past. It means we should remember what we shouldn't have left behind. It's about reclaiming the humility, sincerity, compassion, and quiet confidence that helped people in previous generations get through tough times with hope. The song isn't about living in the past. It's about bringing yesterday's faith into tomorrow. That's my hope, not that we become who they were, but that we remember what helped them become who they were and what can still guide us in becoming who we're meant to be. One last thought about the title, Take Us Back, doesn't mean we should stay there. If you listen closely to the final words, they tell the true story, only for a moment, so we can remember and take it forward. That's what I've always aimed for. Faith was never meant to hold us back. It was meant to keep us walking. The title is really an invitation to pause, not to retreat, to think about where we came from, to honor those who came before us, to appreciate how far we've gotten, and then to carry the best of what they gave us into whatever comes next. That's the journey I hope this song inspires. I still see God. I wrote this song during a season when the world felt heavy. Every day the news seemed filled with another crisis. Families struggling, uncertainty about healthcare, debates over immigration, violence, addiction, homelessness, and people carrying burdens that often felt too deep for words. It seemed like everywhere I looked, there was another reason to lose hope. As I often do when I write, I closed my eyes. I didn't start with lyrics. Instead, I began with images. I saw people hurting. I saw children. I saw addiction, homelessness, grief, and uncertainty. Then, in my mind, those individual images became part of something larger. I recognized two forces, not people or political parties, but the symbolic struggle between good and evil. As hard as darkness seemed to push, I couldn't shake one thought: it cannot overcome good. This doesn't mean that people don't suffer or that there aren't real losses and broken hearts. There are, and we see them every day. However, when I stepped back and looked at the bigger picture, I noticed something else. I saw a stranger feeding someone who was hungry. I saw someone sitting beside a hospital bed so another person wouldn't be alone. I saw someone helping an elderly neighbor cross the street. I witnessed ordinary people quietly choosing compassion when no one was watching. Those moments reminded me that mercy rarely makes headlines, but it is happening every single day. That is why I wrote, I still see God. I still see grace, I still see mercy, and I still see God at work in the quiet, often unseen places. That is the hope I wanted this song to convey. He is right there too. I wrote I Still See God and Right There Too back to back, with one song answering the other. The first song states, I still see God, while the second asks, where? My answer is right there too. I don't believe that God's presence is only for churches, perfect people, or moments of crisis. You don't have to meet a certain standard for God to sit beside you. You don't have to be wealthy, know every scripture, or have all the answers. I believe that faith can meet us exactly where we are. When life falls apart, I believe God's presence wraps its arms around us and comforts us. However, I also believe in something we don't talk about often enough. God doesn't only show up in our suffering, He shows up in our joy. He's there when families are restored, when a child graduates, when someone opens a business, and when prayers are answered. He's there in our laughter and our celebrations, and He's there when life is finally going well. Sometimes we only speak about faith during tragedies, but I believe that faith belongs in our celebrations as well. He isn't only beside us in the valleys, He's cheering with us on the mountaintops. He's right there too. As these songs came together, I realized something important. They are tools, not rules or requirements. They are not sermons, but resources that a person can reach for in difficult times. Something to help them remember, to breathe, to find hope, and to remind them that they are not alone. I don't feel comfortable telling people what they must believe. I believe every person has free will and must decide where they stand. My aim is simply to meet people where they are. For me, that place is faith. Someone else may use different language to describe the source of hope, conscience, strength, or purpose in their life, and I respect that. I know what has sustained me. I believe in redemption, human dignity, and the fact that we are not alone. This belief has helped me through difficult moments and made the joyful moments even sweeter. If these songs serve any purpose, I hope they become something people can carry with them because they found something in these words that helps them keep going.
We done seen Him, not just in the shouting, not just in the tears, but in the quiet places, in the small, yeah, right there too. Wasn't dressed up fancy, no big lights, just wooden pews and stories. Lines on their faces told it plain and true. Faith been living longer than the building. Didn't need a stage to feel His presence. Didn't need a crowd to call His name. You could see Him sitting in the elders' eyes, let you know He's still the same. And it hit us all at once. He don't measure like we do. He ain't moved by what looks big. He moves where the heart is true. So we thank You, yeah, we thank You for coming where we are. He'll show up in the small places, walk right in them low places. Ain't too proud to sit with us when the world don't notice us. If our hearts are open wide, He'll come sit right by our side. Yeah, He's right there too. Oh, He's right there too. Thank You for being right there too. We done had our days in the valley. Didn't look like much to nobody, but He never passes by, never hesitated. Stayed with us in every low place, and we thank Him for the quiet moments when it felt like nothing was around. Even when it looked real empty, that's when He was holding us down. So we don't chase what shines. Oh, we don't need what looks brand new. If He's willing to come this low, then we know His love is true. So we thank You, yeah, we thank You for meeting us right just in the high,
not just in the low.
everywhere we go,
He's right there too.
thank you for being right there too. Woo! Woo! Yeah.
Coffee break, grab your coffee. This one's been on my mind. Smart people read. When I was a little girl, my grandmother gave me a piece of advice that has stayed with me my entire life. She said, never be fooled, smart people read. She wasn't saying that degrees didn't matter. She believed in education. She respected diplomas, certifications, and every letter a person earned behind their name. However, she also wanted me to understand something else. Never mistake a degree for curiosity. They aren't always the same thing. Then she did something that changed my life. Every weekend, she handed me a book. She never stood over me to ensure I read it, nor did she time me or quiz me every night. The following weekend, she simply asked, "What did you think about the book?" If my answers were too shallow or general, she already knew. Years later, she shared her secret. She had never given me a book that she hadn't already read herself. She knew the story, she understood the characters, and she had the right questions to ask. Then she told me something else I will never forget. You don't have to like every book you read, just read. Looking back, I realized she wasn't trying to raise a book reviewer. She was raising a lifelong learner. I was a smart little girl. I may not have been valedictorian, but I was bright. I believe much of that came from spending countless hours reading. My grandmother instilled in me a sense of curiosity, while my school provided opportunities to nurture it. I grew up in a middle-class Black neighborhood. A short bus ride away was a library that became one of my favorite places in the world. This was before search engines and instant answers. We used microfiche, searched through card catalogs, and learned how to find information instead of waiting for it to find us. Some books could be checked out, others never left the library. So I sat at those tables, writing research papers, filling index cards, cross-referencing sources, and learning how to organize my thoughts. My book reports became more challenging every year. My bibliography had to be accurate. Deadlines mattered. If you fell behind, catching up wasn't easy. We were held accountable, and that accountability taught me an important lesson that has stayed with me throughout my life. Learning takes effort. I also remember something else. If you struggled with math, you found the friend who loved math. If you had difficulties with English, someone helped you. Learning wasn't something we guarded, it was something we shared. Today, I find myself asking different questions. My granddaughter will come home and proudly say, "Granny, we read for 20 minutes today." I'm proud of her, but then I ask myself, what's part 2? What happens after those 20 minutes? Who continues the conversation? Who helps connect what occurs in the classroom? How do we raise children who don't just complete assignments, but also become people who love learning? Those are very different goals. Over the years, I've been both a parent and now a grandparent. I've experienced something I never expected, powerlessness. Not because I didn't care or lacked an education, but because by the time I found out my child was struggling, the struggle had often been happening for weeks. I wasn't informed when the smoke first appeared. I was told when the fire had already started. Then came the homework. Many evenings, it wasn't the work itself that frustrated us, but rather trying to understand what had been taught. Often, there were no textbooks coming home, and sometimes there weren't electronic resources to walk families through the lesson. We were left with a worksheet, a few written directions, and a child trying to explain what the teacher had said hours earlier. That was asking children to become translators between the classroom and the kitchen table, a heavy responsibility for a child who was still trying to understand the lesson. I don't blame teachers. In fact, I believe many teachers are just as frustrated. I believe most entered education because they wanted to teach children, not merely prepare students for the next benchmark or standardized test. They want children to understand concepts, ask questions, and leave their classrooms more confident than when they entered. My concern lies with the system. Somewhere along the way, education began to feel more like checking boxes than cultivating minds. A child might understand a mathematical concept in one way, while another child comprehends it differently. Both can arrive at the correct answer, yet often only one approach is accepted. This doesn't reflect how life works. In the real world, engineers, scientists, accountants, business owners, and mechanics frequently approach problems in different ways, yet arrive at the same solutions. Why shouldn't education allow for diverse strategies when understanding has clearly taken place? I'm not suggesting that every child should have a completely different lesson plan. I'm advocating for options. Sometimes a different explanation is all a child needs. I know this because I was that child. Science wasn't always easy for me. Occasionally, someone would explain a concept from another angle, and suddenly everything would click. Children don't always need lower expectations. Sometimes they simply need another way to access understanding. Also, I believe we must stop placing the entire responsibility for education on the school system. Many will agree with me that the current educational system is broken. We cannot risk our children's future by accepting the educational system as it stands. We must get involved at every level of education that our children experience right now. This is a criticism of a system that has done a terrible disservice to our children. When I listen to my grandchildren, who range in age, the message I repeatedly hear is one of boredom. Allow that to sink in for a moment. Is the education our children are receiving redundant, lacking spark or innovation? We have so many tools today that we didn't have before, yet kids are spending more time in in-school suspension than in the classroom. Why is that? Who decides the curriculums used in public schools? Like my song asks, where y'all at? I want to be abundantly clear about my thoughts on the current state of the educational system. I am not blaming teachers, principals, or other faculty members. In fact, I believe that many of them share the same frustrations. While I acknowledge that some children in our communities have limited or no support, this does not lessen my conviction that we must take action. I believe these children are the very reason we need to be fully invested in their education. We must fight for their access to opportunities that will enable them to change their circumstances and create brighter futures for themselves and future generations. I don't think any school curriculum can cover everything we need to learn in life. However, for our children's sake, I believe wholeheartedly that we must bridge the gap. We need to tear down the walls that prevent us from truly understanding what our children are being taught. It's a challenging task, but I have no doubt we can tackle it, just as we have taken on every other issue we've faced. My grandmother filled in the gaps for me, teaching me things you wouldn't learn in the classroom. Now, I find myself doing the same with my kids and grandkids. For example, I recently introduced them to the Green Book, a resource they wouldn't learn about in public school. The look on their faces when they discovered that Black families used the Green Book to find safe places to eat, shop, and rest during their travels was priceless. It's moments like that that make me appreciate the importance of family history and digging deeper into our past. I truly believe in encouraging kids to ask more questions, even if it's just one more than their homework requires. I'm just trying to pass along what my grandmother taught me to my kids, grandkids, and hopefully future generations. I can only hope that my grandmother is looking down, proud of it all. Reading isn't just about finishing a book. It's how we discover history, understand the people who lived before us, and challenge our assumptions. Reading is the fuel that propels our comprehension. It is paramount in just about everything that can be taught: math, science, language. Reading is a skill that touches on nearly everything we do. While we may not use algebra, chemistry, or calculus in our everyday lives, we will certainly use reading. And the ability to comprehend will play a significant role in our children's dreams of success. Technology has changed everything, and I love technology. But technology is simply a tool, just like books, libraries, and artificial intelligence. None of these resources matter if we don't teach our children how to use them wisely. It's not what you have, it's how you use what you have. Schools educate children, families nurture curiosity, and communities reinforce learning. None of us can do it alone. My grandmother didn't wait for someone else to teach me to love books. She simply handed me one and said, "Read." That single habit changed my life. Perhaps the greatest lesson she ever taught me wasn't just to read, it was to never stop learning. I just want the same thing for our very bright children, to never ever stop wanting to learn.
Don't say my name. Names get people caught. Just follow my steps. Stay close. Don't say nothing. If they hear you, they hear all of us. counting shadows, not names. Moon barely helping, still I'm leading the way. One cough, one cry, get us all caught. So I swallow my fear, that ain't something I taught. Branches talk back every step that we take. Night got a memory, and it don't make mistakes. I don't rush, I pace them, I read them, I know. Who bout to panic, who too tired to go? 12 behind me, nah, 13 souls. I count them again, just to keep me in control. If one fall back, that's blood on my breath. So I walk like I'm arguing with death. Don't look back. Not one lost, not one lost. I carry every step no matter what it costs. If I break, they break, I can't pay that cost. So not one lost, not one lost. I just don't let it show. Fear sit beside me, but it don't get a vote. I hear dogs somewhere, yeah, they closing the gap. So I cut through the water, throw them off our tracks. Cold on they skin, but this life of the chain ain't no halfway freedom. It's a line you can't straddle. I ain't saving myself, I'm carrying all. Every choice that I make got a name when it fall. I don't speak much, too much truth in my head. Turn back now, yeah, that's what fear said. But I buried that voice when I took this lead. Cause doubt killed faster than a man with greed. And now, not one lost, not one lost. I carry every breath no matter what it costs. If I break, they break, I can't take that loss. So not one lost, not one lost. If I fall, they fall, so I don't fall. Girl, keep my feet, even when I can't feel them. Keep them quiet, keep them strong. Don't say. North in my mind like it's burning my sight. I don't need the stars, I am the night. Pain in my legs, but I don't let it speak. I made a promise I don't get to be weak. You ever carry lives that ain't yours to lose? Every breath they take feel borrowed through you. Yeah, that's weight, that's truth, that's cost. And I don't drop nothing. Not one lost, not one, not one. Even if it take everything I got. Not one lost. Don't say my name, just follow my steps. Stay close. Don't say nothing.
Not one lost, Miss Harriet Tubman, one of the greatest of all time. Honestly, I never set out to write a song about Harriet Tubman. My goal was to let her voice shine through the music. That choice guided every part of my creative process. The beat is steady because I imagined footsteps. Not the rushed kind, but purposeful ones, those that say, we've got a long road ahead and we're in this together. Each beat represents a step closer to freedom. I went for lyrics in a rhythmic, spoken style that feels more like rap than a traditional song. I didn't want it to just be someone singing about Harriet. I wanted it to feel like Harriet herself was leading us through the darkness, whispering guidance as we followed her. The vocal choice was important too. I wanted a mature, classic alto voice, something with depth and weight. I pictured a woman who had lived through tough times but still held onto her strength. I wanted the listeners to feel that strength without it being loud, authority without being condescending, and courage without it feeling performative. The opening lines capture the essence of the song. Don't say my name, just follow my steps, stay close. Don't say nothing. If they hear you, they hear all of us. These words carry deep meaning. In that moment, there was no me or you. It was just us. One scared voice could put everyone at risk. One wrong move could mean disaster. Their survival rested on trust and shared responsibility. Out there in those woods, individual survival didn't matter. It was all or nothing. This goes beyond history. It's a reminder that our greatest strength often lies in looking out for each other. Harriet Tubman understood that every person, every choice, and every step was important. That's what Not One Lost means to me. Those 3 words are more than just a title, they're a promise, a prayer. And the standard Harriet set for herself every time she faced danger to lead someone else to freedom. If this song helps just one person see Harriet Tubman as more than a historical figure, but as a woman filled with bravery, kindness, intelligence, and moral beauty, then I've honored her in the best way I can. Throughout my life, I've felt the influence of people who walked alongside me, even if I never met them. Their words came to me through books, and their lives inspired me through history. Their bravery lifted me during times I doubted my own strength. I think of Malcolm X, Marcus Garvey, Nelson Mandela, Angela Davis, Shaka Zulu, and many others who shaped my views on justice, leadership, and sacrifice. But Harriet Tubman stands out for me. I'd love to hang her picture in every room in my house, not to worship, but to remind myself of what one person can achieve when their conviction overcomes fear. In school, I learned about Harriet Tubman and how she helped enslaved people escape through the Underground Railroad, but that was just the tip of the iceberg. As a kid, something felt off about that. I kept wondering, how did she do it? There were no cars, no GPS, no streetlights to cut through the darkness. Just endless woods, rivers to cross, strangers to trust, bounty hunters on the hunt, and danger lurking at every corner. And yet she did it over and over. As I grew up, my interest deepened, not just in the legend, but in the woman herself. How did she keep scared people quiet? How did she figure out the way to go? How did she know when to stop and when to keep moving? Did she ever sleep? What thoughts kept her awake when everyone else were tucked in? History tells us about Harriet's achievements, but I can't help but wonder what it really cost her. You know, there's a lot of chatter about how we teach slavery in schools, but honestly, that's not why I connect with Harriet Tubman so much. For me, it's all about bravery. Sure, slavery gives context to her journey, but what really hits home is how fearless she was. This woman literally risked it all so others could taste freedom. What I wish I could have learned back in school wasn't just that she freed people, but everything it cost her to do so. Her journey took mad leadership, strategy, and a whole heap of responsibility. It's like those are the real stories deep within Harriet Tubman's journey. It's not just history. It's a testament to what one determined person can pull off when they push through the fear. When you think about it, she's often called the Black Moses, and I totally get that comparison. Moses had his epic tales of suspense and miracles, but Harriet's story deserves that same level of respect and wonder. It's not about them being exactly alike, but more about showing what is possible when you refuse to back down. There's a line from the song Not One Lost that really sticks with me. Fear sits beside me, but it doesn't get a vote. I can't say if Harriet ever said that, but it sure feels like she lived by it. Every time she stepped out, it was all about that choice between fear holding her back and the purpose driving her forward. She had the weight of lives on her shoulders every single time. When I said, if I break, they break, I wasn't just trying to write history, I was honoring that sense of responsibility she carried. I can only imagine her constantly counting the people following her, listening for even the tiniest sounds and weighing every risk. And the fact that she never lost anyone on the Underground Railroad, that's an impossible promise to keep, not one lost. Just thinking about that pressure is wild. Harriet also opened my eyes to a different kind of beauty, not the kind our society often elevates, but the beauty in having strong convictions and an unshakable courage. In refusing to leave anyone behind, she showed that strength and beauty can totally coexist, and that's powerful. Sometimes I find myself reflecting on whether she got all the love she deserved while she was alive. I know people respected her and cared for her, but she was human too. She carried a ton of fears, responsibilities, and hopes on her journey. I can't help but wonder who carried her through all that. I'm left pondering questions that history doesn't quite answer. Where did she sleep at night? Did she ever get to rest easy? I hope she found that peace, because no one deserves it more than Harriet Tubman. People often ask why history still matters. To me, Harriet Tubman is that answer. Her story is about more than just the 1800s. It's a lesson in leadership, resilience, and choosing courage over comfort. Those lessons are as vital today as they ever were. Fast forward 500 years, and I hope kids are still learning about her, not just as another name in a textbook, but as a real person who showed us what courage looks like in everyday life. I'm going to carry her name forward and share her story with the respect it truly deserves, whether it's with kids or adults who only know the basics. Greatness isn't just about titles or awards, It's about how we uplift others. And honestly, if I ever get to meet Harriet Tubman up in heaven, I won't even ask about the Underground Railroad first. Nah, I'll just say, may I give you a hug? Sometimes people spend their lives lifting others up, and before anything else, they just need to know they're loved. Harriet Tubman is one of the greatest to ever do it, not because history says so, but because she proved it with every brave step she took. Not one was lost. This is going to require you to be 10 toes down. I wrote 10 toes down right after finishing Not One Lost, and it's not just a coincidence. They're meant to complement each other. Not One Lost is all about honoring Harriet Tubman and her incredible bravery. It has this quiet strength, making you feel like she's walking with you through tough times, step by step. Then 10 Toes Down picks up the energy. It's not just about admiring courage, it's about putting it into action. I wanted this track to have a groove that hits people in their soul, even if they didn't catch every word. That Southern funk R&B vibe mixed with hip-hop gives it a confident pulse that makes you want to move, urging you to take on challenges without overthinking it. The catchy beat is intentional, not to distract from the message, but to expand its reach. Music can convey ideas and emotions in ways that speeches or books sometimes can't. I want 10 Toes Down to connect with those who might never pick up a book or hear the whole story. It's all about commitment, possibility, and community. Most importantly, it's a call to action, encouraging everyone to get involved, stay engaged, and keep pushing through even the tough times. If you're already being of service, keep that momentum going. If you're mentoring a kid, stick with it, building something for your neighborhood. Don't quit advocating for justice, education, and opportunity. Stay 10 toes down. And if you're on the sidelines, unsure if you can make a difference, this song is your nudge to step up. Real change comes from everyday folks stepping up to be extraordinary through their commitment. That's the heart of 10 Toes Down. It's not just a track, it's a reminder to engage, whether that's voting, mentoring, supporting schools, or nurturing our families. Let's work together instead of waiting for someone else to step in. The visuals in the video reflect this mindset. You see entrepreneurs, farmers, caregivers, really everyday people tackling challenges. Black Wall Street serves as a powerful reminder of potential, and scenes of kids learning about the tech of tomorrow highlight what's next. Each moment captures a different aspect of the same story. Communities grow stronger when regular folks stand 10 toes down for something bigger than themselves. That's the essence of why I created this song, not just to entertain, but to inspire and activate. Each generation faces its moment to decide whether to simply watch what unfolds or be part of writing it. Now let's talk about Make It Make Sense. When folks listen to this track, I hope it sparks more than just a tune. I want it to start conversations. That's why I went for hip-hop instead of a typical R&B vibe. I didn't want drawn-out notes. I wanted to throw out words, questions, and real dialogue. It's like having someone walk alongside you and just chat. The beat gives you the energy, but the lyrics carry the real weight. Each verse is centered around questions because questions invite people in. They don't force agreement, just encourage you to think. This was crucial to me. Plus, through the music, I could express that layer of frustration, not anger or hopelessness, just that feeling of wanting things to make more sense. There's definitely a difference. The phrase, make it make sense, really hits home, doesn't it? It's that moment when you're trying to wrap your head around something that feels off, that just doesn't add up. I get it, it can be frustrating, and I never want it to come across as rude. Even when I toss in a line like, come on, genius, it's all in good fun. It's the sort of thing you might say in a heated but passionate conversation with someone you actually want to hear more from. That's the essence of this song, a genuine conversation. The visuals in the video aren't just there for show, they add depth to the lyrics. You'll see dancers moving in front of powerful images that reflect the long, tough journey of voting rights in the US, especially for Black Americans who faced so many obstacles just to exercise that right. I went with dancers because their movement says things words sometimes can't. You see the determination, the frustration, the hope, and the persistence in their bodies. The choreography adds another layer to the discussion. Behind them, the images serve as reminders of our history, not to make us feel stuck in the past, but to encourage us to remember it. The dancers are all about the present, while the historical images remind us of what came before, creating a connection between the past and the current moment. I wanted people to experience both sides, to witness the ongoing conversation while feeling the weight of yesterday's struggles. The visuals don't tell you what to think. Instead, they encourage imagination and curiosity, reminding us that history wasn't just a bunch of black and white photos. It was lived by real people. These were folks who stood in long lines, rallied their communities, challenged the system, and believed in the importance of participating to the point of sacrifice. By placing these historical images in the background, they support rather than overshadow the conversation taking place. The music has a similar effect. Nothing in this track is meant to overpower you. Every choice, from the conversational flow to the hip-hop beat, the dancers, and the visuals, is crafted to raise one straightforward question. Does this make sense? If someone finishes the song holding onto their views but walks away with new questions, then I've done what I set out to do. Sometimes art isn't about wrapping things up neatly. Its real purpose can simply be to spark a conversation.
I ain't talking to politicians. They already know what they doing.
I'm talking to you.
Yeah, you sitting this one out.
You say it don't matter. Then explain this to me. Make it make sense. Make it make sense.
Hey, hey, hey. You say my vote don't count, say it's fixed. Then why you redraw lines every time we get a grip? Why you move the borders when the numbers start to shift? Why you close the doors when we finally walk in it? If it's powerless, why the power plays? Why the sudden changes right before election day? Same board, new rules, different kind of pen. If it don't mean nothing, why we write it then? Why it always change when we organize? Why the pressure rise when we mobilize? Why the silence break when we start to speak? Why the system shift when we find our feet?
Make it make sense. You say it don't matter, but they fighting like this. Make it make sense. Why you sitting it out when it look like this? Say it don't count, say it's all pretend. Then why they moving mountains just to bend it again? Make it make sense.
Come on, genius.
Answer that then.
Call yourself a genius, break it down real quick. If it don't matter why they fighting like this. Maps get twisted every time we get close, but you say it's nothing.
Who you tryna ghost? Say you don't vote, say it's all the same, but the rules get tighter every time we game. You sitting it out while they setting the stage, then wonder how it shifted page after page.
You too sharp to be missing the play, too aware just to look the other way. If it's really nothing, why they guard it like gold? Why they change the whole system just to keep control? They work too hard for something you dismiss, put real energy into blocking it. So either it matters or you're missing the sign,
but it can be both at the same time. Make it make sense. If it's useless, why they guard it like this? Make it make sense. Why you standing back watching all this? Say it don't count, say it's all pretend. And why they moving mountains just to bend it again? Make it make sense.
Come on, genius.
Answer that then.
I ain't saying it's perfect, I ain't saying it's fair. I know it get heavy, I know it get rare. I know it feel broken, like what's even the use? Like the outcome already been picked to reduce. But look how they move when we start to align. Look how they react when we step in line. Look how the noise change when we show up deep. Look how the system start losing sleep.
This ain't even anger, this just observation. Patterns repeating cross generations. You don't fight this hard just for nothing at all. You don't guard the door if there's no one to stall. So I'm asking you plain, no drama, no spin. If it don't mean nothing, why protect it like this? Don't tell me it's nothing.
Why they moving everything?
Don't tell me it's useless.
Why they guarding it like it's everything? That don't sit right.
That don't sit right. It makes sense. You say it don't matter, but they fighting like this. Make it make sense. Why you sitting it out when it look like this? Say it don't count, say it's all pretend. And why they moving mountains just to bend it again? Make it make sense.
Come on, genius.
Answer that then.
I ain't telling you what to do. I'm just asking you to think.
If it don't matter,
Why they work so hard?
To change it. To change it.
You don't get to tell me how to be me. I wrote this song because I found myself in a situation that caught me completely off guard. Someone who had known me for a very long time had formed an image of who they believed I was. Over the years, they created a version of me that felt real to them. The interesting part is that I didn't create that version, they did. It was built from the pieces of me they had seen, the circumstances we shared, and the role they had become accustomed to me playing. Then one day they encountered another part of me, not a new part or a changed part, but a part that had always existed. When I spoke up about something that mattered deeply to me and challenged something I believed was wrong, the response wasn't simply disagreement. It was almost as if they were saying, "That's not who you are. I need you to go back to being the person I know." That moment taught me something I had never really considered. Sometimes people don't know us as well as they think they do. Sometimes they know the version of us that has been most convenient or familiar to them. Those representations are not always the same. In my experience, revealing your authentic self can come with resistance, not because you've become rude, arrogant, or combative, but because authenticity can disrupt the expectations others have quietly built around you. People may say, "You're reading too much into it. This isn't directed at you," or "Why are you making such a big deal out of this?" Or perhaps the one that surprised me the most, "That's just not like you." But what if it is? What if they have simply never seen that part of you before? For me, many of those conversations centered around issues of racism, bias, stereotypes, and fairness. If someone labeled Black people as ghetto or dismissed concerns about discrimination, I couldn't pretend I didn't hear it. When I spoke up, I wasn't suddenly becoming an activist. I had been an activist for years. I had written, spoken, advocated, and challenged injustice long before those conversations ever reached my workplace. The difference wasn't my convictions, the difference was the audience. Outside of work, many people were already familiar with that side of me. Inside of work, they hadn't seen it. When circumstances changed, and those same convictions naturally appeared in that environment, some people interpreted it as a personality change. To me, nothing had changed, the setting had changed. There are parts of our character that don't reveal themselves until the right circumstances arise. Courage doesn't show itself when nothing requires it. Conviction doesn't reveal itself when nothing needs defending. Boundaries aren't visible until someone tries to cross them. Those qualities had always been part of me. Life simply presented the opportunity for them to become visible. That realization made me wonder if I was alone in this experience. I don't believe I am. I think many people have felt the unsettling sensation of someone insisting they know who you are while rejecting the very parts of you that are genuine. We all create narratives about the people in our lives. We fill in the blanks and make assumptions. Sometimes those narratives are remarkably accurate. Sometimes they are incomplete. The danger arises when we become more committed to our version of someone than to the actual person standing in front of us. Authenticity isn't about becoming someone new. Sometimes, authenticity means finally refusing to perform the version of yourself that makes everyone else comfortable. This brings me to another word I intentionally created, politeability. I know you won't find it in the dictionary. I coined it because I couldn't find an existing word that captured exactly what I meant. I wasn't talking about ordinary politeness, kindness matters, and respect matters. What I was referring to is the pressure to become smaller, quieter, softer, or less yourself simply to satisfy someone else's idea of what polite should look like. To me, politeability is the expectation that you should downsize yourself to preserve someone else's comfort. My answer to that expectation is no. I don't have to shrink myself to make other people comfortable. I don't have to hide my convictions to avoid uncomfortable conversations, nor do I have to perform a version of myself that exists only because someone else prefers it. Being authentic doesn't mean being disrespectful. It doesn't mean refusing to learn or believing you're always right. It simply means that no one else gets to define your identity. People can teach us, challenge us, correct us, encourage us, and love us, but they don't get to decide who we are. That right belongs to us. This song is dedicated to anyone who has struggled with self-esteem or spent years trying to meet others' expectations. Perhaps you've been told you're too loud, too quiet, too emotional, too passionate, too ambitious, or too sensitive. You may have even learned to edit yourself to the point where you barely recognize your own voice. You don't have to stay in that space. Standing firmly in who you are may come with misunderstandings and even rejection. Some people may fight to keep you within the version of yourself that they are comfortable with. However, this doesn't mean you've done something wrong. It may simply mean they are finally encountering the complete you. The title of this song is not an act of defiance. It is a boundary. You don't get to tell me how to be me. This is not because I reject wisdom or growth, but because I am responsible for living authentically. The people around me may influence my journey, but they do not own my identity. I wasn't becoming someone different. They were finally meeting the part of me that has always been there. I hope this song encourages someone else to stop apologizing for being exactly who they are. Authenticity isn't about making everyone comfortable. It's about being honest enough that your life reflects your truth, not someone else's expectations.
This isn't a suggestion. This isn't up for vote. I don't need revisions on the way I wrote. I'm not a draft you're fixing, not a project on your desk, not a version in progress that requires your request. I don't bend for comfort, I don't blur for peace. If I stand in something solid, it's because I chose my feet. You don't get to tell me how to be me. You don't get to regulate my soul. You don't get to manage my expression or control my tone, my timing, my shape, my speed. None of that belongs to you. It belongs to me. You don't get to tell me how to be me. Confidence ain't arrogance, silence ain't consent. Clarity don't mean I owe you my intent. I'm not a draft, not an edit, not awaiting approval, not pending acceptance. I'm not a version up for debate, not standing in line for someone to validate. Authority over self isn't rude or extreme. It's simply understanding who gets access to me. You don't get to tell me how to be me. You don't get to script my scene. You don't get to resize my vision or narrow what I mean. The rhythm of my living, the cadence of my speech ain't up for negotiation. Don't critique. You don't get to tell me how to be me. No appeal, no debate, no adjustment, no update. This is mine, oh, this is key. This is who I choose to be. I'm not your comfort narrative, not your lesson plan, not the mirror of your limits or the shape of what you can. I don't shrink for palatability, don't stretch to fit a frame. I'm not here for soft approval or conditional acclaim. What I build stands steady, what I claim stays mine. No outside hands adjusting what I've already defined. You don't get to say how to be me. You don't get to tell me how to be. You don't get to script my scene. You don't get to resize my vision or narrow what I mean. The rhythm of my living, the cadence of my speech ain't up for negotiation or critique. You don't get to tell me how to be me.
I said what I said. Some songs start with a melody, but this one began with a question. Why do people often hear the same message differently depending on who delivers it? This question lingered with me because I witnessed it too many times. This song is about stereotypes, assumptions, and presumptions. It explores what happens when individuals begin to interpret a person before they take the time to hear the message. Often, we don't just hear words, we hear the story we've already written about the speaker. This song challenges that phenomenon. I chose a fast hip-hop rhythm layered with R&B and neo-soul because I wanted the music to move as quickly as these moments occur. Fast, immediate, and conversational. I avoided long, soaring notes because stereotypes don't manifest in slow motion. When someone walks into a room, speaks, sets a boundary, or disagrees, labels start forming within seconds. The music reflects that pace, making it feel like a conversation, which is exactly what I intended. One thing I've learned throughout my life is that stereotypes don't exist somewhere out there. They exist where people do. They show up in schools, workplaces, churches, neighborhoods, conferences, boardrooms, classrooms, hospitals, during job applications, when buying homes, in interviews, when leading, and just walking into a room. People often discuss stereotypes as if they are abstract ideas floating around in society. They are not. They become real in everyday interactions. If stereotypes had no place to surface, they wouldn't survive. They persist because people carry them, sometimes consciously, sometimes unconsciously, into ordinary spaces. Throughout my career, I've encountered moments that prompted me to think deeply about perception. I can't read anyone's thoughts or tell you what assumptions were in someone else's mind, but I can share what happened. When these situations occur repeatedly over the years, they naturally lead to reflection. Why do we sometimes assume the leader's identity before any introductions are made? Why do we fill in blanks so quickly? What influences those first impressions? These questions matter. This song doesn't attempt to answer all of them. It simply encourages honest reflection on them. One frustration I've faced as a Black woman is that conversations about race often begin with a demand to prove one's experience before it can even be heard. That can be exhausting. History matters, patterns matter, lived experiences matter. When people repeatedly encounter similar situations, they begin to question those patterns. The song isn't asking anyone to stop thinking critically. It's asking us to stop dismissing experiences simply because they make us uncomfortable. I've frequently heard remarks like, "You're reading too much into it. It wasn't directed at you," or "Why are you making this about race?" Sometimes these sentiments are sincere, sometimes they are not. However, I've learned that people who live different experiences may perceive the same moment in entirely different ways. That doesn't mean the conversation should end, it means it should begin. A central idea behind this song is that messages are often filtered before they are heard. Sometimes confidence is mistaken for arrogance, directness is misinterpreted as aggression. Sometimes professionalism hinges less on what is said and more on who says it. That's why one of my favorite lines is, "Funny how professionalism depends on who." This line questions whether the standard for professionalism is applied consistently. Another lyric that resonates deeply with me is, "Don't package prejudice in polished office phrases. Language matters." Bias isn't always loud. Sometimes it wears a suit, smiles, or comes wrapped in words that sound entirely professional. Yet polished language does not automatically render an idea fair. Moreover, this song challenges the tendency to reduce Black women to a single stereotype. We are not one personality. We are not one communication style. We are not one experience. Some of us are quiet while others are outspoken. Some lead with gentleness, others lead with intensity. Some process their thoughts before speaking, while some speak as they process. Like any other group of people, we are individuals. Standing up for ourselves isn't limited to one personality type, it's a human right. The title of this song isn't an act of defiance for defiance's sake, it's an act of ownership. I said what I said. That doesn't mean I'm unwilling to learn. It doesn't mean I'm beyond correction. It doesn't mean I reject thoughtful disagreement. It means I am taking responsibility for my own words. What I am not responsible for are the stereotypes that others choose to attach to my words. If someone hears my words through a preconceived lens, that lens belongs to them. My responsibility is to speak honestly. The listener has a responsibility too. to actually listen, to hear the message before assigning motives, to examine whether assumptions are shaping their interpretation. That's all this song is asking. Listen first, label later, or better yet, question the label altogether. Sometimes the most revealing part of any conversation isn't what was said, but how quickly we decide who is saying it before we ever listen. And that's why the chorus never changes. I said what I said. There comes a time when clarity matters more than comfort. There comes a time when the only honest response is to stand by my words. The listener is free to agree. The listener is free to disagree. The listener is free to reject everything I've said. But what the listener does not get to do is rewrite my intentions before honestly engaging with my message. That's the invitation this song leaves behind. Before reacting, before assigning motives, before placing someone into a category, ask yourself one simple question. Did I hear what they actually said? Or did I hear what I expected them to say? Sometimes that single question changes everything. You've done lost your damn mind. I wrote this song because I find it almost laughable that some people still believe Black people are unaware of our own contributions to this country. If that's what they think, then they've lost their minds. We have always known. What has changed is how much more we continue to uncover, share, and pass on. For generations, much of what many of us learned about Black history centered on slavery, segregation, and the civil rights movement. Those chapters are essential, but they were never the whole story. As I continued reading, researching, and listening, I discovered a history that stretched far beyond what I had been taught. Every time I learned about one inventor, another would emerge. Every time I discovered a scientist, there was another. The real issue was a shortage of visibility. That's why this song doesn't argue, it presents evidence. It mentions only a few individuals because if I revealed it all, this song would have no end. History doesn't preserve itself, people preserve history. People decide what gets written, what gets taught, what gets celebrated, what becomes a movie, what becomes a monument, and what quietly fades into the background. For much of our nation's history, Black Americans had very little influence over the institutions that shaped public memory. We did not control the major publishing houses, the majority of school curricula, or the significant film studios, financing nationwide distribution, or theater chains that determined what millions of Americans would see. As a result, others often dictated how Black people were portrayed and which stories about us reached the public. Imagery matters. What people repeatedly see becomes part of what they believe, and what they believe often becomes part of what they remember. History is not only learned from textbooks. It is learned through movies, television, documentaries, museums, newspapers, music, photographs, and now digital media. Images have power and stories have power. They help shape how a nation understands itself and how one generation teaches the next. When I think about the power of imagery, I think about films like The Birth of a Nation. That film wasn't entertainment. It portrayed Black people through racist stereotypes while glorifying the Ku Klux Klan. It reached audiences across America at a time when Black people had almost no power within the institutions that financed, produced, distributed, and exhibited major motion pictures. Black leaders protested that film because they understood something many people still underestimate today: images matter. Over the years, there have been other films and adaptations that sparked conversations about race, identity, and representation. Whether discussing casting decisions or historical portrayals, those conversations remind us that who tells the story and how they tell it can influence people. That is one reason I believe Black people must continue to play a leading role in researching, preserving, writing, filming, teaching, and sharing our own history. The American story is incomplete without ours. Our children deserve to know more than just our suffering. They deserve to know our brilliance. They deserve to know about the inventors whose ideas changed industries, the engineers who shaped modern technology, and the mathematicians who helped send astronauts into space. They deserve to know about the soldiers who defended freedoms they themselves were often denied, the entrepreneurs who built businesses, the educators who transformed communities, the scientists who made discoveries, the artists who changed culture, and the ordinary men and women whose extraordinary lives helped build this country. I think about people like Katherine Johnson, Dorothy Vaughan, and Mary Jackson. I think about the Buffalo Soldiers, the Red Tails, and the women of the 6,888th Central Postal Directory Battalion. I think about innovators whose names many people are only now discovering. I consider pioneers like Alan Emtage, whose work helped shape the early internet, yet whose name remains unfamiliar to many. Every time I learn another story, I am reminded that there are still countless others waiting to be told. This song would have no ending if I revealed it all. I'm teaching my children and grandchildren what I know, and one thing is certain, I am not alone. Every day I see Black people embracing our history. I see us reading, researching, correcting misinformation, celebrating one another, and introducing our children to people whose names never appeared in our classrooms. Technology has changed everything. What once may have been confined to family conversations is now more accessible than ever. We are sharing our story ourselves. To me, this marks one of the most beautiful transformations of my lifetime. This song is my contribution to that movement. It is not about proving our worth. Our worth has never relied on someone else's acknowledgement. It is about preserving the truth and honoring those who came before us. It is about ensuring that our children and grandchildren inherit a deeper understanding of who they are, where they come from, and what they are capable of achieving. The essence of this song is straightforward. We know who we are, what we have contributed, and on whose shoulders we stand. We are teaching our children and grandchildren. We are preserving our history and expanding the American narrative by ensuring that more of it is remembered. And if anyone still thinks that Black people are unaware of our contributions to this country, they have completely lost their mind. I Get Tired Sometimes is one of those songs that come from somewhere deep inside your spirit. This is one of my favorite songs I have ever written because it serves as a love letter to women. It was created to encourage, support, and recognize women. It acknowledges something we don't say nearly enough. Women get tired. Women carry families, communities, dreams, and responsibilities that often go unnoticed. Sometimes they carry others while quietly carrying themselves. This song gives women permission to admit that they are tired. It invites them to breathe, to pause, and to rest. However, it also reminds them that being tired is not the end of the story. The lyric says, "I get tired sometimes, but then I think about the mission written in my soul." To me, those words are the heart of the song. The mission isn't assigned by a job, handed out by society, or created by social media or politics. It is written in our souls. When we remember who we are and why we started, we find the strength to rise again. Another lyric that holds great significance is "standing shoulder to shoulder when the ground begins to bend." That encapsulates the essence of sisterhood. It means we lift one another when life becomes heavy. Some days I carry you, some days you carry me. Together we keep the mission moving forward. That is sustainability, not pretending we're never weary or that we have all the answers. Sustainability is allowing ourselves to rest, remembering our purpose, and rising again because the mission is bigger than any one of us. The video made this song even more personal. Every woman featured in it is a member of my family. I wanted the faces in this video to represent generations of women. Young girls, preteens, teenagers, young women building careers and families, my generation. My mother's generation and my mother-in-law's generation. I wanted people to see the journey of womanhood from beginning to end. Every generation wears armor, not because life has been easy, but because every generation has faced its own challenges, protected the people they love, and found the strength to keep moving forward. One of my favorite moments in the video is standing on my mother's shoulders. That image embodies everything I wanted this song to convey. None of us stands alone. We rise because someone carried us. We stand because someone stood before us, and one day someone will stand on our shoulders. That is how strength is passed from one generation to the next. The video also honors women whose leadership has been visible in public life, including Jasmine Crockett, Kamala Harris, Maxine Waters, and others who have opened doors in politics. Their images remind us that leadership takes many forms and that each generation leaves something for the next to build upon. The inspiration for this song came after I repeatedly saw people asking, "Where are Black women?" That question stayed with me. My answer was different. I don't believe Black women have disappeared. I believe many are pouring their energy into strengthening themselves, their families, their communities, their health, their education, their businesses, and each other. The mission has never stopped. Sometimes the work simply changes shape. Black women have always contributed to this country in countless ways, and this video celebrates just one part of that story. It is not an exclusive narrative, nor does it diminish the contributions of others. It is simply a moment to recognize, encourage, and honor Black women an unwavering commitment to uplifting others while carrying burdens of their own. This song isn't asking women to become superheroes. It is reminding them that they already possess extraordinary strength. Strength doesn't mean never getting tired. Strength means remembering the mission written in your soul. It means standing shoulder to shoulder, encouraging another woman when she feels like giving up, and allowing someone else to encourage you when you're the one who is weary. Above all, this song is about hope. It is about generations of women walking together, honoring those who came before us, celebrating those walking beside us, and preparing those who will come after us. Yes, I get tired sometimes, but then I think and I rise again.
Morning light through the window, I sit on the side of the bed, feet on the floor, breathing slow, thinking of the day ahead, pulling air through steady lungs, letting courage settle in, breathing in every challenge before the fight begins. They try to box us into corners, call our strength too loud, too strong, push us quietly to the sidelines until the warriors are needed alone. Then suddenly they call our name to carry what they cannot hold, to stand steady in the fire with a courage fierce and bold. So many battles fought in silence, so many nights standing strong, too many times we lift each other, knowing sometimes we fight alone. I get tired sometimes, but then I think about the mission written in my soul. I get tired sometimes, I get weary sometimes, but then I see all the strength that makes us whole. We stand for each other when the world won't see. The power in our sisterhood lives inside of me. Yeah, I get tired sometimes, but then I think the mission is bigger than me. Hands reaching through the struggle, women lifting women high. Different stories, same fire, same determination in our eyes. Standing shoulder to shoulder when the ground begins to bend, finding strength in sisterhood, knowing we will rise again. We are built with armor, you may not see it shine, but it's forged in every hardship and every hill we climb. And somewhere in that armor, deep where the spirit lives, there's a built-in bounce back lever that refuses not to live. I get tired sometimes, I get tired, but then I think about the road we're walking together. I get tired sometimes, I get weary sometimes, but then I know a sister's strength lasts forever. I may rest for a moment, catch my breath again, but the mission
Coffee break, take a sip. This one's worth thinking about. Generational wealth begins with knowledge. When folks hear generational wealth, they often think of fancy houses, shiny jewelry, high-end cars, and hefty bank accounts. But for me, it means something totally different. To me, generational wealth is all about preparing the next generation with the tools and knowledge we didn't have. It's about education, opportunity, and taking care of what we've built. It's not just about gold and diamonds. It's about understanding how money actually works, feeling empowered instead of overwhelmed, and knowing how to manage what you have rather than just hoping for the best. I didn't always get this. As I've matured, I've come to realize that it's not just about making more cash, it's about being smart with it. That includes protecting your money, diversifying, and knowing how to invest wisely so that you can enhance your own life and uplift the people around you. I only wish I had received this insight sooner. I'm still learning, and that's what makes this part of my journey so important. I've missed some vital lessons along the way, and I'm not sharing this as some financial whiz who figured it all out in my 20s. I'm sharing it as someone who knows firsthand what it costs to learn these lessons later in life. The good news. The next generation doesn't need to go through the same struggles. That's where education comes in. Throughout this book, I stress the importance of equipping young people with knowledge before they step into adulthood. Whether it's understanding civic responsibilities, diving into tech, exploring entrepreneurship, or grasping financial literacy, it all comes down to introducing them to these concepts early. It's not that adults can't learn new things, I can attest to that, but some ideas become part of our mindset if we encounter them when we're young. Those early years are crucial. Kids are curious and absorb everything like sponges. This is when the groundwork gets laid. I don't think it's right for students to leave high school without understanding the systems that will shape their lives. They should know about these systems before they get their diplomas. Not every student needs to become a finance expert or a stock market pro. It's more about making them familiar with how things work. The stock market isn't some mystical beast, it's just a system. Banking, credit, taxes, insurance, and investing are all systems that we deal with every day. Why shouldn't students at least get a handle on how these things operate? We teach students complicated subjects like calculus and chemistry, stuff that many adults find tough. If we trust them to grasp advanced math, why wouldn't we trust them to figure out budgeting, credit, and how to make their money work for them? Financial literacy should be a core part of our education system, not just an afterthought. Some folks think a college degree solves all these problems. I don't buy that. I see the value in higher education. It opens doors and exposes students to new ideas and perspectives. But a college degree won't necessarily teach you how to manage your credit or navigate debt. It's totally possible to graduate with honors and still struggle with the basics of financial management. Brilliant minds in fields like medicine, law, or engineering might never learn how investing works. That's why I believe these critical life skills should be taught much earlier in a student's education, long before they graduate and land their first job. People often wonder who should take responsibility to promote financial literacy. Is it up to the schools, the parents, businesses, or community organizations? The answer, it's a collective effort. Each of these players has a role to fill. Schools can handle the basics, while families build on values. Businesses can create paths through internships and mentorships. Community organizations can offer hands-on experiences that reinforce what students learn. Government can create policies that enhance access, and we, as citizens, can work to improve our communities. No single group can tackle every issue on its own, and that's not realistic either. The strongest communities are built when everyone pitches in and plays to their strengths. This mindset has become central to my journey. Solutions don't come from just one angle. They emerge when many people work together towards the same goals. Talking it out sparks conversations, and those conversations help us find common ground. When we get on the same page, we can really start to move things forward and make a change. Not every idea will stick, and that's totally fine. It's part of building a healthy community where we can refine and improve together. But if we stay quiet, we won't get anywhere. One of my biggest worries isn't about whether young people are smart. They definitely are. I see it every day, especially when I watch my grandson. Kids these days are navigating technology that would blow our minds just a couple of decades ago. They pick up new devices in no time and can communicate effortlessly on all those social platforms. They're mastering software and AI tools faster than us adults can keep up. The real question is whether we're giving them the right knowledge at the right moments. Graduating without a solid grasp of the financial systems they'll face isn't about their intelligence. It's a missed chance to prepare them. I'm not looking for them to be perfect. I just want them ready for what's out there. When they're prepared, they gain confidence. That confidence helps them make smarter choices, leading to opportunities that can strengthen their families. Strong families build strong communities, and that's how we start to create long-lasting change, not just with a pile of cash or luck, but through knowledge. Knowledge builds confidence, which drives action. That action creates opportunities, and those opportunities help us leave a mark. To me, financial literacy and economic empowerment aren't about chasing money as an end goal. Money is a tool. Education teaches us how to use that tool smartly, values guide us on why we're using it, and our character shapes what we end up building. Economic empowerment isn't just about what we have. It's about what we create: businesses that hire, homes that offer comfort, scholarships that unlock opportunities, mentorships that inspire, and communities where kids can dream big instead of feeling stuck. Real wealth isn't just a personal win. It has the power to change lives and create lasting opportunities. I can't go back in time and learn those lessons sooner, but I can help someone else move forward. That's why I believe it's on us to hold each other accountable while also stepping up ourselves. Showing up, listening, asking questions, contributing, and building together. Generational wealth doesn't start with an inheritance. It kicks off with education. And when that education is rooted in wisdom and shared with purpose, it becomes way more than just money. It turns into a legacy. I know pain, but I'm not alone. Pain is an experience that eventually touches every human life. It doesn't ask for permission. It doesn't care who you are, where you come from, or what you've accomplished. It simply arrives. I wrote I Know Pain to give pain a voice, and, more importantly, to give people living with pain a voice. This is not a protest song, nor is it intended for one particular community. It is written for anyone carrying emotional pain that feels too heavy to explain. Sometimes pain is easy to recognize. Other times it isn't. Some people smile while quietly falling apart inside. Others struggle to find the words to describe what they're feeling. Even when they try, they are often interrupted, reassured too quickly, or told what they should do before they can simply say, "This hurts." One of the important goals of this song is to validate those feelings. Pain at that level is real. It deserves acknowledgement and should never be ignored. The lyrics personify pain because that's often how it feels. It arrives uninvited, pulls up a chair, and refuses to leave. It learns your fears, your quiet places, and the moments when you feel most vulnerable. Anyone who has experienced profound grief, depression, anxiety, trauma, addiction, betrayal, or overwhelming loss understands that pain can feel almost like another presence in the room. I wanted listeners to recognize themselves in those lyrics and know they are not alone. The music supports that message. It is a soulful R&B ballad with a steady, relatable groove that allows the lyrics to breathe. I wanted people to close their eyes and see the story unfold, even if they never watched the video. Every sustained note reflects the weight of emotions that often cannot be spoken aloud. The video extends the song's message by showing people reaching for help in different ways. One person speaks with a counselor, another begins the difficult journey through rehabilitation, and others turn to their faith, community, or trusted support systems. These scenes are not meant to suggest that everyone heals in the same way. They serve to remind us that help exists and that healing often begins with one courageous step, acknowledging that the pain is real. This is one of the most important messages in the song. Acknowledging pain is not weakness. It is the beginning of reclaiming your life. Pain that is ignored can grow until it starts making decisions for us. Pain that is acknowledged can be understood, supported, and treated. With the right resources, support, and the willingness to say, "I'm hurting," people can begin to take back control before pain leads them down paths they never intended to travel. The song never minimizes suffering. It doesn't rush people to feel better. It doesn't pretend that healing happens overnight. Instead, it offers something just as essential: validation, compassion, and hope. By the end of the song, the message becomes clear. Pain is real, it deserves recognition, but it does not have to define you. You are more than your hardest day. You are more than your deepest wound. You are more than the pain you carry. I wrote this song for the person sitting quietly with tears they cannot explain, for the person curled up in a corner wondering if anyone understands, and for the person searching for the courage to ask for help. If this song conveys anything, I hope it tells you this. I know pain. I believe your pain is real, and I also believe that healing is possible. When? There is one question that almost everyone asks at some point in their life. When will this get better? When will I stop hurting? When will I find another opportunity? When will I laugh again? When will life feel normal? When will I feel like myself again? I believe that each of us has asked such questions in one way or another. That is why this song is simply called When. The answer isn't a specific date, it is found in the chorus, God knows when. This song is rooted in faith. It embodies hope, perseverance, and the belief that our lives still have purpose, even when we cannot yet see where they are leading. Musically, When has a slow, jazz-infused soul sound. The tempo is unhurried, allowing every lyric to breathe. I sought seasoned vocals because they carry the weight of experience. They sound like someone who has survived disappointment, grief, uncertainty, and joy, and has earned the right to quietly encourage someone else. This is not a song to feel rushed. It should feel like wisdom. The music video presents 3 different stories, yet they all ask the same question: what's next? The first story follows a husband and father who loses his job. Providing for his family has always been part of his identity, and each rejection chips away at his confidence. As he searches for a new job without success, he slips into despair and begins to completely shut down. His wife recognizes the urgency of the situation. It is her refusal to let hopelessness become the final answer that captures the essence of his story. Instead of waiting for life to return to what it was, she encourages her husband to start his own business. She supports him, believes in him, and reminds him that there is more than one path forward. Eventually, together, they discover a future they never expected. The second story follows a woman who loses her leg in an accident. During therapy, she struggles to envision what her future will look like. However, she notices children receiving therapy, and their courage begins to change her perspective. Instead of focusing solely on what she has lost, she starts to see the difference she can still make. By the end of the video, she is working with children with disabilities, turning one of the hardest chapters of her life into a source of hope for others. The third story features a woman who loses her husband and is left to raise her 3 young sons. Grief becomes a part of her daily life, but one of the most touching moments in the video occurs when her young son quietly opens her schoolbook and gently wipes her tears. This is a reminder that even children know how to love deeply. She continues her education and eventually becomes a grief counselor, using her own experience to support others through their struggles. I chose 3 very different kinds of loss intentionally, as life interrupts people in various ways. Some lose jobs, some lose health, and some lose loved ones. Each experience changes us, but none has to define us forever. One of the themes woven throughout the video is the importance of reaching out for help, which can look different for different people. Sometimes it involves counseling, other times medical care, education, advocacy, or the quiet encouragement of those who refuse to leave your side. The message is not that everyone heals in the same way. The message is that no one should have to carry overwhelming pain alone. Since this song speaks about God, I also want to share my own faith journey. I believe in prayer. When life becomes overwhelming, prayer is where I begin, reminding me that I am not alone in carrying life's burdens. I also believe that God places people and resources in our lives to help us heal. For me, prayer and action go hand in hand. If someone needs counseling, I hope they seek it. If they need drug treatment, I hope they pursue it. If they require medical treatment, therapy, grief support, or another form of professional care, I hope they receive it. I do not see these actions as separate from faith. I view them as part of God's provision. At the same time, I recognize that not everyone shares my beliefs. Whether someone draws strength from faith, family, counseling, treatment, trusted friends, or another source of support, my hope remains the same. Don't carry overwhelming pain by yourself. Reach out for the help that is available. There is courage in asking for support and wisdom in accepting it. I also want to address families. Never underestimate the importance of your love when someone you care about is struggling. Sometimes they need encouragement, patience, space, or someone who will simply sit quietly beside them. Sometimes, loving someone means recognizing that they need more help than you alone can provide. It involves encouraging them to seek professional care while reminding them that they do not have to face the journey alone. The lyric says, "Not while rain still hits our face." I love that image because rain reminds us of something simple. If you still feel rain touching your face, you are still here. You are still breathing, and you have another chance to heal. That is why the song says, "We don't call the end of the game." We are not meant to decide that our story is over just because one chapter has been painful. There are still pages we have not read. There are still people we have not met. There are still purposes we have yet to discover. And there are still blessings we cannot yet see. That is the meaning of when. We may not know when healing will come. We may not know when the next opportunity will arrive. We may not know when peace will return, but we do not have to know. God knows when. Keep believing that as long as there is another day, there is still another opportunity to live the life we have been given. That is enough. Sometimes that is everything. Have some tea and pull up a chair. We've got something to talk about. The songs you just experienced were created as a collection to tell a single story. A story about sisterhood, recognizing our worth, becoming exhausted, and admitting when we're tired of carrying the weight. It's about acknowledging pain instead of hiding it, asking when. And believing that every new day offers another chance to heal, to hope, and to move forward. Before we leave these songs behind, I want to share one more thought. I am not a clinician, nor am I a licensed therapist, psychologist, counselor, or psychiatrist. That is not my profession, and I would never pretend that it is. My career has involved developing and managing programs that serve individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities, behavioral health needs, and complex challenges. Along this journey, I have had the privilege of working alongside some of the most compassionate, knowledgeable, and dedicated clinicians I have ever met. I am deeply grateful for the lessons I've learned from them. What I do know is that connecting people with services is crucial. It's important to ask for help before pain becomes overwhelming. No one should navigate life's hardest moments alone. Like many, I have witnessed both the strengths and shortcomings of our systems. There have been times of frustration and times when I wished services were easier to find, more accessible, or more responsive to those in need. However, I also know this: behind every system are human beings. There are counselors who care, therapists who care, case managers who care, peer specialists who care, advocates who care, teachers who care, doctors, nurses, social workers, and countless others who chose their professions out of a genuine desire to help others. Those people exist, find them. If the first person you meet dismisses your concerns, minimizes your pain, or makes you feel unseen, please don't stop looking. Your first experience should not dictate your last. Keep searching until you find someone who listens, someone who treats you with dignity, and someone who believes your life is worth fighting for, because it is. These songs were written with people in mind. People carrying grief, living with depression, struggling with addiction, battling anxiety, feeling isolated. And those who have started to wonder whether tomorrow is worth seeing. If that person is you, I hope these songs remind you that your story is not finished. I have never measured success by whether something goes viral. That has never been my goal. If a song reaches one person at just the right moment, if a video helps one family start an honest conversation, if one reader decides to ask for help instead of suffering in silence, or if one young person realizes they are not alone, then these songs have already achieved what I hoped they would. Impact has always mattered more to me than attention. If these words help even one person choose hope over despair, one conversation over silence, or one more sunrise over giving up, then every lyric was worth writing.
Some nights sit heavy on the chest, like breath don't come the way it should. We learn how to fold the hurt away, smile like we're holding up good. We've buried dreams without a service, carried names we couldn't save. Still we wake up in these bodies, doing our best to stay brave. We said we're fine when we weren't. Learned how to suffer soft and still, but breath keeps finding us anyway. Like purpose got a stronger plan. We don't call the end of the game. Now our rain still hits our face. There's another morning waiting, still some meaning in our name. Even tired, even worn, we were built for more than storms. Hold tight, heaven ain't done. God knows when, and this ain't one. Loss don't always come in a distance. Sometimes it crashes in, wearing a friendly face. Jobs gone quiet, love went cold, health start changing pace. Children drifting, hearts stay aching, homes filled with pain. Still this breath keeps pulling us forward, like tomorrow knows our name. We don't need the whole answer now, we don't need the strength to run. If all we've got is staying here, that means we already won. We don't call the end of the game. Now our rain still hits our face. There's another morning waiting, still some meaning in our name. Even tired, even worn, we were built for more than storms. Hold tight, heaven ain't done. God knows when, and this ain't one. If sight fades, we still see truth. If legs won't move, we still stand. If the room gets real quiet, we still matter. Understand, we don't crown pain as the ruler, we don't hand despair the throne. If we're still breathing together, then we're not done, not done. We don't call the end of the game, we don't let the dark decide. There's another morning waiting, still a reason we survive. Through the hate, through the doubt, we are more than this moment now. Hold tight, heaven ain't done. God knows when, God knows when. We don't decide when it's over, we don't decide when it's over. We don't decide when it's over, we don't decide when it's over. He already knows, he already knows, he already knows.
Chaos is their calm, but it doesn't have to be yours. This song started from an observation I've made over many years. Some people seem completely comfortable living in chaos. You can find them at work, in families, among friends, in organizations, and just about anywhere people gather. Wherever they go, there's often tension, conflict, confusion, or negativity. If there isn't a problem, one somehow appears. If there isn't conflict, something gets stirred up. I've noticed that these individuals can be found almost everywhere. Sometimes they are simply disruptors. At other times, they are the individuals I referred to in earlier chapters as pa-reizes. While they aren't all the same and do not all have the same motivations, they often share a common trait. They seem most comfortable when life is unsettled. One characteristic I've observed is that they are rarely found celebrating what's going right. Their focus is typically on what's wrong, what's missing, what could go wrong, or what someone else failed to do. Let me be clear, I'm not talking about people who identify problems because they genuinely want to solve them. Every family, workplace, and community needs people who can recognize issues and work toward solutions. I'm referring to something different, those who seem unable to move toward resolution. No matter how many solutions are proposed, the conversation always circles back to the problem. Every answer becomes another obstacle, and every suggestion turns into another reason why it won't work. If you've ever worked with, lived with, or been around someone like that for any length of time, you likely know exactly what I'm describing. Finding resolution with such individuals can be incredibly challenging. Sometimes there isn't a quick answer. At times, you simply have to ride it out. One lesson I've learned is that I don't spend much time trying to figure out why someone is chaotic. That isn't my job, nor is it my place to diagnose or understand what fuels another person's behavior. There could be countless reasons behind their chaos. Maybe they've lived with conflict for so long that peace feels strange. Perhaps fear has shaped their view of the world, or disappointment has turned into cynicism. Years of negative experiences might have convinced them to always expect the worst. The truth is, I don't know, and most of the time, neither do you. What I do know is this: chaos can be contagious. If you're around it long enough, it can begin to affect you. You may find yourself carrying someone else's frustration home. You might start thinking the way they think or reacting in ways that don't feel like you. That's the danger, not becoming that person, but slowly becoming comfortable with behaviors that once made you uncomfortable. That's why I wrote this song. It serves as a reminder to notice when someone else's emotional climate begins to influence your own. I've had to remind myself more than once, that's your chaos. I'm going to let you have it. Not because I don't care or don't want to solve problems, but because I refuse to carry emotional burdens that don't belong to me. There are situations where you can't simply walk away. Sometimes it's your supervisor, a coworker, or even a family member. Sometimes it's someone you have to interact with every single day. When that's the case, protecting your peace becomes even more important. Looking back over many of the songs in this book, I've noticed that several were inspired by experiences in the workplace. I don't think that's a coincidence. Most adults spend a significant part of their lives at work, where individuals with diverse personalities, values, ethics, communication styles, and life experiences come together. It's also where we often encounter some of life's greatest challenges. As a Black woman, I recognize that people of color can face additional challenges in professional environments that complicate their experiences. Sometimes we are already navigating pressures that others may never need to consider, and adding unnecessary chaos to those realities can be emotionally exhausting. That's one of the reasons I wanted to write this song, not to focus on the person creating the chaos, but to emphasize the experience of the person living amid it. One of the best ways I've found to keep another person's chaos from taking over my day is to stay connected to my own purpose. Remember why you're there. Keep in mind what you're trying to accomplish and set your goals. Have something meaningful that you're building. Have something you're learning. Have something that calls you forward. When you have a purpose that's greater than another person's negativity, it becomes much harder for that negativity to dominate your life. I've also learned that writing helps me. When I encounter chaos, I write. Sometimes it becomes a journal entry. Sometimes it turns into a conversation. Other times it evolves into a song. Writing reminds me that I still get to choose what stays with me and what I leave behind. I made a very intentional decision about the music for this song. It's smooth, mid-tempo, and rooted in R&B and neo-soul with a gentle groove that allows you to settle into it. This was deliberate. I didn't want the music to imitate chaos. Instead, I wanted it to represent the alternative. The arrangement itself should feel calm because the message isn't about becoming louder than chaos. It's about refusing to become chaotic simply because someone else is. I hope that's what people take away from this chapter. You may never understand what drives another person's chaos. You might not be able to change it, and you may never fully escape it, but you can decide whether it changes you. Protect your perspective, protect your purpose, protect your peace. And remember, chaos may be their calm, but it never has to become yours.
Some people don't need peace, they need noise. Some people don't build strength, they're tested. And if you're not careful, you'll start thinking that chaos is clarity. If you let it echo echo long enough, it starts sounding like you. They don't whisper doubt, they broadcast it like news, turning small imperfections into permanent views. Chaos is their calm. Every loud opinion starts renting space in you. Don't let it settle in. Don't let it get comfortable. You can hand them sunlight, they'll complain about the heat. Give them something solid, they'll inspect it for defeat. You can speak in gratitude, they'll circle what you missed. Chaos is their calm. Chaos is their calm. Chaos is their calm. Never hear the harmony, just the crack inside the mix. They don't clap for progress, they audit every breath, looking for the fall line like it's treasure to detect. Watch how energy shifts when they enter the room. Watch how confidence bends under constant doom. Chaos is their calm. Every loud opinion starts renting space in you. Don't let it settle in. Don't let it get comfortable. Not every voice is wisdom, not every loud is strong. Some people feel most peaceful when everything feels wrong. Chaos is their calm. Every loud opinion starts renting space in you. Some people don't need peace. Some people don't need Some people don't need peace. Some people don't need chaos if they're calm, but it doesn't have to be yours. Some people, chaos is their calm. Some people, but it doesn't have to be yours. Some people don't need peace. Some people don't need peace. Some people don't need peace. Chaos is their calm, but it doesn't have to be yours. Chaos is their calm, but it doesn't have to be yours.
The joke is on them. This song was inspired by a moment that made me stop and think. There have been efforts to remove or reinterpret parts of Black history. This includes attempts to involve a Harriet Tubman statue and exhibits related to slavery at an African American museum. Like many people, I paid close attention to what was happening, and I expected to see widespread outrage. Instead, I was pleasantly surprised. What I found were many individuals who valued our history, but also understood something deeper. Removing a statue doesn't erase our history. History doesn't disappear just because someone removes an exhibit, relocates a monument, or tries to minimize our story. Our history is carried by people. It lives on through families who tell their children where they came from, educators who continue to teach, authors who keep writing, and artists who continue to create. It's carried by entrepreneurs who build and communities that refuse to forget. That realization stayed with me, and I remember thinking, the joke is on them. Not because history doesn't matter, it absolutely does. Museums matter, historical markers matter, statues matter. They preserve history, honor sacrifices, and educate future generations. But they are not the source of our history, they are merely reminders of it. Our history has always lived within us. That's what inspired this song. The people I'm referring to in this song are what I call Parezis. As I explain elsewhere in this book, a Parezi isn't defined by race, gender, politics, profession, or social status. A Parezi is defined by behavior. They often operate from a place of arrogance, entitlement, greed, insecurity, division, or the belief that they can control or diminish others by creating barriers. I've encountered Parezis in workplaces, organizations, communities, and throughout life. They can be found anywhere because this issue isn't about race, it's about behavior. There was something else that surprised me. Shortly after the 2024 elections, I decided that I wouldn't continue marching and protesting in the same way. It wasn't because I had stopped caring. Rather, I believed my energy could be better used in other ways. I honestly thought I was in the minority. Then I started paying attention to the conversations taking place in the social media groups I participated in. Again and again, I saw the same discussion. People weren't saying that history didn't matter. They weren't saying the Harriet Tubman statue didn't matter. They were asking whether we were being baited into responding in a way that others expected. Post after post encouraged people to think strategically. Some were serious and some used humor. More than once, I saw people simply say, "Sit your ass down." The message wasn't "don't care." The message was "fight differently." Safety was part of the conversation, but it wasn't the whole conversation. People were asking a larger question: how does this move us forward? How does this strengthen our communities? How does this help us build? The more I read, the more I realized I wasn't alone. I wasn't the only person who had already decided that my greatest contribution might not be another march. Recently, I came across reports and protest data that reflected something very similar to what I had been witnessing in those conversations. Large Black-led marches had declined, and researchers and organizers discussed several possible reasons, including strategic shifts toward community organizing, voting, local leadership, concerns about safety and retaliation, and investing energy in other forms of civic engagement. When I read that, I smiled. It reminded me of those conversations I had observed day after day. That's when I knew this song had captured more than my own thoughts. It had captured a moment. While some people were focused on statues, our community was focused on students. While some were debating monuments, others were opening businesses, earning degrees, raising families, mentoring children, writing books, creating music, serving their communities, and building futures. That's why I called the song "The Joke Is on Them." The joke isn't that someone lost. The joke is that the Parezis misunderstood where our strength comes from. Our strength has never depended on permission, someone else's approval, or acknowledgement of our contributions. Our strength has always come from our ability to keep moving forward. One of my favorite lines in the song is, "Didn't study your plans, we drafted our own." That line captures exactly how I feel. There comes a point when you stop investing all your energy reacting to those who wish to limit you, and start putting that energy into building something of your own. Another line that means a great deal to me is, "No solo rise, we move as a pack." That isn't just a lyric, it's a philosophy. Communities working together for a common purpose amplify our strength and resilience. Blackness is the blueprint. This song began with a conversation taking place across the country about removing statues and other items connected to Black history, including pieces housed in African American museums. Like many people, I paid attention because our history matters. As I reflected on this topic, one truth became clear: our history has never been confined to a museum. Museums are important. They preserve history, educate future generations, and honor those who came before us. I hope they continue to serve this purpose and tell our stories. However, if one exhibit is removed or one statue is relocated, our history doesn't disappear. We carry it with us, we tell it, we write it, we teach it, we sing it, we preserve it. Today, we have more ways than ever to share our history. We write books, create documentaries, produce music, have podcasts, build websites, and establish digital archives. We teach our children and grandchildren. If one museum is diminished, we have the ability to create our own museums, both physical and digital. Our story has never depended on a single building. That realization inspired this song. Blackness is the Blueprint is simply a celebration of our contributions to this country. When I say our blackness is the blueprint, I refer to the ways Black people are woven into the fabric of the United States. From the earliest days of this nation to today, our labor, creativity, military service, entrepreneurship, inventions, music, art, faith, leadership, and perseverance have all contributed to shaping America. These contributions are already part of the blueprint. They have already happened and are part of the architecture of this nation. When I say original, not the remix, I am emphasizing that these original contributions became foundational to America. The song isn't about seeking permission or recognition. It's about acknowledging what has already been built and understanding that those contributions continue to influence this country every single day. I also wanted the music to reflect that spirit. Unlike many of my other songs, this one features Jamaican and Caribbean influences. The rhythm feels lighter, joyful, and confident. I wanted listeners to smile, move with the music, and celebrate while reflecting on the message. The video conveys the same idea. Rather than telling history through photographs or a slideshow, I opted to use animated blueprints with Black people moving throughout them. The blueprint remains constant while generations of people move through it, reminding us that our story is not stagnant. It continues to live, grow, and shape the world around us. That's the message I want people to take away. Our history is alive. Our contributions are alive. Our influence is alive. Whether our stories are shared in museums, books, classrooms, music, family conversations, or communities, they will continue to be passed from one generation to the next. That's why I named this song Blackness is the Blueprint. A blueprint is not something you add after the building is finished. It is part of the original design.
Hey, walked right past us, I straight ahead. Didn't call it then, but they hear it now instead. Yeah, every step we take, everywhere we speak. Funny how the echo shows up every week. Didn't need approval, didn't need a nod. Still set the tone without breaking a sweat or a pause. No spotlight, no disguise. True like this, don't wait, it's time. Original, not the remix. Blueprint in the mix. Original, not the remix. Blueprint in the mix. Our blackness is the blueprint, their print. That's fact, not hype. They circle back every time they try to get it right. Ignore that first and study real close. Same lines, new labels, different quote. Borrowed the rhythm, borrowed the sound. Left out the roots, but the proof stayed around. Man or woman, same design, different voices, same through line. You can rename it, spin it new, but origin stories always come through. Original, not the remix. Blueprint in the mix. Original, not the remix. Blueprint in the mix. Our blackness is the blueprint, steady and true. Everything they follow already came through. Blueprint, steady and true. Everything they follow already came through. Not loud, not angry, just documented before the copy. There was us. Original, not the remix. Blueprint in the mix. Original, not the remix. Blueprint in the mix. Original. Original. Our blackness, not the remix. Blueprint in the mix. Original, not the remix. Blueprint in the mix. From the source, our blackness. Our blackness is the blueprint. Our blackness. Blueprint in the mix. Our blackness.
Coffee break, 1 cup, 1 conversation, 1 new perspective. What's in a name? This coffee break may leave you with more questions than answers, and it certainly has for me. I've spent a great deal of time thinking about identity, specifically about how we label ourselves. Should we call ourselves Black, African American, or something else entirely? I've listened to thoughtful perspectives and compelling arguments from all sides. Some people say we're not Black, we're brown. Others assert we're not African American, we've never lived in Africa. And still others say don't call me either. Just call me by my name. I understand all those perspectives and even agree with parts of each of them. But I keep returning to one simple question. Can a group of people have a collective identity without a collective name? Personally, I struggle to believe that we can. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not a historian or a linguist. I'm just one woman reflecting on my own identity and the identity of a community whose history has shaped my life. I'm not trying to settle a debate. I'm simply sharing where I currently stand. What I know is this: I'm proud of where I came from. I'm proud of my people and our history. The question I continue to wrestle with is this: how do I identify my people collectively? When I speak to an individual, I can call her Tammy or him James. I can refer to a man or a woman. But when I talk about millions of people, a culture, a shared history, a community, those words no longer suffice. Names identify individuals and gender identifies sex, but neither approach identifies a people. When discussing Asian history, we don't simply use terms like men and women. When talking about Jamaican music, we don't just say people. Similarly, when referring to Native people, we acknowledge a group with a shared history. I believe we share that too. Our history in this country is unique. Many of our ancestors did not come here by choice. Over generations, they built families, communities, traditions, music, faith, language, businesses, institutions, and a culture that is distinctly our own. This culture draws from Africa and various other influences, but it also reflects centuries of life in the United States. That culture deserves recognition, and recognition requires identification. I've heard people say, just call me by my name. I understand that sentiment completely. Even Morgan Freeman has stated that he prefers not to be called Black, but just Morgan. I get his point. If I'm talking to one man, I can certainly call him Morgan. However, everyone who looks like us isn't named Morgan. They are men, women, children, young and old, light-skinned, dark-skinned, and every shade in between. When discussing a people, culture, or community, one person's name cannot represent millions. The same goes for categories like man or woman, which are genders, not collective identities. When we discuss educational disparities, health outcomes, entrepreneurship, military service, art, literature, music, civil rights, or the achievements of our community, we need to identify who we're discussing. Otherwise, who is the conversation about? That's why this debate captivates me. I've heard many reasons why people dislike the terms Black or African American, and some of those reasons make perfect sense. However, what I haven't heard is a practical alternative, not a history lesson or an explanation of why a label is imperfect, but simply this: what do we call ourselves collectively? Personally, I've chosen to identify as a proud Black woman, not because I believe the term is technically perfect. It isn't. I don't literally consider myself the color Black, but I've never felt the same emotional connection to the term African American. When I hear the term Black, I think of strength, resilience, courage, community, and pride. I hear the words Black and proud, Black power, Black excellence, affirmations that generations before me invested with dignity, confidence, and hope. Could there someday be a better way to identify us? Absolutely. I am open to that conversation, and in fact, I welcome it. What I'm asking for is much simpler. What is the alternative, not for one individual, but for a community? How do we identify a community whose history, contributions, creativity, struggles, victories, and culture deserve recognition? How do we celebrate our artists, educators, entrepreneurs, veterans, inventors, writers, musicians, and families? How can we add our story to the tapestry of this nation if we have no collective way to identify the people who lived that story? Our history deserves to be recognized. Just as other cultures preserve and celebrate their histories through museums, books, monuments, and traditions, I believe ours deserves the same. This isn't because our history is more important than anyone else's, but because it is our history and it has helped shape this country. I have made my choice and I stand by it. I am a proud Black woman, not because I think I've won the debate or that everyone should agree with me, but because that identity carries the greatest sense of pride for me. Maybe history will one day provide us with a better name, and if it does, I will gladly consider it. Until then, I will continue asking the same question that started this coffee break. Can a people preserve a collective identity without a collective name? I don't have the answer. What I do know is this: our culture deserves recognition. Our contributions deserve to be remembered. Our history deserves to be taught. Whatever name we ultimately choose, I hope it reflects the dignity, resilience, creativity, and strength of a people who have helped shape this nation. That, more than the label itself, is what matters most to me. Don't wake up and find your family flipped upside down. This song originated around Christmas, but it isn't really about Christmas, it's about family. Every holiday, my home becomes the gathering place for our family. Birthdays, Thanksgiving, Christmas, you can usually count on everyone finding their way to my house. I treasure those moments because I know they aren't guaranteed. A few weeks before Christmas, I announced to my family that I wouldn't be buying gifts this year. In fact, I didn't care if we didn't have gifts at all. I requested that no one buy me a gift. After all, it had been a challenging year, and I didn't want anyone to feel pressured to go into debt for Christmas. This time was meant for family. To be clear, I didn't discourage anyone else from buying gifts. However, I did not anticipate how it would be perceived. My wonderful family somehow heard that there wouldn't be any gifts exchanged at our home. According to the rumor, the kids wouldn't even get gifts. Well, that announcement didn't go over the way I expected. Some jokingly remarked, well, if we're not exchanging gifts, we might as well stay home. I felt a surge of frustration at that moment. That's when I wrote this song. After finishing the song, I sent it to my family. My daughters understood precisely why I had written it. They began making phone calls, talking to everyone, and something changed. That Christmas, we spent less money, but we spent more time together. We laughed more, we talked more, we lingered around the table longer. Honestly, it turned out to be one of the best times we'd had in years. That's when I realized this song wasn't really about the holiday at all. It was about protecting family. As I looked back over the lyrics, I recognized that they all focused on the same concern: how easy it is for everything to slowly become inverted. Money isn't bad. Success isn't bad. Working hard isn't bad. Technology isn't bad. None of those things are enemies. The danger arises when these things become more important than the people they are meant to support. That's why the song includes the line, "Love turned into transactions." I started reflecting on how often families keep score. Who spent more, who bought the better gift, who called first, who did the most, and who owes whom. Before long, grace quietly disappears, and keeping score takes its place. That's why another line in the song says, "Keep in score instead of grace." Families were never meant to be accounting systems. They should be places where love is given freely, forgiveness is practiced often, and grace has room to grow. Another lyric states, "Too busy building, too proud to slow down, forgot what love was built around." I believe many of us struggle with this. Life moves fast. We're working, building careers, paying bills, taking care of children, and trying to stay ahead. Before we know it, we're so busy building a life that we forget to spend time with the people we built it for. One of my favorite lines in the song says, "We traded kitchens for screens that glow." That line isn't really about phones, it's about what we have replaced. The kitchen used to be where stories were told, where grandparents passed down wisdom, where children learned family history, where disagreements were worked through, and where laughter filled the room. Today, we can all be sitting in the same house, looking at different screens and living in different worlds. The chorus repeatedly asks one question: what are we teaching generations forward now? That question sits at the center of this song. Children don't simply inherit our traditions, they inherit our priorities. If my love, my time, and my attention only come with a price tag, what am I teaching the next generation? If they grow up believing success is measured only by money, if they think possessions matter more than presence, and if they regard busyness as more valuable than relationships, then they will build families around those same ideas. I hope we teach them something different. Family has carried people through every generation. A loving family can help us survive grief, encourage us when we fail, celebrate us when we succeed, remind us who we are when we've forgotten, and help us cross bridges we never thought we could. In the world we're living in today, I believe it's more important than ever to cling to family, to nurture it, and to protect it. Family can help us carry burdens that are too heavy to bear alone. To me, one of the saddest things imaginable isn't losing money, status, or possessions. It's waking up one day and realizing that, little by little, without anyone intending it to happen, your family has been turned upside down. The music reflects that message. This isn't an in-your-face song. It has a slow tempo with a smooth, jazzy R&B feel. What if you woke up one day and found your family flipped upside down? Sometimes the most important conversations aren't the loudest ones. They are the quiet conversations that stay with us long after the music ends. That's why I ended the song with these words: money can't raise us, pride can't save us, love's the only thing that stays. I believe that, the older I get, the less I remember what was under the Christmas tree. What I remember are the conversations, the laughter, the meals that lasted longer than necessary, the stories, the hugs. And the people who stayed after the plates were empty because no one was in a hurry to leave. That's what family was built around. If this song causes even one family to spend a little more time together, to forgive a little sooner, to put the phone down, or to sit around the table just a little longer, then good job. My greatest Christmas gift that year wasn't something wrapped in paper. It was watching my family rediscover each other. And that's a gift worth protecting before everything else gets turned upside down. Think before you say. As I get older, I've noticed something that seems strange to me. We often speak more carelessly to the people we love than to complete strangers. Think about that for a moment. Most of us would never intentionally say something cruel to someone we barely know. We measure our words, we choose them carefully. We think before we speak. Yet with the people we love the most, we sometimes do the opposite. We assume they'll understand, we assume they'll forgive us, we assume they'll always be there. Somewhere along the way, we begin to treat love as if it were indestructible. I don't believe it is. That realization inspired this song. I never wanted to place the burden of perfection on the people I love. I never wanted to say, never disappoint me, or never hurt me. What an impossible burden that would be. We're all human. We all disappoint someone, misunderstand someone, and say the wrong thing at some point in our lives. I've done it. I've said things I wish I could take back. I've reacted when I should have reflected, and I've had to apologize. That's part of being human. But there is something I ask of the people I love. Be mindful. Be aware of the places where your words can wound me the deepest. There's a difference between disappointing someone and deliberately destroying them. There's a difference between speaking the truth and tearing someone down. There's a difference between expressing anger and using your words as a weapon. That's the space this song inhabits. One of the things I've learned is that our actions can hurt someone even when we never intended to. Intent matters, as do patterns and the degree of the hurt. Not every disagreement changes a relationship. Not every careless comment destroys trust. But there are degrees of hurt, repeated hurt, and malicious hurt. Sometimes those leave wounds that don't simply disappear because someone says, "I'm sorry." The people who have the greatest capacity to love us also have the greatest capacity to hurt us, not because they're cruel, but because they matter. A stranger doesn't know my deepest fears or insecurities. A stranger doesn't know which words will penetrate the deepest parts of my heart. The people who love us do. That's why I believe love demands discipline, not silence, not pretending everything is okay, and not avoiding difficult conversations, but discipline. The discipline to express how you feel without destroying someone's dignity. Parents owe that to their children, children owe it to their parents, spouses owe it to each other, siblings owe it to one another, friends owe it to each other. Every meaningful relationship carries the responsibility to handle another person's heart with care. One question I hope this song leaves with people is this: have I been careful with the people who matter most? Not perfect, just careful. I don't believe love asks us to be perfect. I believe love asks us to be mindful. Mindful that words can build confidence, restore hope, and strengthen relationships. But words can also damage a person's sense of worth. They can create wounds that remain long after the conversation is over. I also hope people take an inventory of the relationships that matter most in their lives. If you're not at the point of no return, if there's still room to repair, and if pride is the only thing standing in the way, maybe today is the day to make the phone call. Maybe today is the day to apologize. Maybe today is the day to listen. Strong families help us carry life's heaviest burdens. They help us survive grief, encourage us when we fail, and celebrate us when we succeed. In a world that often feels divided and uncertain, I believe strong families give us strength for the battles we have to face outside our homes. That doesn't mean staying in toxic relationships. It doesn't mean accepting abuse. Sometimes forgiveness allows us to move forward, even if we can't move forward together. Those are difficult truths, but they are realities. When I wrote Say, my intention wasn't to lecture anyone. I was merely inviting people to reflect. That's why the music is different from many of my other songs. Whenever I want to discuss something important, I usually write it as a smooth R&B ballad. The tempo is slower, the melody is gentle, and there's a peaceful flow to it. There are no big notes or dramatic performances, just enough space for the listener to breathe and think. I aimed for the music to feel the same way I hoped the conversation would feel, not loud or confrontational, but honest. Sometimes the lessons that resonate the longest come from someone quietly asking us to look at ourselves, rather than from a raised voice. Love isn't shown by never disappointing each other. Rather, it's shown by how carefully we handle each other's hearts when disappointment inevitably comes. Sometimes all it takes is one sentence, one moment, or one word. So choose your words with the people you love as carefully as you choose your love for them, because some things once said can't be taken back. The porch light's still on. Grew up in a middle-class neighborhood, surrounded mostly by Black families. And the parents who raised us had a remarkable way of sounding different while somehow saying the same things. Don't act like you weren't raised. You better not let that porch light catch you. Watch your mouth. Speak when you walk in. Eat something before you go. Those words echoed from house to house. Looking back now, it's funny how similar they all were. At the time, though, we didn't realize we were growing up in a culture that shared so many of the same values. The porch light was one of those values. We didn't need a clock. When that porch light came on, we knew exactly what time it was. We knew it was time to head home. That little light meant safety. It signified that our parents wanted to know where you were. It meant you belonged somewhere. As children, the porch light meant get home. As adults, it signifies you can always come home. The light never changed, we did. As I grew older, I realized that the porch light wasn't just something hanging by the front door. It was a promise. It said, you're still welcome. You're still loved. You're still mine. No matter what happened in the world, there was comfort in knowing there was still somewhere you could go. That doesn't mean there weren't rules. Oh, there were rules. If we had to make a pallet on the floor, we'd make a pallet on the floor. If we had to squeeze into a corner, we'd find a corner. But nobody was going to lie around feeling sorry for themselves. You were expected to get up, make a plan, look for work, and keep moving. That wasn't enabling, that was support. Those are two very different things. The parents I knew wanted us to become self-sufficient. They wanted us to stand on our own feet, but they also wanted us to know that if life knocked us down harder than we could handle, we were not alone. Sometimes the greatest gift a parent gives isn't money. It's a place to pause, catch your breath, and find someone who still believes in you until you can believe in yourself again. I've often thought about what that feels like. It's like having a quarter in your pocket for an emergency phone call, keeping a gas can in the trunk just in case, or having a blanket when you're stranded in the cold. You hope you never need it, but you sleep better knowing it's there. That's what the porch light represented, not because our parents expected us to fail, but because they wanted us to know that if life became too heavy, we could come back, gather ourselves, and begin again. Even now, at 62 years old, my mother still wants to know where I am when it gets dark. She still asks if I'm headed home, if I'm working late, or if I'll make it home safely. Some people might call that worrying, I call it love. The porch light never went out, it simply followed me into adulthood. I also know that every family isn't the same. This is not every story, it is mine. It is the story of the parents who surrounded me, the mothers who raised my friends, and the community that shaped us. They were firm, they expected respect. They believed in responsibility. Sometimes we didn't even like them because they wouldn't let us do what we wanted, but they were doing exactly what parents are supposed to do. They were loving us enough to prepare us for the world. When I wrote the bridge asking, do they keep a porch light on in heaven? I wasn't trying to be poetic. I was thinking about every parent we've had to say goodbye to and wondering if love like that ever really disappears. I'd like to think it doesn't. I'd like to believe there's still a light burning somewhere for every child still trying to find their way home. Because in the end, that's what this song is really about. The porch light wasn't there because they expected us to fail. It was there because they wanted us to know we were never alone. And if you'll allow me one last thought, a Black parent's love is warm like peach cobbler. You don't always appreciate it while it's cooling on the table, but once you've tasted it, you spend the rest of your life remembering that warmth.
It didn't start with anger or hate, just long days and short patience. Everybody busy making a way, but nobody had time to say, sit down, stay a while. Tell me what's weighing on your mind. We traded kitchens, the screens that glow, calling progress what we lost slow. Family flip upside down, chasing things we can't take with us now. And what are we teaching generations forward now? If love comes with a price, or pride or ranks, what's right? Too busy building, too proud to slow down. Stake emotion for solid ground. Don't wake up when the truth breaks ground, and find your family flip upside down. Transactions. Who gave you more? Who came last? Keeping score instead of grace turned every wound into a case. Everybody sure they're right, nobody listening at night. Pride dressed up as self-defense, left forgiveness on the fence. Oh, teaching generations. What are we teaching generations? Forward now. If love comes with a price, so pride outranks what's right. Too busy building, too proud to slow down. Forgot what love was built around. Don't wake up when the truth breaks ground, and find your family flip upside down. Be careful what you call success. If it costs the people who love you best. Be careful what you normalize. Some losses don't look like goodbyes. Family flip upside down. Family flipped upside down. Can't take with us now. Ooh, what are we teaching generations forward now? If love comes with a price, or pride outranks what's right. Too busy building, too proud to slow down. Forgot what love was built around. Don't wake up when the truth breaks ground, and find your family flip upside down. Money can't raise us, pride can't save us. Love's the only thing that stays. Money can't raise us, pride can't save us. Love's the only thing that stays. Pray that you don't wake up when truths break ground, and find your family flipped upside down. Your family is flipped upside down.
Coffee break, 1 cup closer to understanding. I think life is a lot like line dancing. Some people seem to pick it up immediately. They hear the beat, watch the other people once or twice, and they're moving across the floor as if they were born knowing the dance. Then there are the ones that take a little more time to get their footing. Either way, sooner or later, everyone is on one accord. Life works the same way. I've always been a glass half full kind of person. Maybe that's why I don't get discouraged when I don't understand something the first time or even the second time. I believe that if I stay with it long enough, I'll eventually learn the steps, not because life gets easier, but because we get better. I've noticed something when I watch people line dance. Most people, learning the dance for the first time, watch their feet while I watch their faces. I see determination, frustration, concentration, and that little smile that appears when they finally nail a difficult turn. I see people encouraging one another without saying a word. Then I watch something special happen. The room begins moving together. What started as a collection of individuals struggling to learn becomes a floor full of people moving in sync. That's a wonderful picture of life. Someone teaches us, someone slows down so we can catch up. Someone says, try it again. Someone reminds us which way to turn. That's how we learn to walk. That's how we learn to lead. That's how we learn to live. Sometimes the most important thing we pass on isn't information. It's confidence, the confidence to keep moving until the steps become natural. The longer I watch life, the more I realize we're always in groups. We're in families, neighborhoods, classrooms, workplaces, churches, restaurants, and communities. The world is full of people learning how to move together. Sometimes that movement is special, sometimes it's awkward, sometimes it's exhausting. I know people often focus on the videos showing us at our worst. They see the arguments, the fights, the division, and they begin to believe that's who we are. I refuse to believe that isolated moments tell the whole story of a people. When I close my eyes, I don't see chaos. I see little children learning, young people standing up, elders passing wisdom forward, neighbors helping neighbors, and people choosing dignity over despair. I see a community learning to move together in new ways. When I write, I often close my eyes, not to escape reality, but to see it. I have to see it before I can write about it. I have to feel it before I can describe it. I see faces, hope, courage, and I see us. What I see gives me confidence. We've walked through too much not to recognize a familiar beat. We've learned from generations before us, and now we're creating some new choreography of our own. We're putting our signature on this season. We're standing up instead of asking for permission. We're saying, I've earned the right to be. No, we don't always get every step right. Some people catch on quickly, some struggle, some spend more time watching than dancing, and some never quite get comfortable with the sequence. Then there are those creative souls who learn the dance so well that they create a new one. That's life too. First we learn, then we understand, finally we create. One thing I love about line dancing is that the music doesn't stop when someone misses a step. Nobody blows a whistle. Nobody says you're done. The song keeps playing, you find your footing, you jump back in. Eventually, everybody who stays with it learns the dance. That's the part I love the most, not the beginning, but the ending. The moment when people who were once unsure are smiling, moving with confidence, and celebrating together because they stayed with it long enough to get it. I think that's how I see life. We're learning, we're growing, we're teaching, and we're creating, and I believe we're doing it well. So don't stop now. Keep learning, keep teaching, keep reaching back, keep creating, and keep putting your signature on this world. And as we like to say, keep doing the damn thing. Now, finish your coffee. The music's still playing, and there's another dance waiting for us. Won't he do it? I know he will. I wrote this song because someone I love said something that broke my heart. One night, I was talking with my best friend, Robin. She was carrying more than anyone should have to bear. She wasn't angry. She wasn't complaining. She was simply tired. Then, almost under her breath, she said something I'll never forget. Maybe God moved past my house. A few moments later, she added, maybe he didn't send anyone for me. I couldn't let those words linger because I knew something she couldn't see. God hadn't forgotten her. He hadn't missed her address. And he certainly hadn't passed her house by. He had already answered. He sent Trina and me. I don't say that to make myself sound important. I believe that's how God often works. We expect lightning, he sends love. We expect a miracle from the sky, he sends a person. Sometimes we're so focused on seeing angels descending from the sky that we overlook the people God places right beside us. That's what He Did It is about. It's about the evolution of friendship. Real friendship doesn't happen overnight. It begins with introductions, then conversations, shared laughter, trust, showing up, praying, protecting, and standing beside each other through seasons neither of you could have imagined. One day, without either of you realizing it, best friends become family. Not by birth, but by choice, by loyalty, by years of saying, I'm here. To me, that's family. Family isn't always defined by DNA. Sometimes it's defined by love, consistency, and a willingness to stand between someone you love and whatever life throws their way. That's why one of my favorite lines in the song says, "If the world tries to break you in two, it'll have to come straight through me." That's a promise. That's what real friendship says. I've got you. I'll stand watch when you're tired. I'll pray when you don't have the energy. I'll remind you who you are when you've forgotten. This kind of friendship is priceless. You can't manufacture it or rush it. It's built one conversation, one prayer, one act of loyalty and moment at a time. Until one day you realize you've stopped saying friend because that God placed beside you has become your family. My life is richer because I have Robin, and I pray hers is richer because she has me. She will never be alone, and neither will I. I believe with all my heart that some people come into our lives exactly when God intends them to, not by accident, but by design. Every once in a while, God sends a ride or die, and when life gets heavy, they're already standing there. I wrote this song to tell Robin something I never want her to forget. Her big sister is here always. If you have a Robin in your life, cherish that relationship. Protect it. Don't assume they already know how much they mean to you. Tell them. My prayer is that everyone experiences the kind of love that says, if the world tries to break you in two, it'll have to come straight through me. This is truly one of God's greatest gifts. Everybody has a my cuz. Some songs are written because we miss someone, and some are written to celebrate someone. This one does both. When people hear this song, they'll likely think I'm singing about one specific person. I am, but I'm also singing about everyone's cuz. If you're from my community, I probably don't need to explain what that means. A cuz isn't always just a cousin. Sometimes they are your first best friend, your partner in crime, your bodyguard, your truth teller, and your biggest cheerleader. They are the person who knows every family story, every embarrassing moment, and every dream you've ever whispered out loud. They are the ones who knew you before the world did, before the job titles, before the degrees, and before the accomplishments. They represent home. Mine was Sharon with an E. She was older cousin and she loved me fiercely. She called me her smart baby cuz. At the time, I didn't think much about it. It was just what she called me. Now, I realize she wasn't just giving me a nickname. She was speaking life into me. She saw something in me before I could see it in myself and believed in me before I had anything to prove. To her, I wasn't just another little cousin. I was her smart baby cuz. And let me tell you something else. Nobody was going to mess with her baby cousin. Nobody. She was my protector, but she also helped write my childhood. Now, let me share a story. I absolutely hated getting my hair combed. When I say hated, I mean I really loathed it. The moment I figured out my mother was about to comb my hair, I would take off running out the front door and down the street. I didn't stroll, I was trying to escape. My mother couldn't catch me, so she'd call in reinforcements. She'd send for Sharon. And Sharon with an E was fast. She would catch me every single time and march me right back home. Let me be real for a minute. Sharon could easily beat my ass, but that didn't stop me from taking off running as fast as I could. Of course, she was way faster and caught up to me in no time. Next thing I knew, she was dragging me back to my mom, who was waiting with that dreaded big tooth comb. Oh, how I hated that thing. Sharon with an E would pin me down while my mom worked on my hair. I'd wiggle and cry like it was the end of the world. But honestly, the best part was after all the drama. Once my hair was finally done, Sharon would lean in with a laugh and say, "Come on girl, let's go to the corner store." We'd buy a sour pickle and shove a sour apple now and later right in the middle of it. Just like that, all the hair combing trauma was forgotten, and I'd be walking with my big cousin again, feeling like everything was right in the world. Looking back, I smile because that's exactly what a cuz does. A cuz can make you mad and then the next minute make you laugh. That's the beauty of real love. This song is about my cuz, Sharon. It's about every cuz who ever showed up, the ones who protected us, bragged about us, checked anyone who thought about mistreating us, walked with us to the park, laughed until our stomachs hurt, and kept every family secret. They are the ones who reminded us who we were whenever we forgot. A cuz doesn't just love you, they look at you and say, "That's my big or little cuz." They say that because it really means something valuable. They stand beside you, and somehow just knowing they're there makes you stand a little taller. A cuz is the one who reminds you, you got this. Sometimes they express love by simply walking with you to a corner store to buy you a pickle with a now and later. My cousin isn't here anymore, but she's still with me. Her picture is the only one on my writing desk, and every time I sit down to write, she's there. If my grandmother is one hand on my shoulder, then my cousin is the other. One reminds me of where I came from, while the other reminds me that someone believed in me before I ever believed in myself. That's why I still cry when I hear this song. I remember how she lived and how deeply she loved me. Everyone deserves a cousin. If you're blessed enough to have one, tell them you love them. If they are no longer here, tell their story. Keep their laughter alive and their love alive, because that's how they stay with us. I have my cousin, and I pray that you have a cousin too. No other love is like a grandmother, my Bessie. If I close my eyes, I'm sitting in her kitchen. She is drinking coffee while having me read the newspaper to her, one of her tricks to check my skills as a reader. Anyway, I can still feel the warmth of the morning sunlight spilling through the window. I called my grandmother Mama. Strangely enough, my mother and my grandmother could detect who I was talking to by the way I said the word. I'm pretty sure there was a shift in my voice that each of them recognized early on. I remember sitting with my grandmother at the table, never in a hurry. Sometimes she talks, sometimes she listens, and sometimes she simply looks at me in ways that encourages deeper thinking. Those mornings didn't seem extraordinary while I was living them, but that changed as I grew older and realized what she was offering me. People often ask where my convictions come from, where my confidence stems from, and why I refuse to allow anyone else to determine my worth. They wonder how I can walk into a room where no one looks like me and still feel like I belong. The answer always takes me back to one place, her kitchen. That's where the meat and potatoes of life, the sustenance that carried me, was formed. My grandmother taught me lessons that stayed with me. I belong wherever I am. She wanted me to understand something she had learned long before. If I choose to stand somewhere, then I belong there, not because I am better than anyone else. She made sure I'd understand that no one God created is better than me. That was teaching self-worth. She showed me dignity before I even knew the word. She also shared something I appreciate more with every birthday: your mind will outlast your beauty. Now, don't misunderstand. She appreciated pretty things. In fact, my grandmother was a very pretty woman. When she walked into a room with quiet elegance, tastefully dressed, never over the top, she possessed an aura that could impress the hardest critic. She didn't demand attention, her presence was enough. She was deep. My grandmother, like a lot of Black women, was deep. She understood this world often forgets its gems. She'd say beauty may catch someone's eye, but character earns their respect. Knowledge opens doors, and wisdom keeps you standing when life gets hard. Each year my reflection changes, but my mind grows stronger. Time has proven her right. She planted confidence in me long before doubt ever learned my name. Everyone remembers people differently. Some recall my grandmother's elegance, others her strength, and some remember her flaws. She had flaws as deep as a canyon and grace as wide as the open sky. She carried both without pretending to be perfect or apologizing for being her. I wish I knew what shaped the woman she became, what disappointments she bore, and what dreams she had to set aside. I will never know the answers, but I do know this: whatever life threw at her, she dealt with it. All I know is that her hands are lodged beneath my shoulder blades, making sure I always stand tall. She handed me books while saying, "Now learn." Long before computers became a staple of daily life, she encouraged me to learn about them because she saw the future. Imagine that, a woman born in 1929 wasn't just preparing me for her world, she was preparing me for mine. She saw beyond the horizon and wanted me ready for when I got there. People sometimes ask if I think she would be proud of me. I smile. I don't have to wonder. I know the answer. She would be proud because I believe that I am the woman that she always wanted me to be. She is probably smiling right now because I don't bow or beg for acceptance, and most of all, I strive to be the best I can be in just about everything I take on. She instilled in me the importance of never letting anyone else decide my worth, and I listened. Each time I walk through a door that once would have been closed to women like her, she walks through it with me. Sometimes when life gets quiet, when I'm writing, thinking, or sitting with a fresh cup of coffee, I can almost feel her hand resting gently on my shoulder. That's what love does, it stays. That's what legacy does, it continues to teach long after the teacher is gone. This reflection is about my grandmother as well as the gifts people leave behind without even realizing it. She left me confidence, curiosity, dignity, courage, and the freedom to think for myself. Those gifts have carried me farther than anything money could have bought. As I look back now, I recognize what an extraordinary gift she truly was. Not everyone has someone who instills confidence before the world has a chance to sow doubt. I have never stopped being grateful, so today I want to leave you with one thought. If you have someone like that in your life, remember what a gift you have. Tell them you love them, ask them questions, listen to their stories, stay at the table a little longer. Drink one more cup of coffee or tea if that's more to your liking. Most importantly, stay at that table as long as you can and enjoy the moment. One day you'll realize those ordinary conversations were anything but ordinary. Believe me, these moments will sustain you. And if the person who gave you those gifts is no longer here, honor them, not just with words, but by living out the lessons they taught you. Carry their wisdom into every room you enter. Share their insights when someone else needs encouragement. Become for someone else what they were for you. I had my grandmother, and because of her, I have never questioned where I belong. I belong wherever I am. Now finish your coffee. Before you rush into the rest of your day, take a moment to think about the person who nourished your heart and mind. If you're fortunate enough to still have them, recognize what a true gift they are. Sit with them, listen to them, love them deeply. Those conversations could become the very foundation that carries you through the rest of your life.
Bessie, if I close my eyes, I'm back in your kitchen, coffee warm in your hands, morning sunlight through the window, listening more than talking, teaching me the first lesson I ever learned. I belong wherever I am. Never let another soul convince you otherwise. You said, if I chose to stand somewhere, then stand there with my head held high. Not because I was better than anyone, but because no one God created was better than me. You taught me dignity before I knew the word. You told me my mind would outlast my beauty. Pretty might turn a few heads, but wisdom would carry me long after youth had taken its bow. Time has proven you right. Every year my reflection changes, but my mind keeps growing stronger. I smile every time I think about it. You already knew, Bessie, my grandmother. You gave me something the world could never take away. You taught me to stand without asking permission, to think, to question, to belong. You planted confidence before doubt ever knew my name. Everybody has their own memories of you. This one is mine. There was nothing traditional about you. You weren't loud, you didn't have to be. You walked into a room like you had every right to be there. You were beautifully put together, tasteful without trying, graceful without pretending, a quiet force, a woman impossible to overlook. You had flaws deep as a canyon and grace wide as the open sky. You carried both without apology, without explanation. I still wonder what made you the woman you became. What storm shaped your courage? Maybe I'll never know, but I'm grateful I got to know the woman those storms created. Bessie, my grandmother. You gave me something the world could never take away. You taught me to stand without asking permission, to think, to question, to belong. You planted confidence before doubt ever knew my name. Some Sometimes people ask me where my convictions come from, where my voice comes from, why I refuse to bow when the world tells me I should. I always smile because every road leads back to your kitchen, back to coffee, back to conversations, back to you. I don't wonder if you're proud of me, I already know. I believe I became the kind of woman you hoped I would be. You didn't have every opportunity that life has given me. Every time I walked through a door that once would have been closed, part of you walks in with me. Sometimes when the room grows quiet, I almost feel a hand rest gently on my shoulder, and I can almost hear you say, I knew it. Bessie, Bessie, my grandmother, your legacy is living inside me. It's the way I think, the way I love, the way I stand, the way I refuse to let another person decide my worth. Everybody else knew you as Bessie, but I know you as my grandmother. You are with me. I love you. I love you. I love you.
Before there was Billy D. Williams, there was Daddy. Laugh if you want. My daddy was my first crush, the first man I thought was handsome, the first man who made me feel safe. He was the first man who taught me that a man could walk into a room without saying much and still command respect. That's probably why this song has a smooth 1970s groove. I was recreating an era. I wanted to recreate a feeling, the feeling of my daddy. For most of my life, my daddy could do no wrong. That's how little girls often see their dads. He was my hero, strong, handsome, charismatic, and cool. But then life did what life does. I grew up, and by doing so, my understanding expanded. I began to see beyond him being my dad. He transformed from my fairy tale to a real person who is my father. These are two very distinct images. My dad was a proud black man. He grew up during a time of intense segregation and racism. He was raised in a time when most white people tried to define who he was before they even knew his name. He picked cotton, but only for a little while. The story in the family, he threw those bags filled with cotton on the ground and walked off, saying there has to be something better than this. To be honest, I can't even imagine him in a cotton field. But then he was raised in an era when many black men faced impossible choices, bow down or find another way. I am not surprised that my daddy chose to find another way. My daddy was a private man, and out of respect for him, I'm not going to share every part of his history. What I will say is this: my daddy refused to let anyone define his worth. He lived by his own code, which sometimes made life harder and more complicated. But it was his code, and I have always respected that. He was a tough man, life required it of him, but he was softer with his daughters. I think men of his times were like that. I believe in his own way he loved his girls and his sons, all of us. This song, however, is about my relationship with him, particularly when I was a very young girl. The world saw a proud, serious man. I saw that man too, but I also saw the father whose voice softened when he talked to me, a father who wanted me to do good. I am smart. He was truly proud of that. He loved that I liked to read, asked questions, and wanted to learn. Like a lot of women, my best friend Robin and I often discuss men. This is my stance: I refuse to paint all men, especially black men, with the same brush. The reason why I refuse is simple, because I know better. I understood the man behind society's stereotypes. My daddy wasn't an easy man. He wasn't even a nice man all the time. He was stubborn, proud, complicated, and imperfect. Yet he was also mighty in his determination and his refusal to surrender his dignity. Because of my daddy, I never learned to look down on people simply because of their past. I learned that circumstances and character are not the same thing. A person's past tells you where they've been, but it doesn't always reveal who they are. My daddy gave me much advice. Some of it I've forgotten, but one thing I never will forget. He would say, "Baby girl, don't ever fall for the okie doke." When I was little, I didn't know what that meant. Now I realize he was addressing life itself. Don't be fooled by appearances. Don't be fooled by easy answers. Don't let someone else define who you are. Don't mistake noise for truth. To this day, I still remind myself of this lesson. I wrote Daddy because there are aspects of my father's character that I admire. I recognize those qualities in other men as well. His determination, his pride, and his refusal to let the world dictate who he was. Those values stay with me. In fact, I married a man who embodies many of those same principles, especially when it comes to our daughters. I admire how he protects them, how he believes in them, and how he wants them to know they are capable. For Brian, family isn't just something he talks about, it's something he lives. When I watch him with our children and grandchildren, I sometimes catch a glimpse of my father, not because they are the same man, but because they share something deeper, a code. They both believe that children should have more than what they had, that they should feel loved, protected, and capable. To me, those aren't old-fashioned ideas, they are enduring truths. So this song is about my father and men that had to live by a different code, who could be stubborn, and who carried burdens they rarely discussed. These men loved the best way they knew how. I know these men exist because I've loved two of them. One raised me, and the other chose to build a life with me. Because of them, I refuse to believe that stereotypes can fully capture a person's story. When I stopped seeing my father solely as a hero and began to see him as a man, I didn't love him less. I loved him even more. I started to understand what it cost him to become the man I called Daddy. Perhaps that's what growing older teaches us. It not only changes how we see ourselves, but also allows us the grace to view our parents as complete individuals. This song is for my father and men like my youngest brother, who embodies so many of my father's good qualities. Who, like my father, is strong, stern, protective of family, and refuses to allow anyone to define or minimize him. If your father was anything like mine, I hope you've given yourself permission to see the whole man.
He had a walk that didn't hurry, hands that carry his work, eyes that seen a long way coming, knew the value of his worth. Didn't say much just to say it, but when he spoke I took notes. Leaned back, smiled real easy, said baby don't fall for the okie doke. He said they dress it up real pretty, cellulose and call it gold. If it don't sit right in your spirit, that's your answer, let it go. Daddy said don't fall for the okie doke. Know your worth, don't let them set it low. If they gotta trick you, baby, that ain't love. If it costs your peace, that's enough. Yeah, Daddy said stand tall, move slow. Ain't everything shiny meant to hold. I hear his voice when I'm close to falling for the okie doke. Yeah. He worked them fields till his back said no. Cotton sack dragging down that road. Threw that bag down in the dust one day. Said there's gotta be something better than this way. That wasn't quitting, that was vision. Man knew when to change his role. Taught me survival ain't the same as never reaching for more. He said hard work matter, pride too, but don't let struggle be your name. You weren't born just to endure it, you were built to rise above the game. Daddy said don't fall for the okie doke. They'll keep you tied just to keep control. If it shrinks your dream, baby, let it go. You ain't meant to carry that load. Yeah, Daddy said trust what you know. Walk like you already whole. I hear his voice when I'm close to falling for the okie doke. He sat right there in that hospital room, wouldn't
Once upon a time, my mama was a little girl with big notes. I never asked my mother what she wanted to be when she was a little girl. To be honest, it never crossed my mind. I guess I was too busy being a kid. To me, she was simply Mama, the woman who made sure we were okay, who loved us and who happened to sing, or at least that's what I thought. Then one day, when I was about 13 years old, she sang at a small talent show. That's when I realized I didn't know the full extent of her talent. I knew she could sing, but I didn't know she could really sing. I remember sitting there thinking, oh my, who is that? It was my mother, but somehow it was also someone I'd never fully met before. For the first time, I wasn't just looking at my mother. I was watching an artist, a woman with an extraordinary gift, who could hold a room's attention without ever demanding it. That night changed something inside me. I was forced to see a side of my mother that I had never fully appreciated. Shortly afterward, I surprised us both by saying, Mama, I think you should go back to school and major in music. Since she worked full-time, she couldn't take a full course load, but she took a class here and a class there, slowly and patiently. But she went, and she loved every minute of it. She sang in school musicals, and I attended every one. A few years later, she began singing at work events. Then another opportunity arose. She started performing at wineries and small jazz clubs, the kind of cozy places where people sip a glass of wine as a saxophone wraps around. The singer's voice, if you've heard this kind of music, you know exactly the kind of place I'm talking about. That's where my mother's voice truly belonged. She even spent time in a recording studio. While it wasn't a huge recording career or about chasing fame, it was something much more important. She realized her dream. She got to sing for people, and sometimes that's everything. Years later, when I was in my 30s, we were driving home after one of her performances. I don't even remember planning to say it, but I quietly mumbled, Mama, you can really sing. She looked over at me, her whole face lit up, and then she asked something I'll never forget. Tammy, do you mean it? I was stunned. After all those performances and years, she still wasn't sure of her talent. Then she smiled and said, now I know I can sing, because you say so. That moment changed me. All those years, she had believed in me, encouraged me, and cheered me on. In one quiet conversation, she allowed my belief in her to become enough. I don't think she ever realized the depth of empathy I felt for her at that moment. I'll never forget it. Today, I have recordings of everything my mother ever sang, every song, every performance, every memory. Those recordings are priceless to me because one day, they won't simply be recordings. They'll be visits, conversations, and pieces of her that I can return to whenever I want to hear her voice. Even more special is that she is the voice in many of my own songs. So when people hear my music, they're hearing a piece of my mother too. My children are aware of my passion. It's hard to miss. I'm an extrovert, assertive, probably with an extra dose of both. They've watched me write, chase ideas, and pour my heart into songs. They know music isn't just something I do, it's part of who I am. But even with all of that, when my daughter Mel listens to one of my songs, I still find myself watching her face, waiting and hoping to see what she thinks. In those moments, I finally understand what my mother felt all those years ago. It doesn't matter how confident we appear to the world, there's something particularly meaningful about hearing approval from the people whose opinions matter most. Parents spend years believing in their children, and children have the power to believe in their parents too. There's no applause quite like that. If I could leave you with one thought, it would be this. Take a long look at your parents. Really take the time to see them, not just as mom or dad, but as individuals. Ask them, what did you dream about when you were a kid? Pose the question, what did you hope your life would become? Then follow up with, did you ever get to touch that dream? If the answer is no and they're willing, help them reach for it. It doesn't have to be something grand. It could be painting, writing, gardening, learning to play an instrument, or even singing in a small jazz club with a saxophone alongside them. Whatever it may be, walk beside them. The feeling you get from helping someone you love touch a lifelong dream is priceless, especially if that someone is your parent. They often spend years putting their own dreams on hold to make yours possible. For much of our lives, our parents ask about us, our grades, jobs, families, and dreams. Perhaps it's time we return the favor. Sit down, pour a cup of coffee, and have a conversation focused on them. You may discover a part of your mother or father that you never knew. I did, and I'm forever grateful for that. I honor my mother with this song and many others because to me, my mama is the greatest of all time. Not because she's famous or known to the world, but because she gave everything she had to the people she loved. Along the way, she found the courage to make room for her own dreams too. I wrote Little Girl with Big Notes to celebrate my mother, but I also wrote it for every mother who has given everything for her family while still thinking of the little girl she used to be, the little girl with dreams, the little girl with gifts, and the little girl who wondered what her life could become. Dreams don't belong to a certain age. They belong to people of all ages. So if your mother is still here, ask her about that little girl. Listen carefully. You might discover a story you've never heard. You might even help her finish a story she thought had already ended. I promise you this, the gift you'll receive in return will stay with you for the rest of your life. Today, I don't just have my mother's songs, I have her story. Every time I hear her voice on one of my recordings, I'm reminded that the little girl with the big notes never stopped singing. For the rest of my life, I get to hear my mother sing about a little girl with enormously big note. 62 years old, and I still get to hear her sing that she is my mother and I am still her girl. Great job, Mom. Coincidentally, my mother's name is Melody. Now, isn't that perfectly poetic?
Little girl with big notes, bigger than the room, singing to the quiet like somebody listening soon. Didn't have a grand stage, didn't need a crowd, just a heart full of melodies too determined to stay down. Some girls dreamed in storybooks, some chased ribbons, pearls, and bows. I was busy chasing music, trying to find where my voice would go. Little girl with big notes, reaching past her years, turning little daydreams into something people hear. Little girl with big notes, never knew just when those songs she held so closely would find their way back then. Life don't hand you easy, sometimes it changes key, but some dreams stay patient, waiting for the right melody. I learned how to carry silence, learned how to carry grace, but music kept a little light no hardship could erase. And even when the world got louder, telling me what life should be, somewhere that little girl kept singing, soft but steady inside of me. Little girl with big notes, reaching past her years, turning little daydreams into something people hear. Little girl with big notes, never knew just when those songs she held so closely would find their way back then. Funny how dreams wait for you, don't leave, just change their pace. Funny how a younger version still lives inside your face. And if she could see me now, Lord, she'd probably smile. Quiet me, loud you. Lord, what a pair we make. Know each other far too well, and still somehow take the bait. We can argue over nothing, or something neither one can prove. But somehow love keeps finding us before too much damage gets through. Different hearts, different ways. Same blood, same stubborn days. Still your mother, still my girl. Even when we shake each other's world. Still your mother, still my girl. Love got roots too deep to lose in this world. Somehow we bend, somehow we heal, somehow we say what words don't reveal. Still your mother, still my girl, yes. Now let me say what makes me laugh. Even after all this time, you fooled me with all this music, and child, you cannot sing a line. Yet somehow songs keep falling from you, like they got some place to be. You say things in all those melodies long before you say them to me. Tammy, Tammy, that's your mama talking. Quiet me, loud you. Lord, what a pair we make. Different worlds, different styles. Still somehow we never break. Still your mother, still my girl. Even when we shake each other's world. Still your mother, still my girl. Love got roots too deep to lose in this world. Somehow we bend, somehow we heal, somehow we say what words don't reveal. Still your mother, still my girl. Life has a funny way of turning. Who's the strong one in the room? I thought I'd always be the shelter, never thought you'd help carry me. But love ain't always one direction. Sometimes start us steady too. And somewhere in this messy journey, you saved a piece of me too. We know exactly where to hit. We know exactly what to say. But music found the softer places. When pride got in the way, somewhere in all your melodies, we found another way to talk. When words got sharp or silence heavy, the music kept us after all. Still your mother, still my girl. Even when we shake each other's world. Still your mother, still my girl. Love got roots too deep to lose in this world. Through every clash,
What if they find us? When I wrote this song, I wasn't thinking about today's trends. I wasn't focused on streams, downloads, playlists, or whether it would become popular. Instead, I was thinking about 100 years from now. I started to wonder, what if they find us, not just the song, but us, Brian and me? That thought has lingered because I know exactly what would happen if the situation were reversed. If I found the love story of two people who lived 100 years before my time, I would stop everything. I know the look that would come across my face. I'd lean in and become curious. I would want to know everything. Who were they? How did they meet? What made them laugh? What helped them through difficult times? What made them choose each other again and again? I would look at every picture, every letter, every journal, every song. I would want to know the people behind the story. What if someone found us 100 years from now? Maybe they'll find one of my books or hear one of my songs. Maybe they'll discover our pictures. Perhaps they'll start with my words and ultimately meet us in writings, songs, and images. That thought changed my perspective on legacy. Legacy isn't just about monuments. Sometimes it's simply about leaving behind enough of yourself so that another human being can still feel your presence long after you're gone. I want someone to know that Brian lived. I want them to know that I lived. More importantly, I want them to know that we loved. I want them to understand that there were two people who built a life together. I don't want our names to just appear on census records, birth and death certificates. History is ordinary people living extraordinary lives of commitment. Those stories matter. They always have and they always will. I also wanted to do our part to give future generations into their own love stories that are not manufactured into the ugly images that we sometimes see now. Brian and I represent one story among countless beautiful Black love stories. I wrote ours because it's the one I know by heart. I know what it feels like to feel the warmth of knowing after all these years, he's still my best friend. That is the story I can tell, so I told it. I hope someone 100 years from now finds us. I hope they find my books. I hope they find Brian's smile. I hope they hear my voice. I hope they spend a little time getting to know us. And when they close the last page, when the final note fades away, I hope they smile, saying they must have been cool. Because I believe we are. I believe every day, somewhere in this world, another Black couple is writing a story that will be worth remembering. 100 years from now, someone may be looking for many of us, and I, for one, hope they find us.
What if love like ours was never meant to disappear? What if it was waiting to be found? They might find a picture faded at the seams, two souls standing close, somewhere in between. All the way to living and the will to rise, a quiet kind of magic in our eyes. They won't hear the laughter echo through the room, or feel the way your presence chased away my gloom. But they'll see the imprint written in our hands, a love they'll try to understand. We weren't perfect, no, we bent, we bruised, but we held the line when the world said move. What if they find us 100 years from now? Read between the lines and wonder who and how. We love like fire that refused to fade. Through every storm we stayed. What if they speak our names like poetry, place us beside the great love stories, and say they made it through somehow? What if they find us 100 years from now? They might read the letters or the things we wrote, feel the way of truth in every single note. See the way we fought just to keep what's real. A love the world could never steal. And maybe they'll notice in the smallest things, how you said my name, how I wore your ring. Not just in the moments that were loud and bright, but in the staying every night. Through the pressure, through the doubt, the strain, we chose each other again and and finally see what it meant for love to look like we did. Unshaken, proud and true, a kind of love the world once knew. What if they whispered this was rare, a love that lived beyond despair, and somehow still reaches us now? What if they find us? Let them find us. Let them know we were a love worth remembering.
Final coffee break. You know what I find amazing? Sometimes we set out to do one thing, and life has something entirely different waiting for us. I certainly didn't set out to write this book. I set out to write about my songs. Yet somewhere between the lyrics, the coffee breaks, the memories, the laughter, the questions, and the concerns, something extraordinary happened. A book was born. I think there's a lesson in that. In a world that often feels overwhelmed by chaos, uncertainty, and division, we sometimes forget that beautiful things are still happening every single day. We still have the ability to begin with something small and discover that it has grown into something we never imagined. Life still surprises us. There are still kaleidoscopes of color and texture waiting to be discovered. There is still beauty. One of my favorite songs in this book is They're Depending on Us. At first, the title sounds like a call to rise up because someone is counting on us. But that wasn't the message I wanted to write. I wanted to flip it. Maybe this is one time we should disappoint them, whoever they are. Maybe we should disappoint the people who expect us to hate each other, disappoint those who profit from division, disappoint those who expect us to stop caring, disappoint those who believe compassion is weakness. Let's do the opposite. Let's build each other up. Let's encourage one another. Let's look after the vulnerable. Let's care for our elders. Let's protect our children. Let's stand beside the medically fragile. Let's notice the people who are too often overlooked. Let's become the kind of neighbors, friends, co-workers, parents, and citizens who make the world a little better simply because we were here. That is a disappointment I can live with. Another song that means a great deal to me is Backbone of Steel. It reminds me that people are capable of extraordinary things. When we decide to keep going, when we refuse to surrender our humanity, when we choose purpose over fear, there is very little we cannot overcome together. Writing has taught me that. If I could thank God every minute for giving me the ability to write, I would. Whether it's a song, a poem, or a book, each one becomes an indelible moment.
You can't break me. Hey, somebody asked me how you keep standing when the winds keep changing. I just smile, 'cause I've lived long enough to know this truth. Life don't promise victories every time you choose to fight. Sometimes a mountain moves, sometimes it doesn't, but I still show up. I've seen doors close, I've seen dreams detour. I watch good people pay a price for doing right. But if you think that's enough to make me quit, baby, you don't know me. I won't win every battle, I won't always get my way. Sometimes the road gets longer, sometimes the skies turn gray, but you can't break me. No, you can't break me. You can shake the ground beneath me, you can test what I believe, but you can't break me. No, you can't break me. My backbone's made of steel. Yeah, maybe I stood up when it would have been easier to sit down and stay quiet. Maybe I spoke up when silence would have cost me a little less. Maybe I reached back and helped somebody rise who couldn't get there alone. And maybe that's why some folks got uncomfortable looking my way. But I didn't come this far to become somebody smaller, just to make somebody else feel taller. I won't win every battle, I won't always get my way. Sometimes the road gets longer, sometimes the skies turn gray, but you can't break me. No, you can't break me. You can shake the ground beneath me, you can test what I believe, but you can't break me. No, you can't break me. My backbone's made of steel. What if I lose? So what? I fought. What if I fall? So what? I stood. What if somebody else crosses the finish line? Because I cleared the path, then praise God, the path got clear. Ain't every fight about me, some fights about making room for the next one to walk through. And when my story's told, don't count my trophies, count the times I refused to bow. Count the time I chose courage over comfort. Count the time I stood there anyway when standing cost something. I won't win every battle, but I'll never stop believing. I won't win every battle, but I'll never stop reaching. You can take the title, you can take the credit, you can take the spotlight too. Oh, but you can't break me. No, you can't break me. Yeah, you can't break my spirit, you can't break my purpose, you can't break what's true, 'cause my backbone's made of steel. And if I had to do it all again, hell yeah, I'd stand again. I'd stand again.
Once it's written, it's written. Once it's shared, it belongs to the world. Some people will embrace it, some won't. But creating it is an act of hope. It is choosing to contribute something instead of withholding it. I believe every person has something to contribute. Not necessarily the same thing, not the same talent, not the same calling, not the same path. Each of us carries our own texture, our own color, our own voice. our own piece of the tapestry, and the world is richer because of it. One of the greatest lessons this journey has reminded me of is that dealing with life's problems doesn't require us to lose sight of its beauty. In fact, I think the beauty is what gives us the strength to keep dealing with the problems. Throughout this book, I've written about challenges that deserve our attention. I believe we should confront them honestly. We shouldn't look away from injustice or pretend difficult things don't exist. But I also believe we should never become so consumed by what is broken that we stop noticing what is beautiful. That would be a loss too. One of the most wonderful discoveries in my own life has been realizing how much I've learned from children. We often talk about what we owe our young people, and we do owe them a great deal. We owe them a future worth believing in, but they have given us something too. They teach us, they challenge us. They hold up mirrors we didn't know we needed. The songs about my daughters are reminders that some of my greatest lessons didn't come from a classroom or a boardroom. They came from watching two young women become exactly who they were created to be. One of the stories in this book tells of a 10-year-old little girl who understood the meaning of family better than many of the adults around her. Imagine that. A child helping hold a family together. Another reminds us that if we hope to become a child's hero, we don't get there by demanding respect. We get there by living lives worthy of it. Children are paying attention. They notice our kindness. They notice our integrity. They notice when our actions and our words agree. They teach us accountability as much as we try to teach it to them. Maybe one of the greatest gifts we can give ourselves is remembering that learning doesn't stop simply because we become adults. Sometimes the teacher is younger than we are. Sometimes the teacher is much older. Throughout this book, I have also tried to honor our elders. Not simply because they have lived longer, but because they still have something to offer. We are often quick to celebrate older adults for what they have already done. We thank them, we honor them, and then, sometimes without realizing it, we quietly place them in the corner as though their greatest contributions are behind them. I don't believe that. Their story isn't over, their purpose isn't finished, their gifts have not expired, there are still chapters left to write. Still wisdom left to share, still people left to influence, still fires left burning. I hope this book reminds us to keep listening, to children, to elders, to one another, because wisdom has never belonged to only one generation. It has always traveled from heart to heart, story to story, and life to life. And maybe that's one of the most wonderful things about being human. We spend our lives teaching, while never outgrowing the privilege of learning. As I finished this conversation, I realized something else happened while writing this book. I grew. Somewhere between the songs, the coffee breaks, the memories, and the questions, I changed. I took inventory of myself. I found myself hearing my grandmother's voice reminding me to tell my truth my way, to be authentic, to be honest. To write what I believed, not what someone else expected me to write. And when I reached the last page, I wanted to know that I had written the very best I could about these subjects, these conversations, and these moments in time. Not the final word, just my word. I have no illusion that this conversation is over. There are still songs and books to write. Still questions, people to celebrate, and problems to solve. There is so much more to do, and I think it's worth it. Our communities are worth it. I believe every person has something good to contribute. This book is simply my contribution. This is what I do. I lean in. It is one of the most liberating things in the world to know who you are. My hope is that every person who reads these pages finds that same freedom for themselves, the freedom to be authentic and contribute. As for me, I'm going to keep writing. I'm going to keep asking questions. I'm going to keep tackling these subjects. And I'll probably keep doing it with a cup of coffee, a latte, or my favorite honey citrus mint tea sitting beside me. Maybe, just maybe, 100 years from now, someone will find Lean In Can You Hear It on a shelf somewhere. Maybe they'll wonder who this woman was. Maybe they'll imagine me sitting in a little coffee shop, a warm drink beside my computer, trying my best to make sense of the world around me. If they do, I hope they know this. I cared, I leaned in, and I never stopped believing that people are capable of extraordinary things. Now it's your turn, go walk into it.
I'm on my way, no stopping now. Just beyond this mess. Bright light in reach, and I walked into it. I walked into it. Something in me always said there's more. Courage, purpose at my door. My life waiting for me. I was made to move, I was made to see. I don't have to become someone else tonight. I simply get to grow more completely in the light, because I walked into it and found the one I was created to be. So I walk into it, every gift, every dream. I walk into it. I walk into it with boundaryless faith, without apology. My life was never meant to stay on the sidelines. I came here to live it. I came here to live it. My superpower comes with commitment. I say yes, and I mean it. Toward purpose, calling out my name. I won't leave one bright thing locked inside the flame. Purpose doesn't compete, it doesn't compare. It simply calls me, and I'm meeting it there. Every time I answer, every time I rise, I become more of me right before my eyes. So I walk into it, every gift, every dream. I walk into it. I walk into it with boundaryless faith, without apology. My life was never meant to stay on the sidelines. I came here to live it. I came here to live it. If there's a dream still calling, I won't leave it at the door. If my heart keeps pointing, I trust what it's pointing toward. Purpose doesn't ask me to shrink and disappear. It calls me by my name, and I answer clear. I hear you, Daddy. I hear my grandmother. I hear you, Mama. So I walk into it, into the rooms made for me. I walk into it. I walk into it, into the moments made for my voice. I encourage myself. I make the choice, and when I leave this world, every dream fully lived, because I walked into it. Because I gave what I give. I was born with a light that refuses to go out. I was born for this road. I was born for this now. When tomorrow calls, I'll answer. When purpose whispers, I listen. I'll keep walking into me, one faithful step at a time. I can't help it. I must walk into it. Walk into it. Walk into me. Yes, yes. It's my time.
About the author, Tammy Leffel Wright, creatively known as Tammy Leffel, is an author, songwriter, storyteller, and the co-creator of the Hidden Voices podcast. Her work is rooted in the belief that ordinary people carry extraordinary stories, and that those stories deserve to be remembered. Drawing from a lifetime of service, leadership, family, community, and observation, Tammy is passionate about creating work that encourages people to think deeply, care more intentionally, and recognize the value they bring to the world. She is the author of Thorn's Prick, Rub Sage, and Lean In, Can You Hear It?, and the creator of several major works in progress, including Trinity's River, Seven Storms, and Fire Unfinished. Lean In, Can You Hear It represents a unique blend of music and literature. More than a collection of songs, it is an invitation into the stories behind them, a series of conversations about family, community, justice, purpose, history, resilience, and the experiences that shape our lives. Through personal reflections, coffee breaks, and music, Tammy offers one person's perspective on the world while encouraging readers to explore their own. Throughout her career, Tammy has worked in the field of intellectual and developmental disabilities, advocating for individuals, families, and underserved communities while helping build programs that strengthen lives. That commitment to service has profoundly shaped both her professional work and her creative voice. She is equally at home writing fiction, nonfiction, historical fiction, essays, poetry, and songwriting, reflecting her belief that every story finds its own voice, and every voice deserves to be here. Regardless of the format, her work is united by a common purpose: to tell stories that honor people's humanity, celebrate resilience, preserve history, and encourage others to walk confidently in their own purpose. When she isn't writing, you'll likely find her with a cup of coffee, a latte, or her favorite honey citrus mint tea, listening to music, developing new creative projects, or simply observing the everyday moments that often become tomorrow's stories. She believes every person has something meaningful to contribute, every community has stories worth preserving, and every generation has something to teach the next. This is only one conversation. She hopes it won't be the last.